HBK promo on Raw, Taskmaster vs Chavo Guerrero on Nitro. Jose Lothario has brought his son to Monday Night Raw. Say hello to Pete. The least Pete could do is fucking smile. Jose says he's doing a lot better and he's going to be in Shawn's corner at the Alamo Dome for the Royal Rumble. Pete says he's been looking after his dad these past few weeks. Pete says what Sid done at the Survivor Series scared the whole family. And Pete says, quote, "In Texas, we don't play that game." Yes, the Smack a Manager with a giant camera game only gets played in places like New York. Pete says if he needs to go after Sid himself at the Royal Rumble, then he will. Fucking Pete, the absolute madman. Shawn says Psycho Sid has upset the whole Lothario family. Sid can use whatever he can get his hands on at the Royal Rumble, but it won't work. HBK says he's going to pay attention to Sid's interview later in the broadcast, and also HBK is once again going to provide commentary for the Bret Hart main event. Shawn promises not to interfere. We then get some highlights from Shotgun Saturday Night that premiered just 2 days earlier. Again, if you want to learn about the first lot of Shotgun episodes, check out my video on the subject. Nothing special here really in terms of the promo. Funny seeing little Texas Pete here though threaten Psycho Sid. I'm sure Sid would eat this guy alive. The Amazing French Canadians, no, not the Quebecers, the Amazing French Canadians take on Harlem Heat next on Monday Nitro, while Psycho Sid cuts another promo on WWF Raw. Alright, so this one's a little more than Sid just saying he's the master and ruler of the world and all that stuff. Sid knows he's walking into Shawn Michaels' home turf at the Royal Rumble, but the big man is afraid of absolutely nothing. And Sid then calls the ring the killing field. Sid then says, and I quote, "You have to be hit or be hitting. You have to kick or be kicking." I'm not joking either, by the way.
You have to hit or be hitting. You have to kick or be kicking.
I'm going to start taking Steiner Math and Sid English night classes. Sid says the day he was born the man. Have a look. And that's something Shawn Michaels can never claim. Sid's gonna walk into San Antonio with the odds stacked against him. He'll walk in the man and he'll walk out the man. Sid then says he's the master and ruler of the world, as expected. The promo comes to an end and this was some mind-blowing stuff right here. Shawn's theme music plays in the arena and out comes HBK wearing a long coat, looking like he's prepared to deal some Scooby snacks to the fans outside the arena. But the only thing old Snortsky's carrying here is his body. A body he shows off on the announce table and a body that makes Psycho Sid smile. And I mean, he smiles a lot. These two are going to war soon on pay-per-view, but Sid looks quite enamoured by the Heartbreak Kid. Ooh la la. Sid laughs at this marvellous sight, and then Sid tells Shawn Michaels that he won't be responsible for what he's about to do. Wait a minute, so HBK shows some skin, Sid smiles from ear to ear, then Sid warns Shawn that he's not responsible for what he's going to do? What exactly is Sid planning on doing? Whatever it is, Shawn gets prepared for it as we go to commercial break. Main event time, Bret vs Vader on Raw goes up against 2 Nitro segments, Ming vs Lex Luger and a Hulk Hogan promo. Bret Hart comes out and he's in his complete pink gear tonight and he's also wearing plain white boots. The colouring on this episode of Raw makes Bret's ring gear really bright also. Shawn makes fun of Bret's white boots at the commentary table, so there's plenty of discussion about Bret Hart's gear this week on Reliving the War. We have a supermark in the audience with a sign that says Shawn just does not bring in the big ratings. To be fair, he's probably right. We see a clip of Jim Cornette taking a tombstone piledriver on Superstars before our main event gets underway. Remember, Taker and Vader started a feud last week on Raw when Vader attacked the Phenom on the entranceway. Vader overpowers the Hitman after a tie-up. The two lock horns again and Bret takes a beating in the corner. The match goes to the outside where Bret turns it around and Vader gets launched into the ring steps. Bret then jumps on the steps and Vader takes a shot to the back. Shawn, meanwhile, is pondering over the saying, the man they call Vader. HBK wants to know who they are. Bret continues to punish Vader on the outside as Shawn continues to bury Bret on commentary. It's all about Bret being dishonest, whereas Shawn is more upfront about his intentions. A few strikes from Bret Hart and Vader finds himself in a wrist lock. Bret brings it down to the mat where focus is shifted onto Vader's arm and shoulder. Vader then decides to put an end to this nonsense, and the Hitman takes a hard clothesline from the big man. More of those signature Vader forearms in the corner. The Hitman takes a short arm clothesline, and just after Vader comes off the top rope and Bret takes all the impact, we see Stone Cold Steve Austin watching the match backstage. After a commercial break, Vader hits another top rope big hug on Bret, and I have to mention Jerry Lawler's next line here as Vader sets Bret up for a splash. Jerry once reminded what Jose's son's name is. Vince says Pete, and Lawler says he should have been named Hose B, so there would be a Jose and a Hose B. It's so shit that I popped for it. Bret takes a middle rope splash from Vader, but he manages to kick out. Vader goes for a Vader bomb, but Bret gets the knees up. Hart then goes on offense, and Shawn makes fun of the Hitman's predictable moveset.
Section. Hope there's no Russian leg sweep. Whoopsie.
Austin watches on as Bret performs a body slam on Vader. We see Bret's elbow from the second rope, and Bret then nails the big man with a back suplex. Both men then tumble out of the ring and a fist fight breaks out. Psycho Sid shows up and he brings the cameraman backstage for whatever reason. And Steve Austin also shows up to hit a stunner on Bret Hart. The referee doesn't see it. Vader throws Bret back into the ring, we see the Vader bomb, and Bret gets beaten in the main event of Raw. Not a bad match at all, and it's good to see Vader pick up a big win on Monday night, even if it wasn't a clean victory. Shawn looks at his monitor and he sees Psycho Sid backstage with Hose B. Sid says he didn't want to do this. Shawn tries to rush to the backstage area, but there's no time. Hose B gets powerbombed on a table. Shawn gets to the backstage area and it's clear Jose is supposed to be here too for this segment. Shawn screams, "Where is the 60-year-old man?" And you can see him saying, "Where's Jose?" I don't think this was out of kayfabe concern for Hose B. I think it's more to do with Jose legit not being ready for the cameras. Anyway, that's how Monday Night Raw ended this week, and I thought it was good. Raw kicks off with some rando getting Shawn Michaels to sign his underwear over in San Antonio. The guy tells Shawn he can't wait to be alone with his baby tonight, and HBK seems to like it. Psycho Sid and Shawn Michaels have pre-recorded interviews next from San Antonio, while Billy Kidman takes on former American male Scotty Riggs. Sid's in the Alamo Dome and he loosely quotes Frederick Nietzsche by saying, "In the act of fighting monsters, in the procedure, be sure that you don't become a monster yourself." So we've went from kick or be kicking to quoting German philosophers. How can you not like Psycho Sid? Sid says he'll have to be the monster to take what's his, to walk out of the Alamo Dome as WWF champion. Sid says he'll grab Shawn by the throat and Shawn will give him a look that Shawn's mother will know, a look that Jose Lothario will know, a look that Shawn's friends and family will all know. The person at the highest seat in the arena will know the look will say it all. Shawn will look at his opponent knowing that Sid is the master and ruler of the world. This was definitely one of Sid's better promos. Check this one out when you get a chance. HBK is at a bar in San Antonio, how fitting, and we get to see a few replays of Sid attacking Jose at Survivor Series and Hose B last week on Raw. Shawn says Sid is right, there will be a monster appearing at the Royal Rumble and that's going to be the Heartbreak Kid. Shawn may not be as big of a monster as Sid, but no one can dig deep like HBK. We've got fans kissing in the background because this sure is one of those times when a public display of affection is needed. Look at how this guy looks at the camera after kissing his bird, by the way. We all know what that look is. She may be his girlfriend now, but tomorrow, horseman business, brother. Anyway, Shawn bangs on about the people of Texas, how Shawn's going to kick Sid's teeth down his throat, and that's what San Antonio is all about. And check this out, Shawn says he's all man, and then he says this.
"I'm all man, and believe me, at least, a yard wide, if you know what I'm talking about."
Is Shawn saying here that his little degenerate is actually a yard wide? Not a yard long, but a yard wide? That would look a little weird, wouldn't it? Shawn says his family and friends will be in attendance, and Sid's going to be very unpopular at the Rumble. This Sunday, Sid may still leave the Rumble as the master and the ruler, but he won't leave as WWF champion. Vince wonders how Shawn would feel if he lets everyone down in the Alamo Dome, and Shawn says he delivers better than the post office. HBK won't let anyone down at the Royal Rumble, and nobody can work as hard as Shawn Michaels. Two good promos here, with Sid's being the standout, for me anyway. HBK lost the WWF Championship back at Survivor Series when Sid attacked Jose Lothario with a camera. HBK got booed out of the building, fans were seemingly tired of the white meat babyface Shawn Michaels, and the MSG audience went crazy for Psycho Sid. Since then, the WWF done all they could to make Sid a full-blown heel while trying to make Shawn a little more rough around the edges. Vince McMahon even called Shawn a real man's man on WWF TV. And HBK went out of his way to tell everyone that he doesn't really care if the fans cheer him or boo him. No matter what happens during a WWF card, Shawn says he always gives the best performance of the night. Sid made things a little more personal when he attacked Jose Lothario's son on Raw, so you had a few things going on here that swayed some fans into backing Shawn Michaels over Psycho Sid. Many fans were still tired of Shawn, but not those in San Antonio. HBK was going to get a hero's welcome tonight. We see a Superstars interview with Shawn beforehand, and HBK announces he isn't feeling well. He's got a flu, but he's still going to perform tonight inside the ring. Why the WWF announced this, I do not know. Maybe they wanted an insurance policy in case the match was awful. But keep in mind that Shawn is apparently sick when you see the match result. We see Shawn and Jose backstage walking towards the entranceway. HBK's theme music plays in the arena and the crowd lose their minds. Man, if this guy really has a flu, then that's a lot of hands he's touching on the way to the ring. Still, it's a hometown welcome here for the Heartbreak Kid, and he seems to have a lot more confidence here in comparison to how he looked during Superstars. Amazing what some medicine can do. Sid walks into enemy territory here, but to be fair, he does have some fans in the Alamo Dome. Not a huge lot when compared to the Garden, but you do see a few fans during the match who want Sid to win. I'm sure a lot of fans watching on pay-per-view wanted to see Sid win also. The champion pushes the challenger down to the mat, and Shawn smiles as he walks straight back to Psycho Sid. Sid decides he isn't going to play tonight, and he goes straight on the attack. He screams at Shawn's parents sitting at ringside before landing a big clubbing blow, but HBK comes back with a crossbody. The crowd pops as Shawn rocks Sid's head repeatedly on the mat. Sid gets booted out of the ring and the match continues on the outside. Sid ends up lifting Shawn up for a press slam, but HBK rakes Sid's eyes. This allows HBK to throw Sid back inside the ropes and try an aerial attack. The champ grabs Shawn in mid-air and we see a power slam, and then the pace slows way down when Sid locks in not just one camel clutch, but 3 camel clutches. It feels like an absolute eternity, but the fans in the audience make a lot of noise, hoping HBK can somehow get out of this hold. Shawn dodges a sit-down attack and the audience pops. Shawn's offensive flurry gives the crowd a reason to keep cheering for HBK, but Shawn ends up taking the Flair corner bump and there's a hush in the Alamo Dome. Sid doesn't give Shawn time to recuperate. HBK gets his back rammed into the ring post twice before the match continues in the ring. Jose tries to cheer Michaels back into the match, but maybe Sid is unbeatable tonight in San Antonio. Anytime Shawn begins to build offense, Sid puts him right back down. And give it to Psycho Sid here, he knows the crowd is largely against him and he plays up to it brilliantly. A bear hug gets applied in the middle of the ring and Shawn's parents watch on as HBK tries to fight out of another hold. The bear hug gets applied twice and you can tell that the match is getting slowed down for HBK's benefit. Still, the crowd doesn't care. Anytime Shawn breaks a hold, they go nuts. And the match has been laid out in a way that gives the fans a reason to pop multiple times. The third bear hug gets applied after Shawn tries a second rope clothesline. It's kept held in for an extended period of time as Sid brings it right down to the mat. The big man then hits a leg drop, and Sid keeps it on the canvas as Shawn tries to fight out of another submission hold. HBK counters a scoop slam with a slam of his own. We then see Shawn's flying forearm. Michaels heads to the top rope and he lands his elbow drop. This all happens very suddenly. Shawn then tries to finish it, he goes for the super kick, but Sid grabs his foot and Shawn ends up getting thrown to the outside. Sid then lands a powerbomb and that should do it. All Sid has to do is throw Shawn back into the ring and it's all over. But he decides to go after Jose Lothario. This leads to Jose's son jumping the guardrail and Sid could have destroyed both these guys, but Pat Patterson manages to calm Sid down. The match resumes in the ring and the referee gets taken out. Sid lands a chokeslam immediately afterwards. He has Shawn beat, but there's no one there to count the pin. A second referee runs down, but Shawn kicks out at 2. Sid takes out the second referee. Jose Lothario jumps on the apron, and this gives Shawn the opportunity to grab a camera. HBK gets revenge for Survivor Series by destroying Sid with the camera. He pins the champ, but Sid kicks out. Shawn gets back to his feet, he nails Sweet Chin Music, Earl Hebner gives one of his classic slow 3 counts, and it's all over. Shawn Michaels becomes a 2-time WWF champion. Just like that, Sid's run as champion comes to an end. And coming out of this pay-per-view, fans would think that we're going to see a Steve Austin vs Shawn Michaels WrestleMania main event, although some drastic changes get made very soon, so make sure to check out Reliving the War to see it all unfold. HBK celebrates with his family and friends at ringside before the show goes off the air. I thought the 1996 Survivor Series match was better, and much of that has to do with the New York audience. You can definitely tell Shawn isn't 100% here also, but either way, a 6 Shawn Michaels is still a good performer. It's definitely a match that would have been good to see live in the Alamo Dome, the atmosphere looks great, but as a TV viewing experience, it does fall short of their previous encounter. Shawn Michaels and the Final 4 are going to cut a promo on Raw next, while Nitro puts on 2 matches, The Outsiders vs The Extreme and Joe Gomez vs The Taskmaster. I know single Raw matches have been going up against 2 Nitro matches or promos quite a lot recently, and I'll address this too at the end of today's episode. Right then, Shawn Michaels, nice smile you got there pal, be a shame if you lost it. Vince McMahon says the boy who dreamed continued at the 1997 Royal Rumble, but on February 13th, on a special Thursday episode of Raw named Thursday Raw Thursday, HBK will have to once again face Psycho Sid, and the WWF title will be on the line. By the way, we're just going to compare Thursday Raw Thursday to Monday Nitro as usual. Anyway, Shawn thinks to himself, that's where you're wrong buddy, I'm not wrestling anybody, as McMahon hypes up this title match. Shawn says he's giving Sid this title shot because Sid gave HBK a shot at the Royal Rumble. Shawn then says he had to earn that title shot at the Royal Rumble, and I said, no you fucking didn't. Shawn didn't wrestle on TV at all from Survivor Series right up to the Royal Rumble. But here's a bit of trivia for you. Did you know that Shawn Michaels faced Mankind at In Your House It's Time? It was a main event dark match, the very last match of the evening. Anyway, Vince tells Shawn that if he wins, he has to face one of the Final 4, and McMahon throws up the symbol of excellence while Mongo laughs in the distance. Shawn says it's all about the WWF Championship, a title that's recently brought out the very worst in the superstars of the World Wrestling Federation. Shawn says if being bad is what makes him great, and if being bad is what makes him champion, then that's exactly what he's going to do. Bret Hart comes out first and Shawn tries to shake his hand, Bret refuses. The Hitman must have knew something was up here because the first thing he tells Shawn is to make sure he walks into WrestleMania 13 as champion. Whatever Shawn has to do, Bret tells him to do it because Hart wants to beat Shawn at WrestleMania for the WWF Championship. Bret says he doesn't want Shawn to injure himself, he doesn't want excuses, and he wants HBK at 100%. It gets so bad that Vince McMahon has to cut Bret off by talking about Psycho Sid. Bret says he's rooting for Shawn at Thursday Raw Thursday, and Bret even says he'll have HBK's back. Whatever it takes to get Hart vs Michaels inside the ring at WrestleMania. Fucking hell. The Undertaker is out next and the dead man says he respects Bret Hart, but he doesn't respect Bret Hart's complaining as of late. If anyone's been screwed out of the WWF Championship, it's The Undertaker. The Phenom reminds Bret of the 1996 Royal Rumble where Diesel robbed Taker of the championship, and The Undertaker tells Shawn that the WWF title is finally coming back to the dark side. Look at HBK, his usual confidence and attitude is completely missing here. Undertaker says Shawn's belt and body will belong to the dead man, and Bret clearly thinks of the innuendo here. Out next is Royal Rumble winner Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Austin says he knows an ambush when he sees one, so he isn't getting into the ring. Stone Cold says that inside the ropes are 3 crybabies and Little Boy Blue, great line by the way, and Austin says the no disqualification rules of the Final 4 match are right up his alley. Vader has appeared at the entranceway as Austin continues on. Stone Cold says he's going to win it in your house before walking off. He then notices Vader at the entranceway and he threatens to step into the ring, but Stone Cold thinks twice and Vader allows him to walk by. I enjoyed this segment quite a bit. It's the beginning of a really messy title situation that's going to last all the way up to WrestleMania. Okay, we've got some good stuff next. DDP versus the Renegade and a promo featuring Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. The Toronto audience boos the Heartbreak Kid as Vince McMahon begins the interview. Shawn is too busy watching himself on the big screen as he answers Vince's questions. Shawn again talks about the WWF Championship bringing out the worst in the superstars, and Michaels admits that it's brought out the worst in him also. Michaels repeats last week's promo again when he says if being bad means he'll keep the WWF Championship, then HBK will be the worst guy the company has ever seen. In regards to the harsh reaction HBK is getting in Canada, Shawn says turnabout is fair play. Shawn got a great reaction in San Antonio and fans can cheer whoever they want. If they want to cheer for Bret, then that's fine. Shawn says he's won the popularity contest enough times already, and now he only worries about being number 1, not being the most popular. Shawn says people dislike people who are honest. He uses Muhammad Ali as an example. Ali wasn't liked when he was knocking guys out, but after retirement, people called Ali the greatest of all time. And as for Bret Hart, the Hitman can call himself the best there is, was, and ever will be, but right now, Bret can't call himself the World Wrestling Federation champion. Bret comes down to the ring and he says, Muhammad Ali, I don't think so. Dennis Rodman, maybe. The Hitman goes on to say that he's tried hard to like Shawn Michaels, but he just can't do it. Shawn said it best when he called himself a degenerate, and Shawn laughs at Bret here while saying, sue me. Bret calls Shawn a jackass and a punk. He then tells HBK that he can stop him whenever he wants, and I think that was a cue. HBK was supposed to take the mic away from Bret, but he forgot. The moment Shawn takes the mic, Steve Austin runs down and a fist fight breaks out between Stone Cold and the Hitman. Shawn watches on as Bret and Austin brawl on the outside, but then Psycho Sid shows up just before we go to commercial break. When we come back, Bret and Shawn are once again inside the ring. Steve Austin and Sid have been escorted to the back. HBK puts the WWF Championship belt on the mat and he and Bret share words. When HBK tries to take the belt back, Bret puts his foot down. Bret takes the belt. We think he's going to hand it over to Shawn, but no. Bret drops the championship on the mat. He gives Shawn the finger, the crowd pops, and that's the end of the promo. You'd be absolutely buzzing to see these two go to war at WrestleMania 13 at this point. The least Shawn could do is smile here though. Come on Shawn, turn that frown upside down. Where's your smile, boy toy? By the time Shawn Michaels gets done with his announcement, Nitro gets through another 2 matches and a commentary desk takeover. We have Rick and Scott Steiner versus High Voltage and the Outsiders versus the Extreme again. So HBK then, Shawn. I went into this whole thing in depth in a previous video, but in short, Shawn has decided to forfeit the WWF Championship due to a knee injury. Not only that, but Shawn famously says that he lost his smile and he needs to go back and find it. It's an incredible turn of events really. HBK was talking about being bad to stay at the top just last week, and now he lost his smile like a set of fucking car keys and he needs to find it post haste. Joking aside, the news does upset some fans in attendance, and you can't overlook that Michaels was one of the WWF's best performers at this time. Losing a big name in the Monday Night War is tough, and as much as we have fun at HBK's expense sometimes, he did always deliver in the ring. That being said, he looked rough at Survivor Series. He was a mess the night after In Your House It's Time, and also, he looked far past fucked at the Albany, New York Raw tapings. Royal Rumble 1997 also featured HBK with a flu, so you can just see that the guy was on a downward spiral. HBK saying he lost his smile became the subject of ridicule, and maybe deservedly so. And what many take away from this promo is, at the very core of it all, this was Shawn Michaels refusing to wrestle Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13, and this was all a big load of bullshit to avoid dropping the title. After rewatching all these episodes of Raw for this series, you couldn't convince me that Hart vs Michaels wasn't the plan for Mania, but that potential match is now out the window. Some good stuff does come from Shawn forfeiting the title though. The Final Four match is now a WWF Championship match, and Bret would end up having an all-time classic WrestleMania match with a completely different opponent. In a way, Shawn vacating the title here was maybe a good thing. HBK gets emotional when he talks about not doing things half-assed. Shawn says he wanted fans to feel like they got their money's worth when they watched him inside the ring. Shawn announces that he may be past reconstructive knee surgery at this point. Yeah. So if he can't perform the way he used to, then he won't wrestle again. So it's bye-bye Shawn Michaels for now. HBK hands over the belt, there's tears in the ring. Shawn hugs Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon says he's waited for this all his life. And the WWF would now have to go in a new direction in the run-up to WrestleMania 13. Unfortunately, Shawn didn't resolve any of his issues when he went home, but when he does eventually get back in the ring, he again continues to put on incredible matches. But right now, the WWF just lost one of their franchise players. We never did get to find out where Shawn's smile was hiding, by the way. That mystery remains unsolved. The Giant vs. Johnny Swinger and Top Gun is next, while Dr. Andrews gives us an update on Shawn Michaels. Ross says we have good news and we have bad news. Andrews appears in his office and he says Shawn's injury dates back to around 5 years ago when he tore a ligament in his knee. His recent injury dates all the way back to 5 years ago, so it appears Michaels has re-injured himself. Andrews says he's recommended that Shawn does not have surgery at this point. In around 6 weeks' time, after Shawn has rehabilitated at home, he's going to be reassessed. Surgery isn't ruled out, but rehabilitation is on the cards first, and there is a hope that Shawn can resume his wrestling career in the future. This is all a bit fishy, isn't it? After the match, Shawn Michaels showed up backstage, HBK is in the building, and we're going to hear from Shawn a little later on. Shawn Michaels is back and he's cutting a promo on Raw, while the NWO have a few things they want to say on WCW Nitro. The Shawn Michaels fan club is in attendance for Raw tonight, it seems. It also looks like Shawn has found his smile, and so has Vince McMahon for that matter. Just look at these two smug bastards. HBK says he found his smile in San Antonio and he decided to bring it with him wherever he goes. And check out this fan, she screams for Shawn Michaels and it's almost like she catches herself on afterwards. She goes from joyful to depressed in around 2 seconds. HBK thanks the fans for the get well cards and he thanks fans for their patience over the past few weeks. In regards to Shawn's knee, HBK has another appointment next week with Dr. Andrews, where Shawn hopes to find out exactly what's going on, and he hopes to know then if he's going to get back in the ring. HBK wants to be in action within a few months, whether anyone likes it or not. Shawn then says he has a bone to pick with Vince McMahon. Oh, I'm sure you do. HBK says WrestleMania is right around the corner. He sat at home waiting for the phone to ring, but it didn't ring once. HBK isn't sure how Vince McMahon can have a WrestleMania event without Shawn Michaels, and because he wasn't invited, Michaels decides to invite himself to the biggest show of the year. Shawn says he's going to provide commentary for the WWF title match at Mania, and he's also going to appear at the Slammy Award show. Shawn has a new home and he has a whole lot of face to spill, so he needs those Slammy Awards.
And I have got a whole lot of face to spill.
Face to spill.
Face to pill? Is that the word I'm looking for?
Face to spill. And that's it. HBK is going to be at WrestleMania this Sunday, and it'll be interesting to see if he gets involved in the title match in some shape or form. After the promo, The Undertaker vandalizes the steel cage backstage. He's clearly annoyed about Bret getting this title shot tonight. Vince McMahon gets in the ring to talk to Bret Hart, saying that Bret must feel very frustrated about how things turned out tonight. Bret pushes Vince on his ass while saying, quote, "Frustration isn't the goddamn word for it, this is bullshit." Vince gets himself out of the ring as it's pretty clear that Bret is absolutely fuming about what happened tonight. Bret says he's been screwed again by the WWF and Vince McMahon. Everyone knows it, there's so much injustice going on and Bret has had enough. The WWF turn a blind eye to everything that's happening. Vince McMahon turns a blind eye to it, Monsoon turns a blind eye to it. Bret should be the WWF champion. Everyone in the locker room knows Bret's the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And if the fans in attendance don't like it, then tough shit. Vince doesn't know how to react to Bret's outburst, and it is a big change of character. But this is a key moment not just for Bret, but for Vince McMahon too. Vince said when Bret pushed him down in the ring, it was kind of the genesis of the Mr. McMahon character. Steve Austin appears on the Titantron and he says Bret just threw away a WrestleMania main event because he's a loser. Austin tried to help Bret, but the Hitman couldn't get the job done. Hart says the reason they called Steve Stone Cold is because his stones are so cold that he won't step into the ring and fight Bret like a man. Sid then reappears and Bret said that Sid is wearing the Hitman's belt. The Undertaker then makes his way down to the ring and Bret launches an attack on the Phenom. Stone Cold then comes back out and Austin attacks Bret while Taker focuses on Psycho Sid, and we have all four men fighting in and around the ring. Bret gets held back by Pat Patterson and the Hitman ends up punching the Hall of Famer before making his way back to Austin. And then Shawn Michaels appears and he watches the carnage unfold. HBK grabs a chair but he doesn't do anything with it. All four men continue to fight as Raw's War goes off the air, ending a fantastic episode of Raw and telling a great story heading into WrestleMania. Shawn Michaels is here to provide commentary for the match. HBK is fond of sticking his nose into other people's business, so fans wondered how he was going to get involved in this one, but fortunately, Shawn stayed away from the ring. Remember how The Undertaker said he and the fans were going to go back in time in order to progress into the future? Well, the dead man came out wearing his original grey and black colours, and he brought back the more slow-paced, methodical Undertaker for this match. It was good to see, and die-hard Undertaker fans I'm sure love to see this, but it's also a double-edged sword. The Undertaker was trying to evolve ever since the 1996 Survivor Series, and he even talked about changing his attitude again after his match with Vader at the Royal Rumble, but instead of evolving, he decided to bring it back to the beginning for WrestleMania 13. This isn't a complaint, by the way. The Undertaker bringing back the original look of the dead man was a highlight of Mania 13. Sid cut a promo before the match where he said he's the one man who isn't afraid of the darkness. He wasn't afraid of The Undertaker, and Sid will still be the master and ruler of the world after this title match. After both men made their entrances, they square up to each other. The match is just about to get underway, but here comes Bret Hart again, and he has a few things he needs to say. Bret says that Shawn's sitting out here with a pussyfoot injury and he should go back home and try to find his smile again. Bret then warns HBK to stay out of the match. The Hitman then tells the Phenom that when The Undertaker closed the cage door on him during the Raw's War title match, the Phenom also closed the door on their friendship. From now on, Bret and The Undertaker will operate under a new set of rules. After being abandoned by his American fans, Bret decides he's going to walk into WrestleMania and give Austin what he deserves. And when Bret gives Stone Cold the beating that was coming to him, the fans cheered for Steve and they booed Bret. Bret says he tried to be everything the fans wanted to be, but the American fans don't know anything about guys bringing prestige and class to the World Wrestling Federation. And Bret comes to the conclusion that fans in America don't respect him. But the truth of the matter is, Bret doesn't respect them either. Bret wraps it up by saying the American fans coast to coast can kiss his ass, and then Shawn Michaels comes out to confront the Hitman. Shawn says that Bret doesn't need to explain that he wouldn't forfeit the belt like HBK would, because it would take a handwritten note from God himself to make Bret give up a title. Shawn says he lives his life openly and freely while Bret puts on an act when he gets in the ring, and this is something that bothers the Hitman. As for Stone Cold Steve Austin, Shawn reminds Bret that there was no submission last night. HBK isn't a Steve Austin fan either, but he says that even Bret has to admit that Stone Cold is one tough SOB for what he did last night. HBK continues on saying he isn't in the best shape to wrestle right now, and Bret can be very content in saying he's tougher than Shawn Michaels, because HBK doesn't obsess about being number one the way Bret does, and Shawn then says he wrestles because he likes it, not like the quote Mark man here who believes the WWF belongs to him. The fans have the right to cheer or boo whoever they want, and they even booed Shawn at one point, but Shawn didn't let it get to him. Let me just cut in here and say that that statement right there was total bullshit. It very much did get to Shawn, judging by the way he was getting on after Survivor Series 96. But HBK wraps it up by saying there's something in the USA called the First Amendment, and that amendment gives people the right to live their lives the way they see fit as long as it causes no harm to anyone else. And Shawn tells Bret he can love America or he can leave America. Bret tells Shawn to get out of his face. Shawn squares up to Bret, and HBK wonders how Bret knows he posed for girly magazines, saying that Bret couldn't help himself and he had to flip through the pages. Bret turns away and Shawn throws the mic at the Hitman, hitting Bret on the back, and this makes Bret go on the attack. The Hitman targets the knee and Shawn finds himself in the figure 4 around the ring post. HBK screams in agony and Psycho Sid, of all people, ends up making the save. Bret goes back up the entranceway, he teases he's going to get in the ring, but he gets another round of boos when he doesn't fight Sid. And there we have it, the heel turn has been confirmed on Raw. The focus wasn't on Rocky Maivia or Leif Cassidy during their non-title match on Raw. Bret Hart came out again and he said at the commentary table, Vince wants to know why Bret snapped, and Bret says he didn't snap, he just opened his eyes. We see footage of Shawn getting helped out of the arena, and Bret says he didn't invite Shawn into the ring and Bret was just trying to make a point. And what we see on the left side of our screen is the point. Bret's had enough and he won't stand back anymore when people stick their nose in his business. As Maivia continues to destroy Cassidy, McMahon wonders why Bret flushed his legacy down the toilet tonight, and Bret says it was already flushed down the toilet a long time ago by the wrestling fans of America, again reiterating that fans in Berlin, England and all over Canada still respect him. Rock wins with a flying crossbody and the Hitman attacks Maivia afterwards, again targeting the leg. Bret then leaves the ring to another round of boos, and Bret even flips off some kid in the audience. The kid deserved it, don't you dare boo his excellency, you little shit. Full blown heel mode Bret Hart is here to stay and I'm absolutely ready for it. Owen and Davey bring the Maple Leaf and the Union Jack down to the ring along with their tag team belts, the European belt and 2 Slammy awards. Owen grabs a microphone as the crowd chants USA. The King of Hearts gives thanks to Big Brother Bret for bringing the family together last week, and Owen says the family feud has now ended. Shawn Michaels is going to come out a little later on for an interview, and Owen warned Shawn beforehand not to mention the Hitman or talk bad about Bret in any way. If HBK rips into Bret, Owen says he'll personally take care of Shawn Michaels. During the match, Shawn Michaels cut a promo where he said he doesn't take too well to people telling him what to do. HBK says he's probably going to upset Bret Hart later on during this interview, along with a bunch of other people. Shawn says it's live TV, so what can you do? The Legion of Doom also cut a promo during this match. It seems like the opening contest every week on Raw gets littered with split screen interviews. Hector Guerrero vs Kevin Sullivan is up next on Nitro along with an in-ring promo from the New World Order, while Shawn Michaels gets interviewed on WWF Raw. So let's see if HBK's promo goes anywhere this week. Vince McMahon wants to talk about Bret Hart attacking Shawn last week, and Shawn says he opened his mouth and he got beaten up. For anyone else this would be a big deal, but for the Heartbreak Kid, this is a usual thing. Just think about that. Shawn says it's an everyday occurrence. Someone beats the shit out of Shawn every day because he's an asshole. Fantastic. Bulldog and Owen watch on as HBK says he wants to get something off his chest. HBK says inside the ring and outside the ring, he and Bret Hart don't like each other, they loathe one another. HBK says Bret has always been a bad guy, this isn't anything new. And the Hitman said that Americans made the Hart family fight each other, but it was Bret who exploited his family by bringing his parents, his kids, his brothers and sisters to TV shows, and Bret allowed them to get featured in storylines. If the Hitman could make a buck from it, he would sell his own mother, according to Shawn. Shawn goes back to the early 90s when he held the IC title and Bret held the WWF title for the first time. HBK says he supported Bret and Shawn played second fiddle to Bret for years because that's what you do in this business. But when it came time for Bret Hart to return the favour, the Hitman done it while kicking, screaming and complaining every inch of the way. Kick or be kicking. HBK says Bret left in 1996 to see if the WWF and Shawn Michaels would fall flat without him. And Shawn says the company did the best business it's done in 6 years while Bret wasn't around. That, my friends, is fucking bullshit, and what's worse, Shawn makes Vince McMahon agree with him. Shawn then uses some colourful language while talking about Bret coming back for his fans at Survivor Series 96, and keep an eye on Vince McMahon here.
Is a load of horse shit. The reason Bret Hart...
Shawn then says that Bret used WCW against Vince McMahon for financial gain during his time off. That's why he came back at Survivor Series, it was all for the money. A fan shouts to Shawn, "Hey, you're in it for the money too." And Shawn then lights up, saying he isn't short of money by any means and he decides to work for Vince McMahon because he's a hell of a guy and he deserves someone who's gonna work their ass off night in and night out. HBK says Bret can't separate wrestling from his real life. He's the Hitman 24/7 and Bret is obsessed with being in the limelight way more than Shawn Michaels. This promo has been really good. HBK wraps it up by saying, all the wrestlers who come into the World Wrestling Federation and call themselves heroes or role models, they always fall short. Parents need to understand Shawn isn't a role model, but if they're going to spend money for their kids to enjoy the WWF, HBK will work his ass off no matter if fans boo him or if fans cheer him. Shawn then pulls out his crystal ball and he says that Bret's obsession with the WWF title and his obsession with Shawn Michaels will be his ultimate destruction. And just to wind Bret up a little more, Shawn decides he's going to have a dancing strip in the middle of the ring. Owen and Davey come out, but Shawn grabs a chair and he keeps the Hart Foundation at bay. There's no physicality here, but this was a solid work shoot promo from Shawn Michaels. I was growing a little tired of Shawn recently, but he done really well here, and he said a few things that I'm sure Bret couldn't have been too happy about. Austin comes out and we take a commercial break. We come back and Austin's in deep thought in the corner, probably thinking about how bad he's going to beat up the Hitman in just a few moments. When Bret makes his way to the ring, Austin gets seriously fired up. Bret remains cool while Austin can't wait to fight. This rivalry is just so good. Bret wastes some time on the outside and Austin just can't wait for the Hitman to step into the ring. But unfortunately for Steve Austin, the Hart Foundation organised an ambush and Stone Cold gets taken out. Shawn Michaels shows up from the crowd holding a chair. Bret ducks out of the way when HBK swings, but Owen and Bulldog aren't so fortunate. Shawn ends up chasing Owen and Bulldog away from the ring and this leaves Bret all alone with Austin. Speaking of Steve Austin, Shawn Michaels confronts the Rattlesnake in the locker room and the short of it is Steve Austin didn't want any help tonight and Shawn says he wasn't trying to help Steve, he was trying to get his hands on the Hart Foundation. HBK doesn't care what happens to Stone Cold. Monsoon warns Austin that he's close to losing his wrestling license and Austin says Shawn is close to losing his mind. There's no resolution here, both men continue to argue while Monsoon tries to keep everyone calm. Someone left a message on the wall though, you want, you deserve. Why? Vince McMahon wonders why Steve Austin wouldn't accept Shawn's help. After all, this is Shawn Michaels, he can do no wrong in the eyes of Big Vinnie Mac. And JR explains that Austin was probably offended that HBK thought he needed help. Lawler called Steve an idiot. Steve Austin comes down to the ring for an interview, even though Owen and Bulldog are hunting him down. Vince says that Steve has had a very interesting 24 hours where he beat Bret at In Your House, he then becomes #1 contender, and he sends Bret to the hospital tonight on Raw. Austin says he done exactly what he said he was going to do, send Bret back to Canada. And Austin doesn't know why everyone's so happy because no one helped him in whipping Bret's ass last night or tonight. Austin then says that Vince, with his little dimpled chin, has started complimenting Stone Cold up the yin-yang. A great line, by the way. But yeah, Vince has been complimenting Austin up the yin-yang because McMahon wants to get on the Stone Cold bandwagon. Vince reminds Steve that he's gonna face The Undertaker at In Your House, and Austin says The Undertaker will have a cold day in hell at the pay-per-view. Undertaker can bring his tombstones and his creatures of the night, but the most important thing that Taker should bring to the pay-per-view is the WWF Championship. The Phenom should also shine that belt up because he'll be handing it over to Steve Austin at In Your House. Austin says if Vince thinks for a split second that Stone Cold will be a good role model when he wins the title, he's got another thing coming. And then Owen and Bulldog hit the ring and Austin gets destroyed by the tag champs. Vince tries to help out, he doesn't do too well, but HBK ends up saving Stone Cold once again, and the Hart Foundation get chased out of the arena by Shawn. This leaves Austin all alone to get attacked again. This time, it's Brian Pillman who shows up. Brian throws a ton of right hands and he clocks Austin with a chair. He then goes to Pillmanize Austin, trying to get a little revenge for doing the same thing to Brian, but Shawn once again saves Austin. This is how Raw went off the air. HBK chases Pillman out of the ring and Brian leaves through the audience. It looks like Brian Pillman is ready to compete inside a WWF ring. Either that or he's very close to being able to wrestle again. Shawn Michaels has some incredible evasion skills. Either that or the Hart Foundation are the worst hide-and-seek players of all time. Shawn says Steve Austin can't take on the Hart Foundation on his own. HBK can't promise he won't show up again and stick his nose in Austin's business, but HBK makes it clear he isn't helping Stone Cold. HBK is trying to hurt the Hart Foundation. Vince says the Hart Foundation is trying to find him right now, and Shawn says he isn't a hard man to find. I mean, yeah, he's standing in the ring right now. HBK says the Hart Foundation runs in a pack, but the Clique runs in a herd, and Shawn says there's no faction more powerful than the Clique. Shawn then confirms that he's returning to action, and his return match will take place at the 1997 King of the Ring. The messy interview then goes back to the Hart Foundation and Bret Hart. Shawn says Bret hates America, but he doesn't hate earning those American dollars. Bret might not like a society that gives a guy like Homer Simpson iconic status, but Shawn says this is the land of the free and home of the brave. If Bret doesn't like it, he shouldn't let the door hit him on the ass on the way out. Shawn wraps it up by saying if he has to go through every member of the Hart Foundation to get to Bret, then that's exactly what he's gonna do. And HBK will eventually tear Bret Hart to pieces. Bret and Brian Pillman then appear on the Titantron, and Bret says Shawn can make fun of the Hitman all he wants, but he shouldn't make fun of the Simpsons. Shawn takes his shirt off and Bret wonders if that's for the guys or for the girls. Bret then says he doesn't think there's anything wrong with Shawn's knee. HBK has found his smile and he's been running around with steel chairs attacking the Harts, so Shawn should have no problem taking on Jim the Anvil Neidhart right now on Raw. Bret asks Shawn twice if he, quote, has the jam to take on the Anvil. Jam was Bret's word of the week, it seems. Out comes Jim, and of course, it's a trap. The Hart Foundation attacks Shawn, the LOD come out wearing singlets, that's something you don't see too often, and the babyfaces clear out the ring as Raw goes to commercial break. The promo itself was all over the place in terms of the question Shawn was asked, but nothing else to complain about really. The question now though is who will Shawn face at the King of the Ring? Check this out, Shawn searches for the Hart Foundation backstage afterwards, and we have Ahmed Johnson sitting backstage, Sonny is there along with Vince Russo, Vader and Jim Cornette can be seen, and we also have Stone Cold Steve Austin. Remember, JR said earlier they didn't know if Austin was going to show up. Steve tries to quickly leave the room before the cameras catch him, but he isn't quick enough. The Undertaker cuts a promo on Raw next while WCW presents a DDP interview and an Alex Wright vs Jeff Jarrett match. Let's stick with Raw because this promo doesn't really last long. Just before that though, we see Brian Pillman and Jim Neidhart beating up Shawn Michaels while Bret watches on. And then Steve Austin shows up, he just made it to the arena. Seeing Pillman and Michaels fighting though made me think about a potential Flying Brian vs HBK match and how we never really got to see Brian wrestle at 100% in the WWF. It's sad to think that Brian passes away in just a few months' time. Davey Boy Smith versus Stone Cold Steve Austin then, the Chinlock versus the Stunner. Davey comes out of the curtain, but he says fuck that and he goes back. I'm not sure what happened here, but Vince McMahon says this is the Bulldog playing mind games. 4D chess from Davey Boy Smith. Steve Austin gets a great ovation and he instantly goes on the offense. Davey gets attacked on the outside and Austin puts Bulldog on the mat with a clothesline inside the ropes. Austin then hits a suplex and he pulls this move off right here. It's not quite a chin lock seeing as Davey's chin is fully exposed, but patience guys, patience. Austin applies a hammerlock and when the two men get back to their feet, they trade wrist locks. This continues until Austin pokes Davey in the eye and then we go to commercial break. When we come back, Davey hits a back body drop. He then misses an elbow drop, but he maintains control by kicking Stone Cold in the cold stones. Earl Hebner lets the match play out, and there it is, folks. We're back in business.
Davey Boy Smith chinlock.
Austin fights out, but a knee to the midsection puts Stone Cold back to the mat. As Davey screams at Austin and as Stone Cold takes a vertical suplex, Jim Ross says that Psycho Sid was scheduled to face Mankind this week at In Your House, but Sid still hasn't reappeared in the World Wrestling Federation. Someone is going to step in for Psycho Sid, and Ross says whoever it is must be crazy.
Davey Boy Smith chinlock.
During the second chinlock, Davey says this.
Was a teenage prodigy when he teamed with
Fucking right, lad. Austin gets out and we see the Luthez press. Davey then pushes Stone Cold away when Austin goes for a sharpshooter. And
Davey Boy Smith chinlock.
That's 3. Let's see if we can make it to 4. Austin gets out this time with a back suplex and we go to commercial break. We come back to see Austin counter the running power slam. Stone Cold then eventually hits the stunner and Bulldog gets pinned. 3 chinlocks in the main event of Raw isn't bad at all. I'll take it. Owen Hart and the Anvil hit the ring and Owen Hart has the Undertaker's WWF Championship. Brian Pillman and Bret Hart watch from the backstage area. The Legion of Doom come out to help Austin, but then Furnace and LaFawn come out to go after the Road Warriors. Strangely, Owen and Phil LaFawn begin fighting with each other, and even Jerry Lawler says on commentary that this is a little odd. HBK then hits the ring and he goes after the Anvil. The lights go out and the Undertaker shows up. The Dead Man's here to reclaim the WWF Championship belt that was stolen by Owen Hart. Michaels uses the belt to clear the ring a little before leaving himself. The rest of the heels along with the Legion of Doom also leave the ring. And Steve Austin decides to lift the WWF Championship. Taker quickly snatches the belt away before laying it down on the mat. The two men square off to each other and we have a wild brawl inside and around the ring to end this episode of Raw. Austin and Undertaker beat the hell out of each other as the show fades to black, and fans would need to tune into A Cold Day in Hell later in the week to see if Stone Cold could win the big one. A possible main event this week, but nothing special. Bret Hart sends the Hart Foundation backstage for this promo. Owen shows a lot of concern while Davey Boy Smith tries to take out members of the audience with Bret's sniper crutch. Guys, we didn't know what we had with the British Bulldog. Bret then calls out Shawn Michaels. The Hitman says he knows Shawn's listening to every word he says. He knows Shawn can hear him. And the commentators wonder what the hell Bret's thinking here, seeing as the Hitman is in a wheelchair and he's all alone. So is this the surprise? A confrontation with Shawn Michaels? Bret says there was a time when he couldn't stand Shawn, but nowadays Bret just flat out hates HBK's guts and Shawn makes Bret sick. Shawn takes his jacket off and Bret says this symbolizes Shawn's career. He's hot and he's cold. He's hot and he's cold. 1 minute HBK's hot and the next minute he's not. Don't hold back there at all, Hitman. Bret says Shawn's dancing and his cocky attitude annoys him, and that too symbolises the American fans. They think they're better than everyone else and they think they can look down at the rest of the world, but the truth is, the American wrestling fans are rotten through and through. They hate it when someone tells them the truth. The Hitman says the boy toy screwed him out of the title at WrestleMania 12, and when Bret came back in late 1996, Shawn didn't have the guts to face him like a man. Shawn just didn't have the jam, guys. And HBK decided to pose for girly magazines, dance around, get piercings, and make himself look like a horse's ass. Bret says Shawn is a self-professed degenerate. He took the belt on a reign of decadence, but the biggest thing that bothers Bret is the fact that Shawn didn't have the guts to face Bret at WrestleMania 13. And this is when things get a bit more personal and Bret brings up paychecks. Remember when Vince McMahon asked Shawn last week when was he going to make his in-ring comeback? McMahon said that was the $1 million question. This week, Bret sniggers at that statement, asking Shawn if that's all it was, $1 million. Have a listen, it's hard to put into words how Bret says this.
The $1 million question. That's all it was, is $1 million.
Shawn had previously said that Bret was only in it for the money and he didn't have a problem spending American dollars. In actuality, Bret had the most lucrative contract in the whole World Wrestling Federation at the time, and right here it seems that Bret was comparing bank accounts with Shawn and bringing up the fact that Bret earns more than Shawn. That's the way I see this anyway. The Hitman then says Bret's pay shouldn't concern Shawn, Bret's family shouldn't concern Shawn. Shawn should be concerned about knowing deep down in his heart if he's really a better wrestler than Bret the Hitman Hart. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is when Raw goes off the air. The show ended with Shawn standing there taking nothing but abuse from Bret, and Shawn was absolutely livid backstage. In the Bret and Shawn rivalries interview, HBK brings this up, saying that certain boys in the back were asking Shawn how could he stand for this, and how could he let Bret get away with this, seemingly stirring the pot. Bret said it was an unintentional mistake and he didn't realise the show was about to go off the air. But when Raw faded to black, it looked like Shawn simply let Bret Hart tear him to pieces. Some would say it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, but well, thanks to the WWE Network, we see what happened when Raw went off the air. This was also replayed on B shows and it's replayed again next week on Raw. Bret stands up and Shawn delivers the super kick after the Hitman says Shawn didn't have the balls to do it. The Hart Foundation then hit the ring, they catch Shawn at the entranceway, and just as Davey was about to throw Shawn off the stage, Steve Austin saves HBK. This is all pretty important stuff. Shawn hitting the super kick on Bret was very noteworthy and it looked great too. And Steve Austin saving Shawn when HBK had done the same for Stone Cold previously plays into the rough relationship the Rattlesnake currently has with Michaels. Again, this is all recapped next week and on other WWF programs. Fans would still learn that Shawn super kicked Bret. But after Raw on this evening, it's been widely reported that tensions were pretty high backstage. While the WWF recaps last week's Raw and the superkick that wasn't shown on TV, Vince McMahon says Bret is going to reveal his big surprise tonight. So no, calling out HBK on the previous episode of Raw was not Bret's big announcement. We go to the arena and Stone Cold Steve Austin comes out to cut a promo. Someone has a sign that says WCW stands for, Wired Captive Wusses? Okay then. Steve Austin says he wants to clear something up right now. He doesn't give a rat's ass about Shawn Michaels. Stone Cold says the only reason he came out last week was because he saw a cheap shot opportunity against the Hart Foundation and he took it. When it comes to HBK and Stone Cold, the Hart Foundation is the common denominator and that's it. Austin says he and Michaels go their separate paths and HBK should be thankful that Stone Cold showed up last week because Shawn was getting destroyed by the Harts. HBK shows up and he gets a very lukewarm response. This time last year, Shawn was the most beloved superstar in the WWF, and it goes to show how much pro wrestling had evolved in such a short period of time. Shawn says it wasn't too long ago when HBK saved Austin, and he repeats that he didn't do it for Stone Cold. He done what he done so he could attack the Harts. HBK has fallen off ladders and cages in the past and it would have hurt if he got thrown off the stage last week, but Shawn says he would have got right back up, so Stone Cold didn't do him any favours. Austin replies by telling Shawn to take his little bandana and go back to the locker room before he kicks his teeth down his throat. Fantastic. Shawn says he's the master of the sweet chin music, and if Austin wants to make such a threat, then maybe HBK will stun Austin and stump a mudhole in Stone Cold, and that's the bottom line. The two men then begin fighting and officials have to break it up. Owen, Anvil and Bulldog then appear on the Titantron and they laugh at their enemies beating each other up. Owen says he and Bulldog will grant Shawn and Steve a title match next week if they can get their shit together. Owen clearly sees this as an easy win for the Harts. And did the Anvil just call HBK and Austin a couple of chodes?
Amongst themselves. A couple of chumps!
Shawn says he'll find himself another partner. Austin says the same thing. The two men start fighting again, so it's crystal clear these two don't get along and they don't want to get along. It takes a while for officials to break Austin and HBK up before we move on to our next segment. Shawn Michaels is then seen backstage with Ken Shamrock. Shawn says he's found his partner for next week's tag match, and Ken says even though he doesn't have much ring experience, he'd be honoured to tag up with HBK to take on Bulldog and Owen. So it looks like we have our tag match in place. On Raw, the Hitman doesn't need his wheelchair anymore, but he's still on crutches. His Excellency tells the fans to shut up before starting his promo, and here we go. More heel Bret Hart goodness. Bret says Shawn didn't allow him his right to free speech last week. Oh, I think you said enough last week, Hitman. Bret says Shawn proved he was no better than Steve Austin because he took it upon himself to beat up someone who couldn't defend themselves. But Bret says this is what makes Shawn Michaels an American hero. Alright, Bret says his fans around the world and the scum fans of America want to know what his big surprise is. Well, the boy toy is gonna heroically come back at the King of the Ring after his knee injury, but there's someone else who's coming back at King of the Ring, a real hero and a real man, and he too has a bad knee, and that man is Bret the Hitman Hart. Bret makes an offer that he says Shawn can't refuse, a match against Bret on pay-per-view where Bret has to beat Shawn within 10 minutes. If the Hitman can't do it, Bret promises never to wrestle in the United States ever again. HBK then appears on the screen and he says Bret was given so much free speech last week that he babbled on until Raw went off the air. So that's that cleared up. In regards to the challenge, Shawn wants to know what makes Bret believe he can beat HBK in 10 minutes, seeing as Hart couldn't get the job done in 60 minutes at WrestleMania 12. Shawn reasons that Bret's got a lot of newfound confidence thanks to the Hart Foundation being there as backup. So Shawn says the Harts must get handcuffed to the 4 ring posts if this match is going to take place, ensuring that there's no interference. Shawn says Bret can't last 10 minutes in any situation, and then the infamous line gets delivered.
Even though lately you've had some sunny days, my friend,
As real as it gets, folks. Shawn was saying here that Bret had been playing around with Sunny and her super soaker, and yeah, things were getting personal. Bret was a married man. He did admit in his book that he was unfaithful, but he didn't have anything to do with Sunny, apparently. And Shawn's unscripted comment here would cause Bret some issues at home, even though it was Shawn who was reportedly doing the deed with Tommy. Still, you can see where this came from, even if it was a shitty thing to do. After the unseen superkick last week, old HBK was getting a little payback. He just maybe went a little too far. The match is made official. Bret says 10 minutes is all he needs to smoke Shawn Michaels, and Shawn says Bret can smoke him all he wants, but he won't be beating him at the King of the Ring. It's a fucking great line. So there you go. The sunny days come in from HBK, and Bret vs Shawn at King of the Ring is gonna happen. This rivalry is going next level right now, and things would continue to get worse. Raw's main event features Jim Neidhart vs Steve Austin, while over on Nitro, Eric Bischoff cuts a promo to close the show. Austin makes his way down to the ring and a fistfight breaks out between he and Neidhart. The Hart Foundation then show up and Pillman jumps on commentary as Stone Cold hits his second rope elbow drop. Austin then goes for a sharpshooter, but the Anvil kicks Stone Cold away. Pillman calls the Hart Foundation the greatest dynasty in the history of pro wrestling before saying he's ready for the King of the Ring. Pillman plans on giving Stone Cold a little payback at the pay-per-view, and I firmly believe Austin vs Pillman was the original plan for the show, judging by last week and this week. Owen and Davey watch on from the entranceway as Neidhart hits a clothesline. Austin's able to snap Jim's neck across the top rope, and then Stone Cold decides to go after Brian Pillman. This gives the Anvil a free shot on the outside, and when the match gets back in the ring, Pillman decides to break Bret's crutch over Stone Cold's back. A DQ then to end Monday Night Raw. The Hart Foundation minus Bret Hart attacks Stone Cold. Shawn Michaels runs down for the save and he throws some weak chair shots, not quite Hulk Hogan levels but close, and Bret Hart appears on the stage as the other members of the Hart Foundation get out of harm's way. HBK challenges Bret to walk down the ramp but the Hitman stays put. It looks like Stone Cold's going to take a shot at Michaels but he thinks twice. Jim Ross then steps in the ring and he has a big announcement. Gorilla Monsoon has given the order. Owen and Davey must defend their tag titles next week against Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels. Sorry, but can I just point out Shawn Michaels' absolute shit t-shirt here? I've never seen this before and it's fucking terrible. Shawn says he won't tag with Austin, he refuses, but Jim says this came from Gorilla Monsoon and Shawn hasn't got a choice. HBK and Stone Cold end up fighting again and the Hart Foundation leave the arena. Raw fades out as officials try to break up the fight. Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels team up tonight to face Owen and Bulldog for the tag team titles, and they also kick off Raw with a promo. Shawn returns to the ring tonight. He comes out all pumped up for this promo. The crowd goes nuts, the music plays, Shawn dances, and the guys in the truck decide to show this sign right here during the entrance. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Someone commented last week about how they couldn't believe I didn't bring up the fact that Shawn was wasted on Raw and how he was slurring his words on TV. Guys, this is Shawn Michaels in 1997. I don't need to bring that kind of stuff up anymore. It's standard practice. HBK's rocking a Homer Simpson shirt too. Remember, HBK talked about Homer being an American hero a few weeks back. Don't want anyone getting pissed off that I didn't mention that either, for fuck's sake. But here's how the interview started.
Since I'm the captain of this... Well, who says you're the captain? Shut up. As far as being the...
Austin says he'll work with Shawn, but he still doesn't like him. Shawn says he's got news for Stone Cold. Nobody likes him anyway. But HBK and Austin will join forces tonight to kick the Hart Foundation's ass. At least HBK's honest, said absolutely nobody. The Road Warriors come out and they ask for a title shot if HBK and Stone Cold win the tag titles. And Shawn says that's no problem, it's a promise. Shawn found his smile and his fanny pack. We're back in business. The Hart Foundation have a group huddle before the match begins, and we start with a brawl on the outside before it settles down to Owen and Stone Cold in the ring. Owen takes a knee to the gut and Austin goes for a sharpshooter. Davey tries to break it up, but he ends up getting whacked on the head. Austin hits his second rope elbow drop before tagging in HBK. JR and McMahon are impressed these two are working together, and Michaels also hits Davey with a cheap shot before going back to work on Owen. We see Owen's handstand wristlock counter and Michaels gets raked in the eyes. Davey comes in and a shoulder block sends Shawn tumbling to the mat. A leapfrog sequence ends with Davey getting poked in the eye. Shawn then hits a Frankensteiner and HBK's looking good here in his TV return match. HBK rocks Davey with an enziguri. Stone Cold comes back in and he laughs at a sign someone's holding up. It says, Stone Cold, too old. He's only around 33 years old here, for fuck's sake. HBK distracts the referee and Stone Cold makes sure Davey doesn't have any sunny days by hitting a low blow. Other members of the Hart Foundation consider hitting the ring, but they think twice. The Legion of Doom watch the match backstage as Davey and Owen utilise some underhanded tactics to stay on top of Austin. The ref gets distracted by Shawn and Davey, and this allows Owen to do some damage on the outside. Bret, Pillman and Neidhart also get a little close to the ring just before we go to commercial break. We come back and Austin catches flies while in a sleeper hold, but he counters with a jawbreaker. We see that the remaining Hart Foundation members have backed off as HBK gets a red hot tag and Michaels floors Davey with his running forearm. Davey replies by not smashing Shawn's little degenerate on the top rope, but completely erasing it from existence. Owen then takes advantage on the outside by ramming Shawn's back into the ring post. Back in the ring, Shawn takes the Flair corner bump, and Davey then hits the running power slam. Austin breaks the count and he flips off the referee, allowing Davey to exit the ring as Owen enters without making a tag. Owen Hart chinlock, guys. Davey's taking a back seat tonight and letting Owen do the honours. HBK fights out, but he runs right into an Owen Hart belly-to-belly suplex. Austin again has to save Shawn from getting pinned. The champs take advantage when Hebner gets distracted by Austin. They're smart enough to stop when Austin goes back to the apron. HBK then manages to perform a sunset flip on Davey, but Owen keeps Hebner from turning around, and the crowd are on the edge of their seats here. This has been a really fun main event. Bulldog switches up his submission game by applying a front face lock. HBK makes a tag while in the hold, but the referee doesn't see it. Owen and Davey try to take advantage once again, but this time they get caught out. Shawn counters a superplex attempt and we see a top rope crossbody. Owen answers with a heel kick, but Shawn dodges a corner attack and now HBK needs to make a tag. They build it up perfectly here. Austin gets tagged in and the crowd lose their shit. Austin begins cleaning house, all four men end up in the ring, and just as Earl Hebner was trying to get some order, Shawn surprises Davey with sweet chin music and Austin makes the cover. 1, 2, 3 new tag team champions on Raw and a great tag team main event too. It makes the Horsemen vs Harlem Heat look awful in comparison. The Hart Foundation launch an attack afterwards and Austin leaves HBK to take a beating. Stone Cold notices Bret's all alone and the pop when Steve attacks Bret is brilliant. Bret's on crutches again. It looks like Austin's attack last week has indeed re-injured the Hitman. Vince McMahon invites Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin to join in on the promo from the Titantron, and Bret says this is all Steve Austin's fault. He's been in a wheelchair, he's been on crutches, he's been kicked around, he's re-injured his knee, and Bret says Shawn won't get his dream match at King of the Ring. Little jab there, I'm sure. HBK can thank Steve Austin for this match getting cancelled. It's been said too that not only was Bret not 100% healed, but Vince cancelled the match due to tensions rising between Michaels and Hart backstage, tensions that would boil over next week. The whole thing about Bret giving himself a 10-minute time limit against Shawn was, in reality, a safeguard to keep the proposed match as swift as possible and to ensure Bret wouldn't get badly re-injured. With the next In Your House taking place in Calgary, we can only assume that Bret would have lost the King of the Ring match and his next match would be in Canada, seeing as Bret wouldn't have been allowed to wrestle in America as per the King of the Ring match stipulation. But all that doesn't matter. Another Bret vs Shawn match has been put on the shelf. Shawn agrees with Bret on one thing though, this is all Steve Austin's fault. HBK says he had a golden chance to stop Bret from wrestling in the United States ever again, while Austin says he was trying to take Bret out for good last week. Things get heated and Austin invites Shawn over to his locker room if he wants to fight. HBK marches over and the two don't fight, they argue instead. Bret gives Brian Pillman an idea that leads to another King of the Ring match getting cancelled. Brian says he'll give up his match against Steve Austin on pay-per-view and let Shawn Michaels take his place. If Austin and Shawn accept, then the tag champions can face each other at the King of the Ring this Sunday. Austin says yes on the condition that he faces Pillman the next night on Raw. And as for Shawn, we'll have to wait until later to find out if he accepts. No jam at the King of the Ring, guys, and that's a damn shame. Shawn Michaels then accepts the King of the Ring match with Stone Cold Steve Austin. HBK says he isn't doing this as a favour to Brian Pillman, but Pillman can have what's left of Stone Cold following the pay-per-view. Man, King of the Ring was sounding so good last week and now it's just... it sounds a bit shit, doesn't it? Anyway, Lawler fears Tim. Who is Tim and why does Lawler fear him? Let me know in the comments. Austin and Shawn face each other this week at the King of the Ring, but they're also expected to work together tonight to face the Legion of Doom. I went in depth on last week's HBK and Austin tag match and I want to give the Hall vs Flair match a detailed look this week, so I'll try to keep this one brief. HBK gets shoulder blocked by Hawk right at the opening bell and Austin wonders what the hell's going on. Shawn then takes a press slam and Austin's already topping out. What a useless partner Shawn is. HBK dodges a top rope splash, but he then finds himself getting punched by both Road Warriors. Austin tries to save HBK, but Hawk and Animal end up throwing both guys out of the ring, and the tag champs argue on the outside. The Hart Foundation then show up before commercial break, although Bret is nowhere to be seen. We come back and Animal hits a jumping shoulder block on Austin, but Stone Cold comes back with a poke to the eye and a low blow. That's one way to turn things around. Austin and Shawn then work together after Shawn gets tagged in and Animal takes a beating in the corner. Animal manages to tag in Hawk and HBK finds himself bumping for the Road Warriors, but we see a glimmer of hope from the tag team champs when they once again manage to work together. Earl Hebner ends up getting wrecked by Animal and this gives Austin a chance to attack Hawk with a tag belt. Hawk kicks out of Michaels' follow-up pin, and the match just continues on until the Hart Foundation show up again. HBK goes out to confront the Harts and Austin decides to grab HBK by the hair to literally throw him back into the bout. Austin and HBK end up fighting again and the match ends in a disqualification. The finish ruined this one. I know they had to keep their mini rivalry alive heading into King of the Ring, but I don't know. I'm not sure many people really wanted to see Shawn and Austin fight. The crowd booed the finish and they booed when Michaels and Austin continued to brawl on the outside. The tag title match last week was superior in every way possible. Those who watch Reliving the War would know that Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels have had a difficult relationship these past few months, to say the least. Going over absolutely everything right now would take a good 20 or 30 minutes alone, and I plan on summarising everything in the next video that gets uploaded to the channel. But all we need to know right now for this King of the Ring review is that the planned Bret Hart vs Shawn Michaels King of the Ring match was cancelled, and Shawn will now face Steve Austin. Backstage issues, including the Sunny Days comment, and Bret still not being at 100% are reasons cited for the match change. Again, check out my next video where I'll tell the whole story of Bret vs Shawn so far, along with the backstage fight stuff. I think it will supplement the Reliving the War series quite well as we move towards Bret's final months in the WWF. Bret and the Hart Foundation cut a promo at King of the Ring where Bret says he's almost ready to make his comeback. No longer will he be an easy target, a guy stuck in a wheelchair or on crutches. Bret surrounded himself with the absolute best that the WWF has to offer, and it's now time for some retribution. On July 6th, there's going to be a Canadian Stampede. Bret and the Hart Foundation issue a challenge to any 5 wrestlers in the World Wrestling Federation. Anyone who has the jam, anyone who has the balls to cross the border and step into Calgary are welcome to do so. But they'll face the Hart Foundation in the Saddle Dome at In Your Haze.
In the Calgary Saddle Dome at the In Your Haze, In Your House pay-per-view.
Bret then goes to the commentary table to call the HBK vs Austin match. But Jerry Briscoe and officials want Bret to leave. Brian Pillman fights the officials off with his deadly desk lamp while Bret says he's getting his freedom of speech taken away from him. There's an argument at the commentary table before the Harts end up leaving. The Hitman won't be calling the next match after all, but the challenge has been laid down and we know when Bret's making his comeback. Steve Austin says that being a tag team champion brings him more money and he doesn't necessarily want to cripple his tag team partner in this next matchup. But if Shawn forces Austin to turn up the violence, then Stone Cold says he'll do it. Austin makes his way to Gorilla where he bumps into the Hart Foundation. Bret's clan are still getting held back by security, and Stone Cold then gets a great ovation on his way down to the ring. Shawn Michaels cuts a weird promo. He says the Hart Foundation want himself and Austin to tear each other apart, and because of this fact, Shawn doesn't want to hurt Austin too badly. Shawn says that everyone's expecting a classic tonight and he doesn't know if that'll happen. He's wrestling his tag team partner tonight, and he says he doesn't have the answer before walking off. Shawn then makes his entrance and he looks like he can't be bothered. Maybe he's just playing it cool, but Shawn seems kinda off here, doesn't he? God, if I didn't know any better, I'd say he might have had a few Scooby snacks before coming to the ring, but Shawn wouldn't do that. He's a good boy. Now, at the start of this match, Shawn goes from cocky dickbag who probably indulged in some Colombian baking soda to an absolute hero. A young Paralympian tries to jump in the ring and attack Stone Cold. The match completely stops and the wrestlers wait to see what happens, but security end up grabbing the kid by the arms and legs. The kid's actually trying to fight security off. Shawn goes to the outside and he tries to calm the kid down. Stone Cold gets the order to go after Shawn and continue the bout, but the kid still resists against security. Shawn stops the match, he goes out, he gives the kid a hug, and he brings him back up the rampway where the kid's mum's able to join him. This is probably the most wholesome thing I've ever seen during a live pay-per-view, and there's a certain irony that it's HBK who does this. Everyone has him down as an asshole, but fair play to Shawn here. The crowd applauds, Austin holds the ropes open for HBK to get back in the ring, HBK doesn't accept, and the match resumes. The action was brief in the ring while all this was happening, by the way. Austin flipped off Shawn after a shoulder block and HBK done the same after a punch to the mouth. So the two fight over wrist control until Michaels brings Austin down with a headlock takeover. Shawn keeps it locked in after performing another headlock takeover, this time from the top rope, and that looked very smooth. The two get to their feet, Shawn goes down after a back elbow, and Stone Cold performs the HBK pose as the fans go nuts. Brilliant. HBK comes back with a little chin lock action, the first of the evening. He moves into a side headlock and we see a long drop down leapfrog sequence that made me feel tired just watching it. It ends with Austin hitting an inverted atomic drop and Michaels gets clotheslined out of the ring. Shawn then completely oversells it by doing this. Shawn counters an apron suplex, but Austin kicks out of the follow-up pin attempt. Shawn performs a drop toe hold and an armbar afterwards. Austin then thinks about walking away from the match after taking a short walk up the entranceway, but he comes back for a test of strength. HBK agrees, and DTA, you silly bastard. The crowd pops when Austin lays in the kicks. Stone Cold gets a taste of his own medicine when Shawn gets to his feet and Stone Cold ends up taking a back body drop. Shawn misses an elbow drop and Austin knocks down a cameraman when he hits the ropes. Stone Cold hits the Luthez press and there's a ton of impact here. The two then go through a few pin attempts, giving us a great example of just how versatile Steve Austin was back then. And Shawn ends up getting thrown to the outside and he has real problems trying to get back in the ring. Stone Cold does everything to keep HBK away, including launching Shawn into the guardrail. Steve poses to the audience while Shawn's out cold. Steve then decides to expose the floor around the ring. Shawn tries to fight Austin off, but HBK gets thrown into the ring steps and he takes a bump on the floor. This looked pretty good. Shawn misses his flying forearm back inside the ring and he takes another tumble to the outside. He tries to steal a victory with a small package, but Austin makes him pay with a clothesline afterwards. A second rope elbow drop from Steve Austin gets followed up with a chin lock. The overall pace of this match has been excellent. They're going to rest holds only when necessary, it seems, and it works within the context of the bout. Tim White gets fed up with Austin using the bottom rope during the hold, and HBK takes advantage. Austin gets launched out of the ring, and Jim Ross brings up the fact that there's high-pitched cheering for Shawn Michaels mixed with low bass boos for Shawn Michaels. It's a very mixed crowd and a very mixed reaction. Shawn builds momentum and we see the flying forearm, we see a back body drop, and then Austin dodges a corner attack and Shawn smacks the ring post. Stone Cold decides to expose Shawn's backside and Shawn continues to wrestle with his tights pulled down. He hits a crossbody and he tries to pin Stone Cold, but Austin kicks out and he hits another clothesline. Tim White gets taken out in the corner. We have no referee. Austin blocks a super kick and we see the Stone Cold Stunner. There's no one to count the pinfall, so Austin grabs Tim White and our referee takes a stunner too. Shawn hits Austin with sweet chin music, but it's the same problem. No one there to count the pinfall. Mike Chioda runs down, but he checks on Tim White instead of counting the cover, so Shawn decides to hit Chioda with a super kick. He then covers Austin, White makes the count, but Austin kicks out at 2. Ert Hebner then runs down and he disqualifies both guys for attacking referees. It's a double DQ and it's a real bad way to end what was a very hard fought match. It looked like these two were trying to see who could outpace the other and who would get blown up quicker, and while Shawn might be considered more athletic, Austin done more than hang in there with the Heartbreak Kid. A good, underrated match in my opinion that maybe deservedly gets a bad rep thanks to the finish. In many ways though, this one could be considered better than their WrestleMania match next year. The tag champs try to take cheap shots at each other, but they decide to leave the ring together. They remain on high alert of each other, but they walk back up the ramp as we get ready for our main event. On the Reliving the War series featured on this YouTube channel, we've just finished up at the 1997 King of the Ring, and the next episode of Raw we're going to check out is the June 9th broadcast, the night after King of the Ring. This episode of Raw took place in Hartford, Connecticut, and it became quite an infamous night, not because of what happened on TV, but what happened behind the scenes. Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, two guys who were having quite a personal rivalry during this time period, ended up having a real backstage fight that had the potential to change the whole Monday Night War when one of the guys asked for his immediate release afterwards. There's a lot to dig into here. I didn't want to include details of the backstage fight in the next episode of Reliving the War because there's way too much to look at. So this video will take a look at Bret and Shawn's relationship around this time period and how things all went wrong. We'll take a look at Bret and Shawn's books to get their recollections of the fight, and we'll also discuss how this scuffle could have completely changed the Monday Night War if Vince McMahon allowed Shawn to leave afterwards. My original plan was to look at eyewitness accounts of the fight, but honestly, nobody gives great insight. Bret and Shawn do a good job of explaining things, and every other eyewitness account either toes the company line or they just say it was unnecessary or ridiculous. So we'll be comparing what Bret and Shawn said quite a lot in this video. Shawn Michaels defeated Bret Hart at WrestleMania 12, and after the bout, Bret disappeared to try a little acting while also still taking part in some WWF overseas tours. Bret was out of the spotlight and all focus was put on Shawn Michaels. HBK was to lead the new generation during Bret's absence, but the Hitman would watch from afar and keep tabs on Shawn. He had an interest in how successful or unsuccessful the Heartbreak Kid would be as WWF champion. When Bret Hart came back to TV, he had no problems at all saying that he didn't like Shawn Michaels. This was a little odd seeing as Bret came back still a babyface, but nonetheless, Hart would announce that there was something about HBK that got on his nerves while Shawn was, more or less, still getting on with his job. Right as Bret made his pay-per-view comeback towards the end of 1996, Shawn lost the WWF Championship to Psycho Sid, and it was clear afterwards to everyone watching at home that Shawn wasn't looking so healthy. There's a few television tapings where Shawn would look wasted and he slurred his words also quite a few times, but Shawn's recreational habits were something that Bret Hart never brought up on TV during this whole rivalry, even when Shawn would get a little personal. From reading Bret's book and from watching their excellent Rivalries DVD interview, it's been made clear that the plan here all along for Bret vs Shawn was to work everyone when it came to what they said on TV. The two had agreed to cut promos where they'd talk a lot of shit about each other and they'd even work the boys in the locker room, making everyone believe that Shawn and Bret had a real dislike for each other. And the plan was for both guys to work against each other multiple times after getting all this heat and draw a lot of money. Standard booking 101. But what you have to keep in mind is that according to both Bret and Shawn, they had discussions about pushing the envelope and they talked about working everyone. This on-screen hatred didn't just come out of nowhere, it was all planned. Bret would talk about how Shawn was an embarrassment as WWF champion and how Shawn didn't carry the title with honour and respect. And Shawn would say the WWF doesn't belong to Bret and Bret doesn't have the right to tell people how to live their lives. Shawn's character, the dancing, the outfits, his decision to pose for Playgirl magazine, just how he carried himself, Bret didn't feel like Shawn was a suitable champion. And Shawn would tell Bret that it's really none of his business what other people do, and people have a right to be themselves while speaking openly and freely. That was the very core of this rivalry from a TV perspective, something that gets lost due to how personal things would eventually get. The first real time that things went downhill, or we heard reports of things going downhill, was at the Thursday Raw Thursday show on February 13th, 1997. Shawn had won the WWF title back at the Royal Rumble, and many people, including Bret Hart, felt that an HBK vs Hitman rematch was going to take place at WrestleMania 13. People disagree here, I know, but I too feel that the path both men were on around this time period made it kinda obvious that the WWF were planning the WrestleMania rematch too, and what's more, Bret revealed his planned finish for the match years later. On Thursday Raw Thursday, Shawn forfeited the WWF Championship saying he had a knee injury and he also, quote, lost his smile. On TV, Bret actually said that he hoped Shawn could get healthy again soon, and he felt sympathy for HBK, but behind the scenes, Bret felt that Shawn just made a perfect excuse not to drop the title back to him and return the favour at WrestleMania. HBK would not compete at Mania. Instead, the title was contested between Psycho Sid and The Undertaker, while Bret Hart put on the performance of a lifetime against Stone Cold Steve Austin. The Hitman turned heel and he reformed the Hart Foundation in the weeks that followed, and Shawn Michaels would stay out of action for another little while. Bret made it clear on TV that he felt Shawn's injury wasn't legit. We don't know if this was something Shawn and Bret discussed in order to get more heat for their rivalry, but what ended up happening on the May 12th edition of Raw was something that was not discussed, and this particular episode of Raw can maybe be pinpointed as the true beginning of their very real feud. Bret was in a wheelchair. On TV, Bret was kayfabe injured by Steve Austin, but he legitimately got knee surgery. Mounting injuries caused Bret to miss action for around 2 months, but he'd still come to TV to cut promos. The promo he cut on May 12th was good. He ripped into HBK from his wheelchair while Shawn just stood there listening to everything the Hitman had to say. The problem here though was the fact that Bret didn't realise he was talking a little too much, and Raw went off the air without Shawn giving any kind of reply, verbally or physically. Bret was supposed to stand up and challenge HBK to attack a guy in a wheelchair, and Shawn was going to give him sweet chin music. There'd be a big fight between the Hart Foundation, Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin, but Bret didn't notice how long he was going, and Raw went off the air with HBK standing there taking a lot of abuse and seemingly doing nothing about it. The super kick still happened when the broadcast ended and it was shown the following week, but Bret going long on TV and not giving Shawn a chance to reply would cause some serious problems backstage. Shawn wrote in his book, "Bret was such a hypocrite. He said it was over, we shook hands, and I thought we'd finally put it all behind us. Bret and I were scheduled to do an interview segment. It was supposed to be a wrestling promo. He talks bad about me and then I talk bad about him. That's how it works. Well, he went on this tirade and just didn't stop. It was a while before I got my rebuttal in. As I made my way backstage, someone told me that he had gone so long they had to go off the air before I spoke. So the whole time, viewers saw me standing there looking like an idiot. I was furious. He had done it to me for the last time. I was now going to take the gloves off. He had pushed and pushed and pushed me some more. It was like the kids teasing me about my name when I was in elementary school. If you keep pushing me, I'm eventually going to fight back." Bret Hart said, "Shawn would give me his super kick, toppling me backward out of my wheelchair as the show went off the air, but the fan noise was so loud I couldn't hear my cue. Instead of the show ending with Shawn nailing me, we went off the air with me dressing him down. I felt bad about it, but Shawn thought I did it on purpose and he was furious. I told him they had the footage of him super kicking me out of my wheelchair, which they could replay all week on Vince's other shows, and they did, over and over." Shawn said in his book that Bret going long was the reason why he made the Sunny Days comment the following week. While the Hart Foundation were in the ring, Shawn said that Bret had been having some sunny days lately, implying that Hart was having an affair with Sunny. Sunny herself said she wasn't with Bret at all. We know at one point she was with Shawn Michaels, and Sunny actually said she was seeing Davey Boy Smith at one time or another, but regardless, Shawn's comments carried intent to hurt Bret on a personal level. Bret wrote, "When I got home, Julie and Stu were upset about the Sunny comment, but it wasn't until Dallas and all his school pals asked me whether I was doing stuff with Sunny that I realised that Shawn had hurt my family. At that time, the Pro Wrestling Code of Honour was still clear. No man hurts another man's family. Jim Ross phoned me at home to apologise on behalf of the office and to promise that Shawn's unprofessional behaviour would be dealt with. I'd heard that line before. This time I felt I had to do something to settle the score. Throughout the week I brooded about what to do. I wondered about beating the hell out of Shawn for real at the pay-per-view, but that could be costly to the company if he got hurt, and I also had to be careful on my knee. I decided to tell Vince that I had to pull out of the pay-per-view because my knee wasn't ready." In regards to the Sunny Days comment, Shawn said, "I cut a televised promo on him and made the comment that he had been seeing Sunny Days, exposing what I believed was his secret relationship with Tommy. Many in the locker room found it to be very amusing, but Bret didn't speak to me for a couple of weeks." During that time, you could feel the tension in the dressing room. Occasionally, we would be in there together, but we never talked. I wasn't very good at handling it, and being the lightning rod that I was, I openly mocked the mood. Feel the tension in here, I would yell. You can cut the tension with a knife. So the pay-per-view that Bret mentioned, Bret and Shawn were scheduled to wrestle at the King of the Ring, but the match was called off due to the personal problems both guys were having with each other. Shawn would wrestle Steve Austin instead, while Bret announced his big comeback match at In Your House Canadian Stampede. According to Shawn, Bret didn't speak to him at all backstage following the Sunny Days comment, but things would get seriously heated the night after King of the Ring when Bret tried to speak with Shawn before Raw's War went on the air. Shawn wrote in his book, "I was in my dressing room when he came up to me and said, 'I just want to say,' I cut him off before he could finish. 'Don't talk to me. You haven't said a word to me for 3 weeks. If you can't talk to me for 3 weeks, I don't want to talk to you right now.'" I don't think Bret was used to people talking to him like that. About 5 minutes later, I was turning around to get some gear out of my bag, and I felt somebody push me from behind. I turned around and Bret asked, "What's your fucking problem?" "You," I yelled. That's how Shawn Michaels remembers it. Here's what Bret Hart had to say about how this fight began. "The next day we were all supposed to be at Raw in Hartford. Shawn was nowhere to be found. I happened to mention to Jim Neidhart that as soon as I saw Shawn I was going to straighten him out once and for all. I never thought Jim the Anvil Neidhart could be the voice of reason, but he got a worried look on his face and pleaded with me, 'Please, I just got back here, don't do anything now. God, Bret, I need this job. Just forget about it.' What could I say? I resigned myself to not beating the shit out of Shawn. About 6 PM, I went into the bathroom to gel my hair before going across the hall to tape interviews. I was surprised to see Shawn's reflection go by me in the mirror. I could see he was uptight, so I smiled and casually said, 'Hey Shawn.' He cut me off. 'Fuck you. You haven't talked to me in over a fucking month. What makes you think I'm going to talk to you now?' Even though I had hair gel all over my hands, I was primed to go back to my original plan, but Shawn vanished through the doorway past Crush, who was lacing his boots up and heard the whole thing. I set out to find Shawn, but he was gone. I paced around the backstage area until Owen, Davey, Jim and Pillman came to find me. 'I know Shawn's watching from somewhere, waiting for me to leave this room,' I said. 'I'll bet you the second I walk out of here, he'll walk in. All his stuff is in here. Watch.' I crossed the hall, walked into the interview room, and cracked open the door to peek back out into the hall. Shawn strode past me into the dressing room. He was bent over fixing his boots when I marched straight up to him. I pushed him to his feet. 'You got something to say to me?' While Bret does go into more detail, the stories kinda line up, with the exception of Shawn being a lot more standoffish in Bret's retelling of events. We're now going to switch over to The Observer to see what was written in the dirt sheets in regards to the fight. The Observer broke the news first, I believe, and every other outlet gained information from this report. So let's see what old Dave had to say. Hart wound up getting into Michaels' dressing room and the two began arguing. There were eyewitnesses to this which basically said they argued and started fighting and it was rather quickly broken up. Most versions have it that Hart was screaming about how Michaels' comments affected his personal life and he crossed the line, and that Michaels was a smartass back. The two went at it, with most versions having it that Hart started it, but that Michaels was every bit as guilty in precipitating it. It was believed to have been a one-sided short tussle which resulted in a few punches thrown and a large clump of Michaels' hair being pulled out of his head, to the point it was described that Michaels was given a major bald spot. Michaels' face was all puffed up from the punches and he was bleeding from the elbow, apparently from being thrown on the floor. Hart apparently aggravated his recently repaired knee, but none of the injuries were serious. So here's how Bret Hart described the fight. "He flicked a weak punch at me and missed. Balancing awkwardly on my good leg, I popped him on the chin, rocking him on his heels. He came for me, so I grabbed him by his long mane and pretended I was doing a hammer throw at the Olympics. I was dragging him around the room when a hysterical Pat and frantic Lawler ran in and jumped on top of me. Unable to pry me off, Pat shouted for the other wrestlers to help, but Davey and Crush had no intention of saving Shawn. It was nothing but a scritch fight really, but when we were finally separated, clumps of Shawn's precious hair fell from my hands. I blasted him, "Don't fuck with me or my family, you little fucker." And here's how Shawn described his scuffle with the Hitman. "He tried to punch me, but I peeled back and he missed. He pushed me again and this time I stood up. He swung again and missed. The next thing I knew, he went for a double leg dive. I caught him around the upper body and we went straight back through a piece of paneling. We had each other in front face locks when Pat Patterson and Davey Boy came over and grabbed us. Pat was yelling, 'Come on guys.' I let go and Bret yanked a handful of my hair off my head. That hurt like heck, but I didn't retaliate. The fight was over." The Observer reported that Bret got the best of Shawn. Jim Cornette said Bret had Shawn's number 2. And whether you want to believe that or not is up to you. Others who reported on the fight didn't mention who got the better of who, with some saying it was kind of pathetic, with both guys scratching and clawing on the floor while Pat Patterson and Jerry Lawler tumbled around trying to get the fight broken up. Jerry Lawler was apparently in a toilet cubicle dropping a few logs when the fight broke out. Bret did pull out a large clump of Shawn's hair though, and Shawn interrupted a Vince McMahon meeting to slam his hair on the table and announce his plans to leave the company. Shawn said the WWF locker room is now an unsafe working environment, and Shawn wanted his release so he could join his friends in WCW and the NWO. Jim Cornette said he scooped up the hair and his ex-wife kept it as the ultimate wrestling souvenir. He has no idea where that hair is now though. Both Bret and Shawn went home after the fight. Shawn took himself home while Vince told Bret to take the night off. Raw had to get rewritten with the main event getting totally changed, but we'll talk about that on Reliving the War. Aldo Montoya apparently brought Shawn back to his hotel and according to the dirt sheets, Shawn was shouting about leaving and heading to Boston where Nitro was being held. Shawn did indeed tell Vince he wanted out of his contract. He wrote in his book he'd been miserable for months and he wanted to be with Nash, Hall and Waltman in WCW. Funnily enough, these three had formed their own group within a group on WCW TV. Hall, Nash and Six were calling themselves the Wolfpack, and it's fascinating to think about Shawn getting his WWF release and showing up to join these three within the NWO. Vince McMahon refused to give HBK his release though. It was even reported that Michaels asked for his release a month prior and Vince had also refused it then, clearly showing us that Vince wasn't interested at all in letting Shawn go to World Championship Wrestling. Shawn wrote in his book, "Vince sent my lawyer a letter stating that I had violated my contract. Skip responded by writing a letter claiming that WWE had failed to provide a safe working environment. Skip told me that they were trying to blame everything on me, but once he wrote that letter, it would be back in their lap and they would ask me to come back. That's exactly what happened. In a few weeks we had settled everything and I was back. As far as I know, nothing happened to Bret as a result of the fight." Bret Hart wrote in his book, "Vince looked like a jilted lover whose boy toy had up and left him, but he had told me that this had not only been inevitable, but was long overdue, and it was his fault for not dealing with Shawn sooner. He told me to take the night off. I felt silly to have to come to blows over something so stupid, but while everything in wrestling was supposed to be bullshit, that bullshit was everything to me." Before Raw was off the air, Vince was hyping the inside story of a backstage brawl between me and Shawn for sale to fans on his 900 number. My scuffle with Shawn was the talk of the business. Meltzer wrote that I had always been professional and questioned the reasoning behind Shawn's claim that he couldn't trust or work with the Hart Foundation. Jack Lanza told me that Vince had known a real physical confrontation was coming before I did, because Shawn had told him that he was going to punch me out as far back as May at the Evansville Raw, but I couldn't tell if Jack was just trying to stir me up. I tried to put it all out of my mind. It was Dave Meltzer in The Observer who broke the news, either that or he phoned the WWF's 900 hotline to get the scoop. But the whole newsletter is available online for free if you want to dig into things a little more. But something that doesn't get brought up too often is the money issue. Shawn wrote in his book that Vince had once promised him that no one would get paid more than HBK except The Undertaker, and Shawn was livid that Bret got paid more than he did during his contract negotiations in the summer of 1996. Shawn brought up money during an in-ring promo, saying Bret's only in it for the almighty dollar, and Hart even made a sly comment about Shawn's wages during a promo too. We covered all this on Reliving the War, but Bret found it funny that Vince had $1 million question for Michaels in regards to HBK's comeback match. Bret thought it was funny that it was only $1 million question. Finances, or poor financial forecasting, was the main reason why Bret ended up leaving in the end. But I bring this up now because Shawn comparing his bank account to Bret's is something that isn't talked about too often. HBK did indeed get angry about Bret's contract, he said as much in his book. Shawn wouldn't come back to the WWF until the middle of July, and HBK's threats of never working with the Hart Foundation again were quickly squashed. Shawn would referee a Bret vs Undertaker title match at SummerSlam, and he had worked with the Harts, including Bret, throughout the next few months. Had Vince let Shawn go, then the formation of DX would never have happened, and you gotta wonder how things would have turned out for Bret if HBK was granted his release. But we all know how highly McMahon thought of the Heartbreak Kid. Shawn wasn't going anywhere. In a way, in a shitty way, it was Shawn who got the last laugh, but we have all that to look forward to as we continue looking at Raw and Nitro on the Reliving the War series. But that was the story of Bret and Shawn's backstage fight, if you can even call it a fight. And you'll now hopefully have a better understanding of why Bret and Shawn's relationship was quickly going down the toilet as we check out the Raw from Hartford this week on Reliving the War. Thanks for watching, guys, and take care. First up on Raw, we have a Hart Foundation promo, and on Nitro we have Alex Wright vs Prince Iaukea. So, the Harts are back on American soil and they're getting booed out of the building. Bret says Alberta just resolved its problem with rats, but San Antonio can't say the same. Most of the rats are sitting backstage because they're all afraid of the Hart Foundation. I'm sure Davey has a few of those other rats waiting in the locker room. Bret says it's in his contract. If he can't beat The Undertaker at SummerSlam, then he won't wrestle in America ever again. Vince McMahon corrects Bret by saying the contract states Bret has to win the WWF Championship, and the Hitman says Canadians keep their promises, and at SummerSlam, The Undertaker will free fall like a dead star. I know, he should have just said The Undertaker hasn't got the jam. And Bret says we're looking at a future 5-time WWF champion. Owen says he and Davey will get their belts back tonight, and at SummerSlam, Austin better bring his lip balm because he's gonna kiss Owen's ass. Bret thought this was absolutely brilliant. Look at the smile on the Hitman. Vince then wants to speak with the Bulldog, and Pillman's like, oh Jesus God, no. Davey says he'll eat a can of dog food if he loses his European title at SummerSlam against Ken Shamrock. Staying off the chin locks has given Davey a lot of confidence. Pillman confirms he's going to wrestle Goldust at SummerSlam, and if he loses, he'll wear a dress the next night on Raw. And Jim Neidhart will shave his beard if any Hart Foundation member loses their match on pay-per-view. Bret says in Canada the women are nicer, the money is better, the sports are tougher, the jam is jammier. And Bret then gets interrupted by Steve Austin. A few guys come out to back up Stone Cold, and the commentators say one of these guys could be Austin's tag team partner tonight. Ken Shamrock comes out first. The Patriot Dale Wilkes then makes his debut by standing next to Austin. Bit of a stupid way to introduce this guy, seeing as no casual fans in the arena knew who he was. Psycho Sid comes out, folks. I forgot he came back here for this appearance, but you can say goodbye to Sid again after this episode of Raw. And Shawn Michaels comes out too. HBK teaming up with Austin made the most sense, seeing as, you know, he's the tag team champion and all that, but that doesn't happen. HBK's gonna cut a promo a little later on. Shawn Michaels is back and he's got a few things to say on Raw, while Nitro takes 10 minutes to squeeze in a Super Colo vs La Parka match, a Kurt Hennig promo, and an NWO promo. So, HBK, where have you been? Have you gotten over Bret pulling your hair out yet? Of course, Shawn isn't going to mention the little backstage scuffle he had with Bret, but he's going to run his mouth just as much as he runs away from doing his job. Speaking of doing your job, Vince asks Michaels if he's going to team up with Austin tonight to, defend his tag team championship alongside his tag partner. And Shawn says it's up to Austin, it's not up to him. HBK said he sat in his new big house up on the hill and he said he heard Bret say that the Hitman wouldn't wrestle again on American soil if he didn't win the WWF Championship at SummerSlam. But the problem Shawn has with this is the fact that no one invited HBK to attend SummerSlam. Shawn says he wants to see The Undertaker run Bret out of the country. HBK gets on his knees in front of Vince. Yeah, he begs for an invite. Shawn says he'll set up the ring, he'll sell merchandise, he'll shine Vince's shoes, he'll get on his knees again and suck. Oh, okay then. Yeah, Shawn will do anything in order to get that invitation to SummerSlam. Vince McMahon doesn't give us an answer. He lets HBK's music play and Shawn starts dancing in the ring. The fans in attendance... HBK dances in the ring and he begins removing his clothes. Vince has to stop HBK from doing anything indecent. So, what job will Shawn Michaels have at SummerSlam? We're gonna find out next week, and the promo Shawn delivers in Nova Scotia is absolutely fantastic. Shawn Michaels is going to make a lot of Canadians upset next on Raw while Lex Luger steps in the ring with Scott Norton. This is the one where Michaels pulls off the backflip from the top rope. Bret Hart took exception to this as Michaels was still complaining about knee problems. HBK actually hasn't wrestled since King of the Ring. Shawn starts off by saying the people of Canada don't appreciate America. HBK says he has some deep memories of Canada. He remembers getting some toy Canadian army men at Christmas and they all came out surrendering. The crowd are booing Shawn relentlessly here, and HBK says the USA keeps from falling into the ocean because Canada sucks. The crowd start chanting a slur at Shawn, and Shawn says the fans can't be talking about him, that's impossible. HBK continues on by saying he'll join Austin in the flag match later tonight, but he has another announcement to make. Shawn says he got on his hands and knees last week and he asked for a chance to be part of SummerSlam. The crowd interrupts Shawn by chanting "We want Bret," and Shawn says the crowd can bet on it. HBK and Hart will be in the same ring together in tonight's flag match. Shawn says he wanted to sell tickets or sell merchandise at SummerSlam, but those jobs were taken. Vince McMahon then told him that Earl Hebner's been under the weather recently, so Shawn's going to be a special referee at the pay-per-view. Shawn doesn't work at the bottom of the cards or the middle of the cards. Shawn only works in the main event. So when Bret Hart challenges The Undertaker for the WWF title, Shawn is going to be the special referee. The boos are deafening and Shawn's absolutely loving every moment of it, waving his little flags around and basking in the negative reaction. Shawn then says there's a stipulation included in his job. If Shawn doesn't call the match down the middle, if he shows any favouritism during the bout, then HBK also won't be allowed to wrestle in the United States, meaning Shawn will have to move to Canada, buy the house next to Bret Hart, and wrestle for the Canadian fans every day of his life. Shawn ends it by saying if Bret Hart can't trust Shawn Michaels, then who can he trust? Absolute heat magnet on this night. This is where Shawn's tendencies to be an asshole absolutely pay off. Shawn's theme plays in the arena and HBK rubs the Canadian flag on his balls before Raw moves on. HBK then comes down to the ring, all looks fine, the pyro goes off, the fans are screaming. And then Shawn takes off his sunglasses and, it must have been buy one get one free at Painkiller Pete's candy shop because Shawn looks fucking mangled. Shawn says he won't apologise for what he said in Canada last week. Shawn says he feels safer in the ring right now than what he does backstage. So he's going to sit down at the commentary table and call Bret Hart's match with the Patriot. Bret can't be too happy about this. We go backstage and Bret's throwing chairs and he's kicking innocent cardboard boxes around. Nitro ends this week with Randy Savage vs Scotty Steiner while we've got the Patriot vs Bret Hart on Raw. They added a nice touch here to Bret's entrance. He now needs a security team to bring him down to ringside. Bret confronts Vince McMahon at the commentary table and Shawn's too busy vibing to Bret's theme song. This fucking guy. Bret gets in the ring and he demands the Canadian national anthem gets played before the match begins. The absolute banger of a track plays while Shawn does a few lines on the commentary table. And then the Patriot comes out waving Old Glory and getting a good pop too. I mean, they could have sent Ace Starling back out at this point waving the flag and he would have got a pop also. Vince McMahon says the Patriot may be out of his depth here, going toe-to-toe with His Excellency. And Vince also says the Patriot wears his mask because he's, quote, the spirit and embodiment of all American citizens. Alright, the Patriot then asks for the American national anthem to get played. Bret doesn't seem too enamored, so the Patriot gets attacked during the Star Spangled Banner, and the commentators highlight how disrespectful this is. Bret goes on offense, and we've got some lady wearing a top hat sitting on her man's shoulders. Bobik is sitting right here, and we've got Dink over here too. Bret's got great heat here though, and he's fighting dirty too. The Patriot gets choked in the corner, he then gets whipped into the opposite turnbuckles, and the crowd pops when Patriot gets a boot up, and Bret takes a clothesline. The Patriot pops too, look, he fucking loves it. Bret takes a back elbow while Shawn talks about, I don't know, he's talking about being a long-haired, earring-wearing hippie. Seriously? Bret and Patriot fight on the outside for a bit, and back in the ring we see a diving shoulder tackle. We go to commercial break, and when we come back, the Patriot takes a backbreaker followed by a side Russian leg sweep. The Patriot then takes a few headbutts to the lower back, and Bret hits a great looking back suplex. Vince McMahon again says the Patriot is out of Bret's league, and at this point, Bret's just having fun with this jamless jerk-off. Bret hits the second rope elbow drop, the Patriot tries to make a comeback in the corner. He goes for the Uncle Slam, Bret tries to counter it, but the referee takes a bump. Bret hits a piledriver and he covers the Patriot, but there's no referee. He tries to pin the Patriot again, but Earl Hebner still hasn't come around. Shawn Michaels decides to pull Bret off the Patriot. This leads to the Hitman getting distracted, and the Patriot successfully pins Bret to end the main event.
Who's a jammy bastard?
Bret is livid. The Patriot goes back up the entranceway and the Hitman wants to continue the fight. He then heads back to the ring again and he challenges HBK to step inside the ropes, but then The Undertaker shows up on the rampway and Raw fades to black. A very Nitro-esque ending to Raw this week, but still a fairly entertaining main event. Todd Pettengill wants to know if Shawn Michaels can truly be a fair referee tonight, and Shawn echoes what he said in the free-for-all. His issues with Bret were resolved back at WrestleMania 12, and he's gonna call this one right down the middle. Shawn says he won't let nothing get by him in tonight's main event. Bret Hart gets a shot at the WWF Championship next. The Hart family won the Canadian Stampede match, and on the next episode of Raw, it was announced that the Hitman would face The Undertaker for the belt. Bret and Taker haven't really had any run-ins recently. Raw's War has taken place in Canada twice since the last pay-per-view, and the shows have centred around Bret and how he's a hero in one country but the WWF's biggest heel in another. It's been a serious amount of fun watching all this back and appreciating how unique this all was. It's something that could never be replicated, and if it was, it would be nowhere near as good. Bret promised while in Canada that he would never wrestle in America again if he couldn't win the WWF Championship. This is all well and good, but then Shawn Michaels announced that he was going to be the special referee. The announcement also happened in Canada, and Shawn's promo while delivering the news was great. Nobody could piss Canada off more than Shawn Michaels in 1997. If Shawn doesn't call the match down the middle, if he shows any favouritism towards The Undertaker, then he too won't be allowed to wrestle in the United States ever again. So something's gotta give tonight at SummerSlam. This match is quite important when we discuss the changes happening in the WWF. It's the beginning of the domino effect. The ending of the bout initiates a series of events that would shape the careers of Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, and this also leads to the WWF changing direction in a big way. Bret comes out first, he's carrying the maple leaf, and he dedicates this match to all his fans around the world who feel the same way about America as he does. The Canadian national anthem plays while Bret looks out at fans in disgust, and then Shawn Michaels makes his entrance. HBK's looking a lot better tonight than what he did on Raw. He was a fucking mess on Monday. The Undertaker then comes out, and it does feel like the WWF champion isn't as important here as what he should be. The focus is all on Bret and Shawn, but that changes after this match. Bret attacks The Undertaker with the belt before the bell rings. Shawn can't disqualify Bret, so the Hitman lays it in as much as possible, and Shawn then decides to call for the opening bell. Bret did get an early advantage, but The Undertaker makes him pay for it dearly. After destroying Bret in the corner, The Undertaker hits a clothesline and Bret takes a beating on the outside. Shawn threatens to disqualify the champion. Taker ends up hitting the ring post when Bret ducks out of the way, and Bret decides to try an apron attack. Taker grabs the Hitman and Bret takes a ring post bump. Again, Shawn threatens to disqualify The Undertaker. After doing a bit more damage on the outside, Taker brings it back to the ring and Bret finds himself in a backbreaker submission. The Undertaker stays in control with a bear hug, and the only way Bret can escape is by biting the dead man, although he runs into a big boot immediately afterwards. Bret needs to change game plan here, and he does so by targeting the left leg. Bret would normally go for the lower back or legs of his bigger opponents, and it pays off here. The Hitman slows The Undertaker way down with strikes to the leg and knee, and he keeps the pressure on for quite a long time. We see a figure 4 in the middle of the ring, and then Paul Bearer shows up. The Undertaker notices Paul and he's angry. This match has nothing to do with Paul or The Undertaker's little brother, so Undertaker escapes the figure 4, he damages Bret just enough to buy some time, and Paul gets punched on the mouth on the outside. Bret takes advantage and he hits a chop block on the champion. Shawn tells officials to get Paul away from ringside, and things aren't looking too good for the champion. Bret applies the figure 4 around the ring post and Shawn begins a 5 count. Bret then confronts Shawn after the move and Shawn says he will disqualify Bret if he keeps this shit up. Owen Hart and Brian Pillman then show up and they stand at the bottom of the entranceway. Bret again uses the ring post to damage The Undertaker's knee, and Shawn tells Bret to keep it in the ring. Bret doesn't like getting talked down to by HBK. Taker's now having trouble walking at this point. Bret brings it down to the mat and The Undertaker hangs on without submitting. When the dead man gets the chance, he leaves the ring again to take care of Pillman and Owen, but this could have been a mistake. HBK goes out to stop the Phenom while also sending Owen and Pillman back to the locker room. Taker gets in the ring and Bret runs straight into a choke slam, but Shawn isn't there to make the count. He gets back up on the apron and The Undertaker's understandably pissed off, but all this leads to Bret surprising the Taker with a pin attempt and The Undertaker kicks out. This little bit here was quite important because we just learned that Shawn would have no problem counting Taker's shoulders to the mat. The Undertaker's now really pissed off with Shawn, but there's nothing he can do. The match resumes on the outside where Bret can't help himself and once again the ring post comes into play. This causes an argument between Bret and Shawn and Bret puts his hands up as if to say he won't do it again. Back in the ring, Bret hits a suplex and he lets the fans know what he thinks of them before hitting his elbow drop. Eventually he goes for the sharpshooter, but Undertaker gets out by grabbing Bret by the throat and the match continues on. We aren't done yet. Taker hits the jumping clothesline, Bret takes a turnbuckle bump chest first, and the Hitman takes a chokeslam from the apron back into the ring. Taker then goes for old school, but Bret kicks the ropes. The Hitman then pulls off a superplex, and there it is, the sharpshooter. The Undertaker not only doesn't give up, but he breaks the hold and Bret flies out of the ring. Bret says fuck as he looks back at the ring. He can't believe the dead man broke his signature move. Bret gets back in the ring and he eventually counters a tombstone attempt. He then locks in a sharpshooter around the ring post, and Shawn goes to the outside to tell Bret to break the hold. Taker ends up breaking the move again, only this time Bret falls on top of Shawn. So Bret takes the opportunity to grab a chair and The Undertaker takes a hard shot to the head. Bret tells Shawn to get in the ring and count, but The Undertaker kicks out. Hart argues with Shawn, but the match isn't over and Bret needs to get back to work. HBK then notices the chair, he confronts Bret, and Bret says he has nothing to do with it. Shawn won't accept that, he keeps on at Bret, so Bret says fuck you before spitting in Michaels' face. Shawn swings the chair at Bret, Bret ducks, and The Undertaker gets cracked on the head. Bret covers The Undertaker and Shawn has no choice. If he wants to keep wrestling in America, he has to make the 3 count. Bret Hart becomes a 5-time WWF champion, and what a finish. Absolutely fantastic work here. Shawn gets out of the arena before The Undertaker comes around. The dead man then immediately goes after Shawn, and the fans start quickly filing out of the arena in disgust as Bret celebrates in the ring. A great match here. The storytelling was fantastic. Bret now has what he always wanted, and he also got one over on Michaels in the process. It'll be interesting to see what happens on the next episode of Raw. We have promos next on both shows. Shawn Michaels is going to explain his actions at SummerSlam, while Eric Bischoff has a few things to say on Nitro. So, HBK, this boy has some nerve showing up at Raw tonight after what he did at SummerSlam. Shawn gets a mixed reaction, fans are booing, some are cheering, but clearly Shawn doesn't care. In regards to SummerSlam, Shawn says it looks like Vince, Bret, The Undertaker and the fans of the World Wrestling Federation are dumping it on his lap. It's Shawn's problem, Shawn fucked up, and Shawn needs to face the consequences. Shawn says it's typical for everyone not to take responsibility, and it's typical that everyone wants to pass the buck on to him. But the thing is, Shawn doesn't care what anyone thinks of him. Shawn says he called the match down the middle and Vince agrees. He did make the 3 count after all, but then things go south and Vince gets pissed off with Michaels. Vince asks Shawn if he's in cahoots with Bret Hart, as silly as it sounds, and Shawn says Vince is the dumbest son of a bitch he's ever met in his life. Vince doesn't appreciate the comment and he lets Shawn know. HBK makes fun of Vince, saying he's shaking in his loafers, and Vince says Shawn has to face The Undertaker at Ground Zero before handing HBK the mic and telling Shawn to finish the promo by himself.
Right here, you can finish it. Get your ass out of here.
Michaels says he's not in cahoots with Bret Hart, but Bret Hart needs Shawn Michaels because HBK is the only man in the WWF who's kicked Bret's ass. Shawn says he and The Undertaker have never crossed paths, and he gets interrupted by fans chanting "Michaels sucks." Shawn says he won't lie down for The Undertaker, he won't lie down for Bret or the fans. And again, the crowd boos Shawn and it throws him off his game. HBK gets fired up. He says he's given fans 10 years and this is how they repay him. The fans can just go to hell, and Michaels wraps it up by saying the next time The Undertaker sees him, it'll be Michaels' foot down his throat. The Undertaker's music then plays and he makes his way down to the ring, prompting HBK to leave. McMahon interviews the champ and the Phenom says The Undertaker has been doing too much talking recently. It's time to take souls and make people rest in peace. HBK's gonna have to look at The Undertaker and Shawn will have to pay for his crimes. And speaking of crimes, here comes Paul Bearer on the Titantron claiming the dead man murdered his little brother. Paul says he was with Kane last night and Paul has some important news for the dead man. Kane is, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming.
He's coming! He's coming! Yes, he is!
So there you have it, Shawn Michaels has officially turned heel. It was desperately needed, by the way, and The Undertaker's little brother has promised to show up on WWF television. It's announced by Jim Ross that Shawn Michaels will make his in-ring return to WWF Raw tonight. He faces Mankind in the main event. HBK recaps what's been going on these past few weeks. He says he had a job to do at SummerSlam and he did his job as advertised. It seems like the WWF want to place the blame on Shawn for what happened to The Undertaker, and Vince McMahon says on commentary that it was Shawn who wanted to referee the match in the first place. What happened to The Undertaker at SummerSlam was indeed Shawn's fault. As far as tonight's main event goes, Shawn invites Taker to watch HBK beat the man who beat The Undertaker numerous times on TV. That's all Shawn has to say on that matter before moving on to Sergeant Slaughter. Shawn says HBK's on top of the WWF's hit list and Sergeant Slaughter has it in for the Heartbreak Kid. Shawn sends a warning to the commissioner to stay out of his business. This prompts Slaughter to come out. Shawn makes fun of his chin and how Slaughter can't stop spitting when he speaks, and the commissioner says if HBK thinks Slaughter's here to play games, then Michaels is very wrong. Every action the Sarge makes is for the betterment of the World Wrestling Federation, and Shawn's going to have to put up or shut up when it comes to tonight's main event with Mankind. Shawn says he's one step ahead, he sees his life is in danger, he sees the World Wrestling Federation trying to make things difficult for him, so HBK has got himself an insurance policy. Michaels says that everyone should know he delivers better than the Postman and a lot better than UPS, and Shawn wraps it up by saying, no offense to the Sarge, but there's gonna be some sweet chin music in the air tonight. We've got some promos next on both shows, Dude Love on Raw and Eric Bischoff on Nitro. Dude Love gives an update on Steve Austin. He isn't at Raw tonight, he's sitting at home right now getting better, but his best buddy Dude Love lets everyone know that the Rattlesnake will be back soon. At this point, the WWF were still hoping Dude Love and Steve Austin would defend the titles at Ground Zero in that fatal 4-way match. So Dude Love talks about that bout a little before moving on to tonight's main event. McMahon wants to know who Dude Love thinks is going to win the big match, Mankind or Shawn Michaels. The Dudester says he knows both guys quite well, but he thinks Mankind is going to rock and roll all over that wannabe hippie Shawn Michaels. HBK appears on the Titantron and he tells Mick Foley to get into the 21st century. He says Dude Love is not Shawn Michaels. Tonight, Mankind's going to see HBK's new insurance policy live and in living colour. Mankind's going to taste some sweet chin music whether he likes it or not, and Shawn wraps up the promo by calling Mick Foley an idiot. Mick quotes the Beatles. He proclaims, "He is we, Shawn is we are we, and we are all together." And when Raw's war, Mankind will tear Shawn Michaels up. Cuckoo Kachoo. Mick then escapes his psychotic groupies before having a change of heart. He gets back in the ring, he has a little dance, and Raw's war then moves into the war zone portion of the show. We see the Patriot talking to someone backstage. He's trying to get himself a tag team partner for the next matchup. We go back to the arena and Shawn's speaking with his insurance policy. He tells the cameraman to scram, but some folks at home may have made a good guess here. Looks like Shawn wasn't lying and he's got himself some backup should things go sideways in tonight's main event. Mankind comes to the ring holding a big trash can, but he doesn't get a chance to use it. HBK lays in the right hands and then Foley gets bopped a few times with his own weapon. Michaels puts the trash can on Foley and HBK performs a double axe handle. Shawn laughs as he takes the can off Foley, but Mick surprises Shawn with a mandible claw. Shawn gets out with a low blow, and it's awesome how Mick keeps the garbage bag on as the two fight on the outside. Shawn gets dropped across the guardrail and check it out, a young fan wants to hug HBK and HBK hugs him back in the middle of a fight no less. Mick gets backdropped on the table, Shawn performs an elbow drop from the apron, this looked great, and Mick takes a nasty bump on the ring steps. When the two get back in the ring, Michaels hits the top rope elbow drop, he lines Mankind up for the sweet chin music, but Foley counters and we see the mandible claw again. Shawn tries to get out by escaping the ring, but Foley holds on. And look at these ring post shots that Foley takes right here. Man. Foley takes a back suplex on the table, and then, just before commercial break, Triple H and Chyna begin walking down to the ring. We come back from break and Shawn's got Foley's mask. He uses it as a weapon and it looks like Shawn has this one under control, but Mick gets another chance when he dodges a shoulder tackle. HBK stays in it with a sleeper hold, and Triple H and Chyna watch on as Foley breaks the sleeper, only to take a jumping forearm. We then see strikes in the corner with the two going back and forth. HBK lays it in and he gets vicious by choking Foley with his boot, but Mick gives as good as he gets when Michaels gets scooped off his feet and we see a little Cactus Jack coming out. Mick lays it in hard before switching back to the Mankind character. He begins ripping out his own hair, and then the insurance policy shows up. It's Ravishing Rick Rude. Mick hits a double arm DDT, it should be lights out for HBK, but then Chyna, Triple H and Rude begin working together. Hunter trips up Mankind, Chyna distracts the referee, and Rick Rude nails Foley with a chair shot right to the head. Shawn then hits sweet chin music, and Shawn wins the match via pinfall. HBK acts like he didn't know all this was going to happen. The Undertaker's music then plays, and Jim Ross says we don't have to wait until the pay-per-view.
News just in, we don't have to wait until the pay-per-view.
Shawn doesn't run away from The Undertaker this time. He has a lot of backup in the ring. Paul Bearer appears on the Titantron. He says the time is nearly upon us. The Undertaker's little brother is coming back to the World Wrestling Federation, and The Undertaker's gonna burn in hell. Raw ends as the entrance lights turn red and fire shoots up from the stage floor. Over on Raw, Sergeant Slaughter and Shawn Michaels are having an argument backstage. Old Sarge was caught with HBK's fanny pack and Shawn's like, "Yo, you owe me some money, homeboy." It's then announced that Shawn Michaels is gonna team up with Triple H tonight to face The Undertaker and Mankind. Just a few weeks back, this would have seemed like two very unlikely tag teams, but here we are. HBK says the WWF are still giving him the shaft. He wasn't supposed to face The Undertaker until Ground Zero, but Vince McMahon is feeding HBK to the lions tonight. Shawn says he doesn't want nor need Triple H as a tag team partner, but if the WWF are so hell-bent on painting Shawn in a corner, then the WWF will get what's coming to it. Ooh. Shawn dances in front of Chyna while Hunter looks on, wishing he could move like that. HBK also wants a kiss, but that doesn't happen. The Undertaker and Mankind make their way down to the ring, and the Undertaker's pyro freaks everyone out. Shawn then lets a fan know exactly what he thinks about him, or her, as Mankind and Hunter start the match off. Hunter goes down after a back elbow and a clothesline. HBK gets taken out by Foley, and Shawn's careful not to get too close to the Undertaker. Mankind then has to fight his way out of the heel corner as Vince McMahon wonders how effective Shawn and Hunter's gonna be as a tag team. Taker gets tagged in and Shawn runs away. Hunter's the legal man, so Helmsley steps back inside the ropes while HBK gives his partner an advantage on the outside. Taker manages to backdrop Hunter on top of Shawn, and Shawn tries to retaliate with sweet chin music, but he doesn't get all of it. That's a nice way to say he completely missed. Shawn gets tagged in and he lands a few punches on Taker before tagging right back out. When things get a little sketchy, HBK calls for his insurance policy, and Rick Rude walks down to the ring before we go to break. When we come back, Mankind applies the mandible claw on Helmsley, but Chyna comes to the rescue. Another ring post nut shot on Raw's War. HBK comes back in and we see the flying forearm. HBK then makes a blind tag, and we see some good teamwork from this duo that would eventually become known as D-Generation X. On the outside, Mankind gets thrown into the ring steps as McMahon says HBK and Triple H are better coordinated in comparison to Foley and Taker. Shawn gets tagged in again. He hits a jumping back elbow before taunting The Undertaker. And much like the Outsiders match, Shawn and Hunter do well in keeping an unfair advantage. Quick tags keep Foley from tagging out. HBK hits the elbow drop, he warms up the band, but he walks straight into a mandible claw. Hunter tries to save his partner and he goes for the pedigree, but it backfires and Hunter gets his little King of Kings smashed with Foley's head. Taker gets tagged in and he goes to work on Helmsley. Hunter ends up getting clotheslined over the top rope and Michaels gets punched from the apron to the guardrail. On the outside, Rick Rude goes to hit Taker with a chair, but Taker sees it coming. Rude gets in the ring, Taker ends up hitting Hunter with a chokeslam, and that's when Shawn Michaels jumps in the ring and Taker gets smacked hard with a chair shot. Unlike SummerSlam, that one was completely intentional. Taker gets busted open, but Shawn shows no mercy. Undertaker gets hit again, and Shawn looks down at The Undertaker wondering if he maybe made a mistake. Triple H and HBK then leave the ring as The Undertaker sits up, and Raw ends with replays of the first chair shot. The 29th of August show kicks off with a Shawn Michaels interview conducted by Jim Ross, and remember, the last time we saw HBK was when he destroyed The Undertaker with a steel chair. DX is now part of the WWF, although they haven't given themselves a name just yet. HBK says the WWF painted him into a corner once again on Raw's War, and the Heartbreak Kid had no other choice but to be reactionary. HBK calls himself the real ticking time bomb. He lashes out and he does so without thinking. The WWF pushed and pushed, and when you push the Heartbreak Kid, you're gonna get a reaction. HBK picks up the chair he whacked The Undertaker with and he says everyone believes he just signed his own death warrant, but Shawn says no one tells him what to do, and so he refuses to lay down and die at In Your House next Sunday. HBK admits he didn't want any of this to happen, but seeing as he's the only guy with a set of balls in the World Wrestling Federation, he'll take whatever comes his way. At Ground Zero, HBK and The Undertaker are gonna lock up, and Shawn says if he's going down, he's taking everyone else with him. Michaels gets all fired up when the crowd assumes his sexual preferences, and HBK wraps it up by saying he'll be the first man to make The Undertaker permanently rest in peace. The first outlaw of the World Wrestling Federation is gonna dance all over The Undertaker's corpse. Triple H versus The Undertaker. Unfortunately, the video quality isn't great for this match, but let me tell you what happened. Taker destroyed Hunter in the corner before clotheslining him over the top rope. Triple H got the upper hand back inside the ropes, but it didn't last long. Taker goes for the chokeslam, and then Rick Rude makes his way down to the ring. The distraction allows Triple H to take control, but once again, it doesn't last long. We see the jumping clothesline, The Undertaker performs old school, and then Chyna and Rude stand up on the apron. Shawn Michaels then hits the ring when Taker goes after Rude, and the Phenom gets decimated. Rude and Hunter hold the dead man, Shawn lines up a chair shot, but Undertaker breaks free and the heels quickly get out of harm's way. The Phenom takes it out on officials, Jerry Briscoe gets chokeslammed, so does a random security guard. Taker starts attacking referees while Hunter, Shawn and company leave the arena. This carnage was just a very small taste of what was to come at the pay-per-view. Before the match, Shawn says he's too jacked up to rest. HBK hasn't slept in the last 13 years thanks to the contents of his fanny pack, and Shawn isn't prepared to rest in peace tonight. Again, Shawn says the mystique of The Undertaker is gonna die. There's only one man who can do it, and HBK is gonna end the legend of The Undertaker because he can. We then get a legendary Shawn Michaels entrance where he tells the fans what he thinks of them, and in the ring, Shawn's pyro goes off late and he does this. Vince McMahon calls this a bad omen. I call Shawn's reaction absolutely hilarious. Out comes the Reaper of Souls and HBK's mood instantly changes. Shawn tries to hide behind the referee, and when HBK pushes Mike Chioda into the dead man, The Undertaker decides to knock out the ref. Shawn runs out of the ring and he tells Vince McMahon he wants nothing to do with this match, he's leaving. HBK heads back up the ramp, but Commissioner Slaughter greets him and Shawn gets sent back to the ring. The Undertaker lifts Mike Chioda and he dumps him on top of Shawn, and The Undertaker delivers a big right hand that sends Shawn crawling back up the ramp. HBK gets to the door of the In Your House set, but there's no escape tonight. Taker delivers a press slam, and Shawn gets punched so hard that he rolls from the top of the ramp all the way down to the bottom. HBK gets his head whacked on the ring steps, and the dead man chokes his opponent with some cords. Undertaker launches Shawn into the guardrails, and a punch sends HBK flying onto the French announce desk. It's absolute chaos in the Ground Zero main event as the dead man gets some payback for SummerSlam. The two get in the ring and Shawn begs for mercy, but he won't get any from The Undertaker. HBK gets taken out with a clothesline, and keep in mind, this match hasn't started yet. Taker drops a few elbows and he goes for the cover. He then remembers he dumped the referee out of the ring, so Taker decides to get up and continue beating the hell out of Shawn Michaels. HBK takes the Flair corner bump just before Earl Hebner gets sent to ringside. Shawn begs for Hebner to disqualify The Undertaker. Earl tells Shawn to get his ass in the ring. Taker intimidates Hebner when the ref gets inside the ropes. Shawn takes advantage with a chop block, and the referee then calls for the bell to start the Ground Zero main event. Shawn throws a ton of right hands before sending Taker into the turnbuckles. He then tries to land more punches in the corner, but Taker pushes him off and Shawn tries again. Taker then goes for a chokeslam, but HBK finds a way out before going to the top rope. The dead man counters the attack, and Shawn gets sent to the outside with a hard clothesline. Taker punches Shawn a few times before Michaels goes for a sunset flip, but it gets countered with a chokehold. Taker dumps HBK to the mat before attacking in the corner. HBK gets sent to the opposite turnbuckles and he finds himself getting kicked high in the air by the dead man. Shawn's little degenerate then gets smashed on the top rope, and Taker makes sure Michaels won't be having any fun tonight before taking HBK down with another clothesline. Taker focuses on the wrist next. He goes for old school, but Payback's a bitch and Taker won't be letting anyone see his little Grim Reaper tonight. HBK hits a baseball slide, he goes for a plancha, but Taker grabs him and Shawn gets his back rammed into the ring post twice. Back in the ring, Taker begins focusing on the lower back. HBK takes a back body drop, and look at how Shawn lands on his arm here. Earl Hebner dashes over quickly to make sure there's no injuries. HBK replies with a swinging neckbreaker. He sails the back a little, and Taker then sits up. Shawn gets spooked and he gets out of the ring. HBK then grabs a steel chair, but the plan doesn't work. Taker delivers a big boot before taking the chair himself. He raises it in the air, but Earl Hebner tries to take it away, and this leads to another referee bump. While the referee's down, Shawn hits a running forearm and two diving elbow drops. And just as The Undertaker kicks out of Shawn's cover, Rick Rude makes an appearance. Rude throws a pair of brass knucks to Shawn and Taker gets clobbered, but the referee bumped again after The Undertaker's kickout, so there's no one to count the pinfall. Rude leaves a little too early because HBK still hasn't won the match, so Triple H and Chyna bring out another referee, but Taker kicks out at 2. Shawn ends up punching Jack down, so we've gone through 3 referees. Shawn kicks Taker out of the ring and Triple H lays in a few right hands. Chyna gets in on the action too and Taker bumps on the steps, and Shawn then decides to take out Earl Hebner again. This main event is completely breaking down and it's been really unpredictable and pretty entertaining too. Shawn thinks he has it all figured out, but The Undertaker fights back. Shawn manages to clothesline Taker out of the ring, where once again Triple H launches an attack. Taker can't get any advantage at all here when it's 3-on-1. HBK chokes The Undertaker while Hunter lays in the kicks. Shawn and The Undertaker get back in the ring. HBK counters a tombstone attempt, Taker counters Sweet Chin Music, and Shawn once again finds himself laid out on the top turnbuckle. Taker retrieves the brass knucks by digging deep into Shawn's crotch. Yep. And Shawn gets taken out with a big right hand. Taker covers Shawn, Shawn kicks out, and Taker loses his temper and he chokeslams Earl Hebner. Hope these referees got a good bonus tonight. Taker hits Shawn with his jumping clothesline. Tim White then hits the ring and he calls for the bell. Too much chaos, the match gets officially thrown out. Taker grabs Hunter from the apron and he chokeslams him onto a standing Shawn Michaels, but HBK is able to hit the super kick, resulting in Taker getting tied up in the ropes. Chyna brings a chair to Michaels, but The Undertaker gets a boot up. The dead man then tries to fight Shawn and Hunter, but again, he can't do much damage. Officials hit the ring to try and stop the fight. Triple H takes a tombstone, and then WWF superstars start filling up the ring. They try to hold The Undertaker back, but the dead man dives over the top rope just to get at Shawn Michaels one last time. HBK, Triple H and Chyna finally leave and they go back up the rampway as the match comes to an end. Taker stands in the ring looking exhausted after the fight, and the show closes with the fans showing respect to The Undertaker. Just like Patriot vs Hart, I always had it in my head that this match wasn't all that great, but I enjoyed watching it again for this upload. It's absolute mayhem from start to end, and it's not like a typical WWF main event of this era, but it's a whole lot of fun, and what's more, Taker vs HBK would only get better in the weeks, months, and even years that followed. The Undertaker gets interviewed by Vince McMahon, and Taker says he and Shawn opened the gates of hell last night at the pay-per-view. The Phenom once again gives Shawn credit for looking death right in the eye, but HBK now has a big problem. The Undertaker says he won't rest until the flesh is rotting from Shawn's bones. Vince explains what this new Hell in a Cell match is all about: a cage that surrounds the outside of the ring, a structure built to keep others out of the bout while giving fans a true winner when Undertaker and Shawn once again go head to head. The Undertaker says Bad Blood and Hell in a Cell will be the beginning of the end. There's no way out for Michaels and no one can get in, and that means Shawn will once again look into the eyes of the Reaper. HBK appears on the Titantron and he says he barely escaped Ground Zero, but even with the World Wrestling Federation backing him into a corner, he still survived. Shawn says he'll survive Hell in a Cell too, and if he's going down, he's taking The Undertaker with him. Taker wraps it up by saying, "Rest assured, at Bad Blood, Shawn Michaels will rest in peace." We've got Diamond Dallas Page versus Lex Luger to wrap up Nitro. On Raw we have the Patriot versus Triple H versus Davey Boy Smith, or at least that's what we thought. Savio Vega comes down to provide commentary for this main event match. Alarm bells are already ringing, and Davey ends up getting attacked by Shawn Michaels and Triple H during the entrances. Raw takes a commercial break. Davey's been removed from the match. We think it's now going to be a one-on-one contest, but Savio Vega runs in, and yeah, this is now the triple threat match. Can't say I'm too thrilled about this. What can I say really? It's another early WWF triple threat match. It's got all the spots you'd expect. This spot here was alright, with Hunter hitting a back elbow on Savio, Patriot landing a clothesline, and Savio finishing up with a sidekick. This was pretty early on though, and it went into familiar territory quickly afterwards. HBK reappeared before commercial break and he provided commentary when we came back.
He's an animal!
Shawn says Commissioner Slaughter isn't around right now, so someone has to make sure this match plays out the way it's supposed to. We got a human centipede head scissors going on while Shawn spoke Spanish.
Arriba, tiro, arriba!
And it ends with HBK getting involved. He jumps on the apron and Savio swings a punch. This allows Triple H to take control. Shawn then keeps the Patriot busy in the corner, talking about something, I don't know, talking Spanish. And this leads to Savio bumping into Del Wilkes and Triple H wins via pinfall. Shawn then attacks the Patriot and Savio. Los Barriquas run down, but Chyna throws in a few chairs for Shawn and Hunter. Vader's also appeared on the outside, but no one will step in the ring. Raw fades to black as the Hart Foundation appear on the rampway. And I didn't think much of this main event at all. I get it, Shawn and Hunter need established as a formidable team, but there were better ways than doing it through this triple threat match. The fans booed HBK and Hunter like they were supposed to, but they also booed the Hart Foundation when they appeared on the ramp. A big concern that Bret had was that Shawn would steal all his heat by turning heel, and this is exactly what was happening. I mean, are the fans supposed to cheer for Los Boricuas here? Vader 2 was a tweener at this point, and Patriot was still too fresh. Feels like someone pressed the randomize button when booking this one. HBK cuts a promo next on Raw while Ultimo Dragon takes on Eddie Guerrero on Nitro. Alright, so this is the episode of Raw where Shawn puts a bandage roll down his underwear to make it look like he's got an Alex Wright bratwurst, and Jim Ross was fucking raging backstage. Now, this episode of Raw was taped, so parts were cut out, but on HBK's DVD documentary, we get to see this.
On Raw with Bret and Owen. You got my attention.
There's other parts included on the DVD that didn't make it to TV, as you can see right here. Shawn got fined for this. According to HBK, the fine was then dropped when he talked to Vince McMahon about the direction of the company changing. Believe that if you want. But I do believe that Ross was pissed off just by his reactions and how he talks. Why did Shawn do this? To pop the boys backstage. Everyone had a good laugh at this, except JR. Anyway, in regards to attacking the Bulldog last week, Shawn says he's done everything there is to do in the WWF except one thing, and that's to win the European Championship. In regards to the Hell in a Cell match, Shawn says this all started when the WWF asked him to be the special referee at SummerSlam. HBK says he done a great job, but his reward for doing a great job was getting stuck in a match with The Undertaker. HBK says he gave the fans the best match on the Ground Zero pay-per-view, and his reward for that was getting stuck in Hell in a Cell with death itself. Shawn says he's doing this first ever match type because he's the man and he can. Everyone thinks that Shawn has once again signed his own death warrant, but if Shawn said it once, he said it 1,000 times. If HBK goes down, he's taking everyone with him, and he's going down in a blaze of glory. Undertaker then appears on the Titantron. He says he can still taste the blood, there's no place to run, and there's no place to hide in Hell in a Cell. Taker says the end is at hand, and Shawn will pay dearly at Bad Blood. Hell in a Cell will be Shawn's final resting place. HBK grabs a mic and he says he hopes Taker liked the taste of his own blood, because in the Hell in a Cell match, Taker's gonna taste it again. Shawn Michaels repeats what he said in the free-for-all. He plans on becoming the WWF's first ever Grand Slam champion by winning the European title tonight in the Birmingham NEC. Shawn says even though we've watched the tag team champions and the WWF champion tonight, we're now about to see the main event, the headliner himself. Vince wonders if Shawn can, quote, top this, referring to the Taker versus Bret match, and Shawn says his middle name is Top This, so that's the Heartbreak Kid Michael Top This Hickenbottom. Michaels says we're about to see the showstopper live and in living colour, and the Heartbreak Kid is on his way. Now, before we look at this main event, I made a video on this match where I talk a bit more about the backstage shenanigans that went on before both men walked out to the ring. I want to focus on the match here, and I will briefly cover what happened at the end of this upload, but if you want a more in-depth look at Bulldog vs Shawn, check out that other video. I'll be treading over some old ground while I look at this match, but I don't mind if you guys don't. Shawn gets a little too comfortable with fans that don't really look a day over 16, and he puts a British Bulldog action figure down his tights before giving it back to the fan. The female fans in attendance are screaming for the Heartbreak Kid, and for a heel, he's getting a good reaction. The roof comes off the arena though when Davey makes his way to the ring with his sister Tracy. This is our guy's big night, and all he has to do is defend his championship, the European Championship that only Davey's held up to this point. Davey holds up the Union Jack and Shawn decides to walk away from the ring. He checks himself out on the big screen while pointing at his ass, and then he decides to come back and try to win this match. He shoves Davey and Davey shoves Shawn right back. Michaels then complains to the referee and the crowd chant Bulldog as the two get ready to lock up. Shawn gets frustrated when he gets overpowered. This happens twice. The chants in the arena also begin bothering HBK. Michaels tries to use the ropes to get an advantage during the next lockup, but Davey throws Shawn across the ring. Shawn's Luthez press gets countered, Bulldog brings the challenger to the corner, and Davey sends Shawn over the top rope with a clothesline. Michaels again threatens to walk away, but he comes back and he gets the advantage with an eye poke. Davey shakes it off and Shawn gets his head smashed into the top turnbuckles. Michaels gets dumped back in the ring with a reverse suplex, and Earl Hebner has to stop the Bulldog, launching Shawn over the top rope. Then Davey applies an abdominal stretch. Shawn counters with a hip toss, he lays in the boots, and the fans get silenced here. Diane and Tracy look on as Davey sends Shawn over the top rope with a back body drop. When HBK gets back inside, he goes down after a few arm drags followed by a wrist lock. Davey keeps it locked in when both guys get back to their feet. A few forearms breaks the hold and Davey takes a thumb to the eye during a leapfrog sequence, but once again Bulldog stays in control and he counters a Hurricane Rana with a sit-down powerbomb. A crucifix pin attempt gets countered with a Samoan drop. HBK finds himself in a surfboard stretch, but Earl Hebner realizes Davey's shoulders are on the mat and Earl begins counting a pin. Davey breaks the hold and he screams at Earl Hebner afterwards. But what do you think? Was this really a good call by Hebner? Shawn tries to take advantage, but it's no use. Davey hits the vertical suplex, but he only gets a 2 count. The crowd then start booing because the insurance man, ravishing Rick Rude, just showed up and he's making his way to the ring. Rude tries to help Shawn with a pin counter, but Davey kicks out. Rude then tries to hold the ropes down and Bulldog's had enough. He goes after Rude, but Shawn attacks from behind. Davey's in trouble. Rude throws Davey into the ring post right in front of his family, and Michaels follows this up with a double axe handle from the top rope. Rude attacks again while Shawn keeps Hebner distracted, and when Davey tries to get back inside the ring, he gets his head snapped across the top rope. Shawn applies a sleeper and it gets brought down to the mat. The arena shakes as Davey shows signs of life and Michaels goes down after a back suplex. This match is not over yet. Bulldog goes down after an arm drag and Shawn locks in a short arm scissors. Davey powers out by lifting Shawn with one arm. This looked awesome. And it's at this point right here where you expect the predictable comeback, but it doesn't quite work out that way. Both men collide in the middle of the ring, and here comes Triple H and Chyna. The question is painfully obvious. Why haven't the Hart Foundation made an appearance yet? The crowd chants "We want Bret" as Davey tries to overcome the odds. Shawn gets back body dropped, he takes the Flair corner bump, Davey hits a clothesline and a catapult, but then he strikes the ring post when Shawn moves out of the way. Michaels hits the top rope elbow drop twice, he sets Davey up in the corner for sweet chin music, Davey counters but Rick Rude stops Davey from hitting the running power slam. Rude keeps Earl Hebner distracted as Triple H tries to get in a cheap shot, but it's no good. Shawn gets scooped up for the power slam, but Davey's foot gets caught between the guardrail and the protective mats. The Bulldog falls over, HBK delivers sweet chin music, Rude and Triple H push the guardrail into Davey's knee, and Triple H hits the pedigree. Absolute decimation on the outside. Triple H and Rude throw Davey back into the ring, and Shawn removes Davey's knee brace. HBK throws the brace to Diana, and Davey finds himself locked in a figure 4. Triple H and Chyna help Shawn as Davey screams in pain. Davey almost reaches the ropes, but he gets punched by Rick Rude. The fans are just waiting for the Harts to show up as the figure 4 stays locked in for an extended period of time. The fans cheer, they chant, they bang their feet, but help from the Hart Foundation doesn't arrive and it looks like Davey can't continue. Earl Hebner stops the match. The crowd goes into a state of shock as HBK gets awarded the European Championship. HBK grabs the mic and he tells everyone to take a look at the new Grand Slam winner. He says this one's for the Hart family and it's especially for Diana Smith. Shawn applies the figure 4 again as Triple H tells Davey to scream for his country. Diana gets in the ring and she tries to stop Shawn, but Chyna grabs Diana. Bret and Owen arrive way too late as Shawn, Hunter and Chyna leave the ring, and fans are clearly not happy, to say the least. HBK gloats on the entranceway as fans throw garbage at the new European champion. It's an outcome that nobody would have predicted. Davey struggles to stand up as Shawn rubs it in, and the show fades to black with Michaels holding the title in the air. The match was decent, I enjoyed watching it back, but it's the ending that the majority of fans didn't like. In short, Davey was only informed about the title loss the day of the event. And Shawn was accused of politicking his way into winning the European title, and he's been blamed of doing this just to get another shot in at the Hart family. I said it before and I stand by it. I think Shawn winning the title made One Night Only's main event way more memorable. It's bullshit that Davey was only told on the day of the event that plans had changed, and it's especially shitty because he dedicated the match to Tracy, but no one would look back at this event if the ending wasn't so controversial. I know too, I'm in the minority on this one and I took shit for saying it before, but I stand by it. Nobody thought HBK would win this thing in 1997, and everyone expected a typical house show ending, send him home happy, all that stuff. But it didn't happen that way, and it's just very interesting to watch it all go down again. It would have been highly ideal though if Davey was made aware of these plans changing before he started talking to the media. No one can really argue that. But again, check out my video on the whole thing if you want to learn more. Bret wrote in his book though that Davey's passion for professional wrestling ended on this evening, and yeah, what can you say, it's pretty grim really. On Nitro, we've got Randy Savage versus Stevie Richards and Booker T taking on Conan and Scott Norton. On Raw, Shawn Michaels cuts a promo. Shawn says we've seen the rest and now it's time for the headliner himself. Shawn gets in the ring, he sets up his trusty steel chair, and HBK has a story to tell us. Shawn wonders if the fans know how he became the first Grand Slam champion and how he defeated Davey Boy Smith at One Night Only. If you don't know, check out my video on the show because HBK gets sidetracked a little here. He doesn't get a chance to tell his story, he instead calls out The Undertaker and he challenges the dead man to a fight right here in Madison Square Garden. We go to commercial break, and when we come back, Shawn's still in the ring waiting for The Undertaker. The Phenom's music then begins playing and Taker begins marching down to the ring. Unfortunately for the dead man, he walked right into a trap. Hunter gets clocked, but Shawn whacks Taker with the chair. Rick Rude and Chyna come down to get in on the action. Taker gets pummeled here by the four who would soon become known as D-Generation X. And at the end of the beating, you can see The Undertaker looking a little pissed off. Not sure if he got hit with a live round or if this was the plan all along, but he looks pretty annoyed when his attackers run away. Main event time, Double J gets a shot at Curt Hennig's US title on Nitro. On Raw, the Hitman Bret Hart faces Goldust. Bret says he doesn't care who wins the Hell in a Cell match. It's Survivor Series, the Hitman's going to face either Shawn Michaels or The Undertaker, and Bret doesn't sweat either of them. Bret says he never was afraid of The Undertaker and he's still not afraid of The Undertaker. And as for HBK, after what he did to the Bulldog in Birmingham, sooner or later Michaels will cross paths with Bret, it's inevitable, so Shawn's days are numbered. Bret says he's the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be, and New York City knows it. The camera cuts away here and we see that some dude wants to marry Sonny Ono. Fair play. Goldust has Pillman's logo painted on his face, pretty much a hammer and sickle, but not quite. Bryan wore the Rogue Horseman logo very briefly in the World Wrestling Federation, but it kinda evolved or devolved into this design right here, and yeah, Comrade Goldust ready for action. Jim Ross calls it the death and destruction symbol, Bret calls it a target. The Hitman goes in for the kill, but it's Goldust who does all the damage. Bret gets pummeled in the corner and he politely requests that Goldust knocks it the fuck off, but the bizarre one continues on. The Hitman gets in a kick and he elbows Goldust in the face, but he lowers his head for a backdrop and he pays for it. Bret then takes a clothesline, it looks like it catches him pretty good, and the Hitman quickly kicks out of a pin attempt and he stands in the corner for a moment. The two then go in for a test of strength, but Bret ends it with a few kicks. The Hitman then begins preparing for the sharpshooter by damaging the leg and knee, but a rake to the face brings Goldust back into the match, for a moment at least. Bret goes straight back to the knee joint, he flips off a fan because the fan didn't have the jam, and the focused attack continues with Bret making this match look like easy work. The Hitman locks in the figure 4 around the ring post. Hebner tells Bret to break the hold and Bret asks why. He ends up letting go, but then Shawn Michaels shows up. This can't be good. Bret continues to put all his efforts into weakening Goldust's left leg, but the fans are now distracted by Shawn. They're chanting slurs at the Heartbreak Kid and they aren't really paying attention to what's going on inside the ring. This is important and it goes back to what Bret said about Shawn stealing his heat. Fans were more eager to show their dislike towards Shawn, more so than showing dislike towards Bret Hart. The Hitman's taking his time here. He could potentially end it right now with a sharpshooter, but he goes for a suplex and Goldust counters it. HBK's literally leading an unsavory chant that's directed at him and not the guys in the ring. Bret again takes the lead with more attacks to the leg, but Goldust counters and Bret goes flying out of the ring. On the outside, Goldust is able to build a little momentum. Dustin remembers to limp around a little just before he hits a running bulldog, but then the leg magically heals up. He runs into Bret in the corner, but Bret gets a boot up. Goldust then gets a boot up when Bret comes off the middle rope, but Bret sees it coming and he applies a sharpshooter. Goldust instantly gives up and Bret wins via submission. Shawn Michaels then hits the ring and he begins attacking Bret. We haven't saw this in a while. Bret fights back, Shawn's in trouble, so Triple H hits the ring. Owen Hart then evens the odds and then poor Davey Boy Smith tries to help out, but he looks pretty useless right about now. Rick Rude gets in the ring too. Jim Neidhart makes his return by getting involved in this brawl, but then The Undertaker shows up and that's it pretty much over. Taker cleans out the ring and he stops Bret and Shawn from fighting by delivering a double choke slam. Raw fades to black with The Undertaker looking over the broken bodies of the Heartbreak Kid and the excellence of execution. HBK, Triple H, Chyna and Rick Rude are in the ring and Vince McMahon wants an interview. This is the Ralph Lauren shirt era of D-Generation X. McMahon again wants to know who's paying Rick Rude for his services and Rude says he operates under strict confidentiality. Rude then says Vince McMahon himself is in dire need of an insurance policy after what Steve Austin did last week. HBK and Triple H are too busy hogging the camera. Shawn and Hunter have been messing Vince around since the start of the interview, and Vince called Shawn a wise ass before asking him how he plans on surviving Hell in a Cell. Shawn says he'll drop Vince on his neck again if he continues the insults, and HBK reminds us that he and his buddies made easy work of The Undertaker last week in the Garden, so Shawn isn't sweating the Phenom this Sunday at Bad Blood. Shawn says he and his friends kicked the dead man's ass last week like no one has ever done before, and then he tells Triple H to take over. Michaels says this is the moment Hunter's been waiting for a very long time. It's time to unload on the World Wrestling Federation. Triple H says Vince and the World Wrestling Federation have always been afraid of cliques, and this is one clique that McMahon will never break up. Hunter says he's been sitting back for years while Vince and the company, quote, spread their legs like a cheap whore for all the so-called superstars of the World Wrestling Federation. But Vince knows that not one of those superstars could lace up Triple H's boots. Hunter says he's not waiting for a break anymore, he's taking it in his own hands. And this is quite reminiscent of Hunter's promo after he won King of the Ring, by the way. Hunter says he enjoyed attacking The Undertaker last week, and Hunter's not so sure that the dead man will even make it to Bad Blood. Vince is visibly agitated in the ring, by the way. He's getting messed around big time, and you can see he's not very comfortable with the antics going on. Sergeant Slaughter comes to the ring, and Michaels uses the European belt to protect himself from Slaughter's spit. The commissioner wishes Shawn luck in Hell in a Cell because he's gonna need it. And as for Triple H, he's gonna face The Undertaker tonight in the main event. Triple H isn't too pleased about this announcement. The Hart Foundation then appear on the stage and the Hitman called Shawn and Hunter boy toys. These two have committed crimes against the Hart Foundation and they've crossed the line. There's no return for Shawn and Hunter. Bret says HBK and Triple H are gonna pay for those crimes and they're gonna pay tonight on Raw. Speaking of paying, it's been said that Bret found out last week that Vince McMahon could no longer afford his WWF contract. I'm not exactly sure when Bret got in touch with WCW to see if his old offer was still on the table, or if Bret and Vince would have had further discussions about what could be done to keep Bret in the World Wrestling Federation, but it's generally believed that the Hitman knew at this time that his professional future was uncertain. We see a video that shows the Hell in a Cell getting put together, and this thing looked great back in the day. I remember immediate comparisons being made to War Games and WCW's other cages, but it was fascinating seeing the WWF go ahead with a new cage structure that promised to be more brutal than ever. McMahon says Shawn Michaels is gonna pay when he gets inside that cell this Sunday at Bad Blood. And speaking of HBK, he and Chyna are going to stand in Hunter's corner tonight for the main event. Bret Hart and Davey Boy Smith attack The Undertaker during the dead man's entrance, and this doesn't make sense. Didn't Bret say he was coming after Shawn Michaels at the start of the show? Vader and the Patriot rescue The Undertaker and the Hart Foundation gets sent to the back. But Triple H and Shawn seize the opportunity and Taker takes another beating before the match even begins. Taker fights back when Shawn walks away for a brief moment, Triple H gets floored, and then the dead man goes after the Heartbreak Kid. Hunter recovers and now our main event gets underway. Shawn chokes The Undertaker behind the referee's back and Taker gets whipped hard into the corner. A jumping shoulder block from Undertaker puts Trips down, and immediately afterwards Helmsley takes a choke slam. Undertaker then signals for the tombstone, but Rick Rude shows up and oh my god, he's got a magical briefcase. Undertaker gets hit with the most deadly of foreign objects and the referee calls for the bell. Taker wins via DQ. Rude opens up his magical briefcase and he's got a body bag. He lays it out as Shawn hits sweet chin music on The Undertaker, and then Chyna, Hunter and Shawn put the Phenom inside Rude's big bag. The heels think they got one over on the dead man, but The Undertaker sits up. Shawn's reaction was great here, by the way. Shawn and Hunter try attacking the Phenom again, but it's no good. Shawn runs away, and even with Triple H attacking him from behind, The Undertaker continues to follow Shawn up the rampway. Taker turns around and he floors Hunter. Shawn tries to leap through the curtain, but something stops him from walking through. Looks like red lights. Okay, just roll with it. Undertaker hits Helmsley with a tombstone and Shawn has nowhere to run. So he begins climbing up the Titantron. We don't see how this one ends though as Raw fades to black. You'll have to tune in to Bad Blood to see The Undertaker finally get his hands on the Heartbreak Kid. The Hell in a Cell begins lowering for the first time ever on pay-per-view. This all began at SummerSlam when Shawn inadvertently hit The Undertaker with a steel chair, costing him the WWF title. Michaels turned heel shortly afterwards and he formed an alliance with Triple H and Chyna. Shawn also got himself some insurance in the form of one ravishing Rick Rude, and this team have managed to stay one step ahead of The Undertaker with a series of attacks. These two wrestled at Ground Zero in a fun yet chaotic match. Too many run-ins, too much outside interference. In order to stop Shawn getting any help this time around though, he and the Phenom will wrestle inside a cage that has a roof. The structure we're about to see is the original Hell in a Cell. The winner of this match faces Bret Hart at Survivor Series 1997 in Montreal, so fans are expecting either a SummerSlam 97 rematch taking place on pay-per-view once again, or the long-awaited Shawn Michaels vs Bret Hart WrestleMania 12 rematch. Either way, this was an extremely exciting time for WWF fans, and the unpredictability of it all had fans hooked. Doug Hendricks interviews Shawn Michaels and HBK says there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is Shawn's coveted European title is not on the line in this main event match. The bad news, however, is that Shawn's stepping inside a 15-foot high steel cage. Shawn tells his boys he's doing this one on his own. No one can get in after the door locks, and it's thanks to Shawn's wonderful athletic ability, the fact that he's the man and the fact that he's the showstopper, the icon, the main event. These are the only things that'll get him through this next matchup. Shawn says there's nobody crazy enough to do this gig except the Heartbreak Kid, and Shawn's prepared to show everyone why he's the #1 guy in the wrestling business today by entering Hell in a Cell with The Undertaker. Before the match gets underway, Sergeant Slaughter and Earl Hebner make sure no one's hiding under the ring. The commissioner confirms there's no one there, and he orders the cell to lower further. HBK's out first and he's brought his buddies, though these guys won't be allowed to stick around. There's a lot of bravado as usual with Shawn's entrance, and McMahon wonders if this is going to change once the dead man hits the ring, and boy does it ever. I've covered this match before, and one thing that I think makes this so good is how Shawn reacts to getting locked inside the cell. The Undertaker makes his entrance, he makes the lights come on inside the arena, and that bravado completely leaves HBK. The storytelling is incredible before the match even begins. Shawn Michaels, the cocky asshole, realizes in that very moment what he got himself into. Not too long ago, he said his wonderful athletic ability will see him through this, and the fact that he's the icon in the showstopper is more than enough to survive Hell in a Cell, but he becomes the walking embodiment of an anxiety attack and he just wants to leave. The fight or flight response kicks in when Shawn comes face to face with the Reaper, and Shawn doesn't want to do this anymore. The cell itself is now a real part of this match without any physicality happening inside it. It's fucking awesome work. Undertaker stalks Shawn around the ring and HBK shouts at Vince that this is all his fault. Shawn tries to bait the Undertaker into the ring, but he takes a big boot and Shawn's in trouble already. HBK bumps around the ring as The Undertaker remains slow and methodical. The dead man's gonna enjoy this. The Phenom goes for the chokeslam and Shawn realizes he has to fight back, so he starts throwing some right hands and he stuns The Undertaker. HBK gets a few more in the corner, but The Undertaker launches the European champion into the opposite corner and Shawn hits the mat hard after a clothesline. Undertaker softens up the shoulder before hitting Michaels with Old School. Shawn gets choked with The Undertaker's boot, and The Undertaker delivers a body slam followed by a leg drop. Michaels kicks out of the follow-up pin, showing us he's not prepared to give up a chance at the World Wrestling Federation title, even if it means going through hell with The Undertaker. Shawn's feet touch the cage roof during a back body drop. The Undertaker stops Michaels from mounting any kind of comeback with a few right hands, and then Taker throws Shawn out of the ring. The cell is now going to be used as a weapon. Taker lifts Shawn up in the air with a chokehold. Shawn sticks his thumb in The Undertaker's eye, but the dead man shakes it off. HBK tries to escape, but there's nowhere to go. So Taker pulls Shawn down from the cage panel, and The Undertaker decides to launch Shawn into the cell before hitting another clothesline. This happens twice, as Jim Ross says The Undertaker is in absolutely no hurry tonight. He's gonna make Shawn pay. Taker goes for a powerbomb in the corner. Shawn grabs the cage and he punches Taker over and over again, but it does no damage at all and Shawn gets rammed into the corner of the cell. HBK's in a bad way as Taker picks him up. The Phenom lays in a few body shots and Shawn gets rammed from the ring post to the cell corner over and over. The Phenom takes a moment to think about what he's gonna do next. He scoops HBK up on his shoulder, but Shawn counters it and Taker goes into the cell. But still, Taker shrugs it off and Shawn gets mowed down again. Michaels hasn't been destroyed this badly ever in his career, and the commentators say Shawn really is in hell right now. Desperation takes over. Shawn dodges another attack at the cage panel and all he can do is fall down to his knees and throw right hands over and over again. The crowd boos as The Undertaker's been stopped for the first time in this match. Michaels then gets in the ring, hoping to keep his advantage when Taker tries to follow him, but Shawn gets his neck snapped on the top rope and he's back to square one. Taker tries to step inside the ring, but Michaels runs at him and Taker goes into the cell. A dive through the middle rope helps keep The Undertaker down, and Shawn climbs the cell before dropping an elbow on the dead man. The athletic ability Shawn mentioned earlier continues to come into play with a diving clothesline from the apron to the outside, and Michaels then decides it's time to do some serious damage with the ring steps. The Phenom gets hit twice across the back as Michaels is feeling a lot more confident now. He brings The Undertaker to the base of the steps and Shawn Michaels delivers a piledriver. Shawn grabs a chair. It was a chair that started all this in the first place, and The Undertaker takes a shot across the back. Shawn lines up another, and the dead man takes another chair shot. Shawn believes he's done enough damage, but The Undertaker kicks out at 2. Taker then gets tied up in the ropes, giving HBK a few free shots, but a big boot stops Michaels in his tracks and Shawn takes a back body drop. HBK flies out of the ring and he falls on a cameraman, and that poor cameraman takes a kicking from the Heartbreak Kid. Shawn grabs the cameraman and he throws him right beside the cage door, and back in the ring, The Undertaker's kept at bay with a flying forearm. Michaels hits the diving elbow as Commissioner Slaughter comes down to the ring. He wants to get the cage door open so that cameraman can get out. Michaels then hits Sweet Chin Music. The dead man sits up, and HBK sees that the door's opened up and he makes a run for it. The Undertaker follows Michaels, and Shawn made a big mistake here. Michaels gets catapulted into the cell and he's a bloody mess afterwards. Undertaker makes sure the damage is done by repeatedly ramming Shawn's head into the cell panel, and all Shawn can do is hit a low blow to stop the onslaught just for a moment. HBK then tries to climb the cell and he gets to the top. The Undertaker follows him and both men are now going to fight on top of the Hell in a Cell structure. The cameraman in the ring can be heard swearing as blood drips on his camera after Taker delivers a backdrop. And I remember watching this thinking that cage roof isn't going to hold those guys for very long. The way it bends is fucking nerve-wracking. Taker lifts Shawn up and he delivers a press slam as Lawler says the steel girders are going to break at any moment. Shawn takes a right hand that sends him to the edge of the cage. He tries to climb down, but The Undertaker catches him. Shawn's just holding on with his fingertips right now, and then In hindsight, we naturally compare this to the Mick Foley Hell in a Cell fall, and yeah, the Mankind fall was way more shocking, but when this happened and when you had nothing else to compare it to, it was insane. That has to be the match over, right? There's no coming back from this one. Shawn has been destroyed, it's time for The Undertaker to put an end to it and go on to Survivor Series to face the Hitman. Well, Taker isn't done just yet. HBK gets thrown on the French announce table, he gets slammed on the broken Spanish table, Jerry Lawler begs for someone to stop the match as Shawn tries to get to his feet. Taker brings Shawn back inside the cell, the crowd cheers, and the door gets locked again. A big clothesline puts Shawn back on the mat. The Undertaker then sets Shawn up on the top rope, and the dead man delivers a super choke slam. The Undertaker then grabs a chair. It's time for some true revenge. Taker lines one up and... The Undertaker then signals for the end as the crowd continues to cheer. One tombstone and that's it all over, but the lights go down in the arena. This is a long HBK and Triple H promo, but it's a good one and it's a memorable one. Shawn wants to give Michael Cole his official welcome to the WWF from the Clique. Michael gets wedgied so bad that he almost splits in 3 parts, while HBK says that's gonna leave a mark. I'm sure it did. Shawn says the WWF's dreams of ending the Heartbreak Kid didn't work. HBK's here, The Undertaker is not. HBK says he proved to the world what he's been saying for 10 years in the World Wrestling Federation. Shawn Michaels is simply the very best sports entertainer in the world, and Bad Blood was the proof. Michaels announces he's now the icon of the World Wrestling Federation. He says the word icon's being thrown around quite a lot in wrestling today as Michael Cole gets thrown around by Chyna and Hunter. HBK says he's in a class of his own, he's not one of those fossils, he's the icon that can still go. Hunter asks Shawn who's the man, who's the showstopper, who's the main event. Michaels answers that it's HBK, and Shawn then says the most powerful force in the world today is the Clique. Shawn then asks for footage of Bad Blood to get played on the big screen, but instead of last night's match, we see footage of the Clique's curtain call. HBK and Triple H set this up, they act surprised when the footage airs and they tell fans what's going on. HBK, Triple H, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash breaking kayfabe. Shawn lets fans know that Hunter was a bad guy and this shouldn't have happened, and Vince McMahon orders for the footage to stop from his headset. Shawn makes fun of Vince, saying this was supposed to be a big day for McMahon because he sold out Madison Square Garden for the first time in a long time. HBK says this still must be a sensitive subject for McMahon, and he wonders if this made Vince's dad roll in his grave. Did the Clique make an ass out of McMahon by shitting all over tradition? Shawn says Vince was an ass long before HBK made one of him, so he shouldn't worry. Vince tells the production guys to cut away for a commercial break. We come back and the boys are still at ringside, saying again that the Clique is the most powerful force in all of pro wrestling. The Hart Foundation then show up, and this makes Shawn and Hunter mock Vince even further, saying he ordered the Hart's music to play in order to save his own ass. Bret says this is what it's came down to, the fans chanting USA while Shawn runs around the ring, a man who has no respect for anybody. Bret continues on.
Shawn Michaels. Yes, Bret Hart.
Bret says Shawn's a disgrace to pro wrestling. The crowd pops when Bret calls Shawn the lowest form of scum he's ever come across, and the Hitman tells the audience to spare him their cheers. And then Bret says that Shawn Michaels is nothing but a degenerate. Bret then says we all know what the H stands for in HBK, and we all know what HHH stands for.
You're nothing but a homo, and that guy there in the green shirt is nothing but a homo. Oh, I'm no queer.
Bret says Shawn barebacked his way to all those pay-per-view main events recently, but the Hitman makes more money than HBK, Triple H and Chyna combined. There's that money issue again that we talked about earlier in the year. Bret says it's all about the WWF title and Shawn will never be the showstopper until he takes the championship away from the Hitman. Bret says he ran Shawn's other boyfriends, Razor and Diesel, out of the WWF and he's got no problem doing it again. So he wants to start tonight and he wants to start with Triple H. Bret challenges Hunter to step into the ring with the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And Shawn says, okay, but do you want him to wrestle you? Fucking funny stuff, and it goes right over Bret's head. Still, Bret saves it and the crowd pops when he says he's gonna bide his time with the Heartbreak Kid, and he promises to kick Shawn's scrawny ass in Montreal. Immediately after Bret leaves, Shawn says he has 2 words for the Hitman: suck it. Bret may earn more money, but he doesn't have more money. He has to work week after week to get paid, and the only reason he's in the main event at the next pay-per-view is because he's wrestling the Heartbreak Kid. Bret did not destroy the Clique. Bret shouldn't confuse expansion with destruction. The Clique own the wrestling business, and at Survivor Series, the Clique and HBK are going to own the Hitman. Really fascinating stuff here. This whole implied thing with Shawn, Hunter and the Wolfpack still working together to take over wrestling was actually a smart move, but it's a move that could also confuse casual fans. But anyone who watched both shows would know exactly what Shawn was talking about. We also learned here that Shawn and Bret's rivalry was still pretty personal. A good promo to kick off Raw, and one you should check out. This isn't the only time performers on WCW get mentioned on Raw tonight. It feels like the WWF take the gloves off on this episode of Raw, and the Monday Night War gets seriously heated up. Nitro ends with a Ric Flair promo. Over on Raw, we've got Bret Hart versus Triple H. Hunter gets officially announced to the ring as Triple H here. Thought that was noteworthy. Jerry Lawler asks McMahon about Shawn's statement earlier about people confusing expansion with destruction, and Lawler tells McMahon he can't pretend like WCW doesn't exist. McMahon isn't keen on talking about it on air, but he does say maybe they exist because of the World Wrestling Federation. Bret's going full throttle from the get-go here. Trips gets punished in the corner before Bret delivers a suplex. Hunter then gets floored with a headbutt, and Chyna looks on as Hunter gets whipped in the corner before taking a Russian leg sweep. Not the way Hunter wanted to start this match. Hunter tries to kick Bret away, but the Hitman stays on his opponent, and it's a rake in the eyes that brings Hunter into the match. McMahon's trying to rip Bret apart on commentary by talking about the Hitman's values and how he wants to be a role model. And JR says, who's to say Bret's values aren't right? Many fans in Canada certainly believe in what Bret says, and Jerry Lawler backs up Ross. It's quite the conversation the boys are having at the commentary desk. Bret comes back with a clothesline, and Vince won't fuck up. He's now saying HBK isn't being the bad influence on Hunter, it's maybe Hunter being the bad influence on HBK. Again, JR doesn't agree. JR thinks that Shawn Michaels is influencing a lot of people backstage, and he leaves it at that. Shawn then appears and he's telling the crowd to suck it on his way to the ring. You may think this is great and iconic, but here's a Bret Hart chinlock. Beat that, you degenerate. Bret releases the hold, and Shawn's distraction allows Hunter to take advantage. Shawn, meanwhile, shoves the Canadian flag up his nose, and you can hear him say, "I love Canada," as he fucks around on the outside. Owen Hart and the Anvil show up just before commercial break, and we come back to Triple H dropping a knee on the WWF champ. Davey Boy Smith is also joined his Hart Foundation brethren. Bret gets suplexed, he takes an inverted atomic drop. Triple H pummels his opponent in the corner, and then he applies a sleeper. The crowd cheers when Bret counters with a back suplex, and it's interesting seeing the crowd cheer for the Hitman again. I don't think they were necessarily going all in with Bret, they just wanted Triple H to get his ass kicked. Hunter gets a boot up when Bret comes off the second rope and Hart takes a DDT. A back elbow stuns the champion, but Bret manages to kick Helmsley and then he goes for the sharpshooter. Bret locks it in and Chyna pushes the rope to help Triple H, and on the outside, Rick Rude shows up and he takes out Davey Boy Smith with his magical briefcase. The cameras don't catch this very well though. Chyna tries to attack Bret when the Hitman goes for the figure four. She gets in a forearm, but Bret grabs her arm on the second attempt. The crowd again cheers as it looks like Bret's going to knock Chyna out, but Bret ends up taking sweet chin music. This results in Bret getting counted out and Triple H wins the bout. Raw ends with a dazed Bret Hart slowly getting to his feet while Triple H celebrates his big win on the rampway. The Hitman gets in the ring to say a few words, and Vince McMahon lets us know that the British Bulldog isn't here because he's celebrating both an anniversary and his birthday. Yeah, that's a fucking lie. McMahon understands that Bret's in a bad mood about what happened last week, but before His Excellency gets a chance to speak, he gets immediately interrupted by Shawn Michaels and his cronies. Shawn says Bret's getting old and he's been jerking the curtain on Shawn's pay-per-views recently, but HBK says he has something to show Bret. Michaels says nobody knows Canada like Shawn knows Canada, and there we go. Triple H wonders if this tickled HBK's brain. Hunter says he's younger than Bret, he's better than Bret, and he's bigger than Bret.
In more ways than one.
Good
God, you gotta put an eye out with that thing.
We see footage of the super kick from last week and Bret loses his temper. He calls Hunter and Shawn degenerates before challenging either of them to step into the ring right now. Shawn says he doesn't need to because he beat the Hitman back at WrestleMania 12 and he's gonna beat him again at Survivor Series. Triple H pretends to get all fired up looking for a fight, but then he starts laughing while saying he already beat Bret last week and he too doesn't need to do it again. Shawn says he's sick of Generation X getting a bad rep and he asks Hunter if he's a degenerate. Michael says he knows for a fact that he himself is one and Hunter guesses that he's one too. HBK says he, Hunter, Chyna and Ravishing Rick are now known as Degeneration X.
You make your rules and we will break them! Yeah!
Bret says DX won't make it to Survivor Series. McMahon tries to continue the interview, but then the Nation of Domination show up. The interview's over. Kama takes on Owen Hart in our Raw opening match. I don't know if it's because I'm looking out for it with the benefit of hindsight, but Bret really looks angry and a little fed up here. He now knows for sure he's leaving the WWF, and it's such a change here compared to just a month or two ago when the Hart Foundation were riding high. You can feel the faction getting fizzled out. They're no longer the most important aspect of WWF television, and that's a shame, because their short run as the company's top heels was brilliant. Every week now on Reliving the War, we're going to see changes and things happening that shape what the WWF would soon become. It's been happening really since SummerSlam 1997. Kama Mustafa versus Owen Hart then. We go to commercial break after the Nation's entrance and then Degeneration X show up. After goofing around on the entranceway, they make their way to the commentary table and they take over the headsets. So we have the Nation on one side of the ring, the Harts on the other, and DX over here calling the action. This is a gang fight we could really enjoy if they end up fighting. Hunter says Owen's on his back, typical Hart Foundation action. Owen hits a missile dropkick on Kama as Shawn and Hunter rip into Bret Hart, calling him the king of charisma. And as Kama begins laying in the punches and kicks in the corner, Rick Rude hands the boys a few bananas. Jerry Lawler's sucking up the DX and Shawn cuts him off. Lawler seems a little taken back here. HBK says he worked for Lawler a long time ago when the King called the shots, but he doesn't call the shots anymore. Shawn does. Shawn then orders Chyna to smack Jerry as he tries to hand over his headset to the ninth wonder of the world, and it's a very awkward exchange. Do check it out. But enough of that shit, there's a chin lock and Davey isn't around to witness it. He's celebrating his unbirthday. Rick Rude's getting in on some banana action as Triple H takes notice of our favourite wrestling hold here on Reliving the War.
Dreaded chin lock.
I'd say that's gimmick infringement, brother, but I'll let it slide. As Owen fights out, DX begin making fun of Stu Hart, saying he's dead but he doesn't know it. Shawn then begins taunting Bret and the Hitman says that's enough. He goes to attack Shawn but the Nation jump the Hitman, and the match ends in disqualification as Owen and Kama get involved in the fight. Shawn lies on the ground and he gets a great view of the Nation attacking the Harts. He starts beating Bret with his big floppy banana skin. Shawn and Hunter just watch as these two factions beat the hell out of each other. Some fans are booing, some fans are laughing. HBK then drops his banana on Bret's head before scurrying off, and he acts like a jackass while heading back up the ramp. I get that many of you watching this series won't be big DX fans, but you gotta admit, this was pretty amusing. Bret, on the other hand, didn't find any of this amusing. After the bout, another Legion of Doom highlight video plays. These little videos would play all through Raw, and I even remember back then thinking that the Legion of Doom were winning the tag team titles tonight. The WWF went a bit overboard with all the Hawk and Animal clips. The Battle of the Steves takes place next on Nitro when Steven Regal takes on Stephen McMichael. On Raw we have an interesting one, Shawn Michaels versus Flash Funk. Before the Raw match, we see a clip from Shotgun Saturday Night. The Honky Tonk Man cost Rockabilly a match against Flash Funk when he tripped up Billy from the outside. Jesse James then showed up. He's ditched the real Double J gimmick and now he's the Road Dogg. Very similar to his previous roadie gimmick he had with Jeff Jarrett. And James convinced Rockabilly to smack Honky Tonk with his guitar. Rockabilly and the Road Dogg are now a team, it seems. We'll have to see how this one plays out. I would have really liked to have seen a Shawn Michaels versus Flash Funk match, but it doesn't happen because the devil's favourite demon shows up and he completely wrecks Funk. It's still good, but I would have preferred Funk versus Michaels. Anyway, we see the chokeslam, we see the tombstone, and Paul Bearer says afterwards that he and Kane will take away everything The Undertaker has ever dreamed of. Human eye has not seen and human ear hasn't heard what Kane has in store for his big brother, and Kane's going to continue his path of destruction through every WWF superstar until he reaches the Phenom. Enjoy this, guys. There's nothing quite like the original version of The Undertaker's little brother. That no good son of a gun Shawn Michaels then shows up, he pins Flash Funk, Hunter gives a slow Hebner count, Chyna rings the bell, and Rick Rude announces Shawn is the winner, accidentally but not accidentally calling Shawn the Pecan instead of the Icon. Yeah, that one fell a little flat. HBK acts like he just won the world title as Flash Funk thinks of one of two things. He's either saying, I hate my job, or he's saying, easiest payday ever. Just like HBK versus Flash Funk earlier, Triple H versus the Patriot doesn't actually happen. As Captain America was making his entrance, Rick Rude appeared from behind and he threw his hot salted caramel latte all over the Patriot, and the magical briefcase comes into play once again. Dale Wilkes can't continue, so DX announced that Triple H is the winner of this hard-fought match by default. Rick Rude comes back out and he's covered in coffee, and then Commissioner Slaughter comes down to the ring. While spitting all over Shawn and Hunter, Slaughter says Triple H is signed to wrestle tonight, so he is gonna compete. Triple H and Shawn then have a quick word with Rude, and the ravishing one heads to the back. They have came up with some sort of idea, it seems. Slaughter says DX are showing a real lack of respect in the WWF. There's no respect for announcers, wrestlers, nor the owner himself. Shawn then caves and he says he'll start showing the Sarge some respect before telling the commissioner to suck it. Ahmed Johnson's music plays in the arena and Ahmed walks out wearing some new ring gear, but again, the match doesn't get started. The Nation of Domination attack Ahmed and DX are able to escape. They sit on the rampway eating popcorn and they watch as Ahmed gets wrecked by the Nation. Professional lifesavers Hawk Animal and Ken Shamrock then run down to help out Ahmed. The Nation get cleared out of the ring while Shawn and Hunter throw their snacks at the audience. Animal then grabs a mic and he says the LOD have one more thing left to prove. The Godwins get invited down to the ring to begin the Raw's War main event. Over on Raw, Owen Hart wants Shawn to keep DX in the back, and Owen says he'll keep the Hart Foundation in the back. This is a title versus title match, and the best man should walk away with 2 belts and 2 slammies. DX come out to introduce Shawn Michaels, but the microphone doesn't work. It's working in the TV feed, but it's not working inside the arena. So we at home can clearly hear Rick Rude ordering Triple H to get to the back and get someone to turn his mic on.
Cut the music!
Finally, Rude's able to speak to the audience and he wants all these sleazy, slimy Oklahoma idiots to button their lips, open their eyes, and pay attention. It's time for the main event because DX is here. Rude introduces the showstopper, the icon, the main event, and HBK finally walks out and he tells his teammates to head back to the locker room. Looks like the Heartbreak Kid's comfortable enough to handle this one on his own. Vince McMahon says that Owen Hart may be the real hitman of the Hart Foundation, and this is something that gets repeated on this night and at Survivor Series by Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler. The WWF were getting ready to move Owen on to something else perhaps when Bret left the company, and this real hitman thing is something I found fascinating back then. Who knows what the initial plans were for Owen, but I'm sure everything went out the window following the Screwjob. 2 of the WWF's absolute best go at it in the middle of the ring, but our guy here just wants Kamala back. Owen's getting the better of HBK here as he hits a spinning wheel kick followed by a clothesline over the top rope. Michaels then dodges a baseball slide and it's HBK who gets the better of Owen on the outside. The Hart Foundation watch from the back and Bret points directly at HBK's asshole. This, he explains to the Anvil, is the weak spot, and the Anvil should target this weak spot whenever possible. HBK hits a pile driver on the outside during the break, but when we come back, Owen counters a top rope double axe handle. Shawn takes the Flair corner bump and an overhead belly-to-belly suplex, and then Michaels finds himself in a sleeper. A back suplex breaks the hold and Shawn gets a little vicious with a few punches to the head. Owen goes down after a dropkick and what a bastard. There's a Shawn Michaels chin lock. The production team knew what to do here as we see Davey watching the chin lock, clearly not amused by the lousy technique of his signature hold, but he knows his brother-in-law will fight out with relative ease. Owen's able to catch Michaels and perform a slingshot. He tries rushing at Shawn in the corner, but Michaels moves out of the way. This gives HBK a chance to body slam the IC champion and perform his diving elbow, but Owen ducks out of the way when Shawn goes for the super kick, and we see the enziguri, the same move that put Michaels on the shelf back in '96. Shawn's out again, Owen has it won, the King of Hearts turns around to cover HBK, but then Steve Austin appears again. Remember, Austin wants Owen for the IC title, so to ensure Owen doesn't win the match, Austin hits the referee with a stunner. Shawn's then able to hit the super kick, but there's no ref to count the pinfall. We see Bret Hart dashing to the ring, and here we go. Bret finally gets his hands on Shawn and the crowd's loving it. Bret does a little damage before DX run down to save the Heartbreak Kid. The Hart Foundation are a little late here, but that's how it ends. Another DQ finish this week, but my god. We've got quite a lot of heat here on Raw, and this Bret vs Shawn build-up has been great. It's a shame, in a way, that what happens at the end of Survivor Series completely overshadows everything else. Raw kicks off with a Nation of Domination promo while Nitro continues on with a Lex Luger vs Stevie Ray match. Rocky Maivia is wearing his Team Rocket shirt tonight, and I'm sure that one sold like hotcakes. Farouk isn't here to answer questions, he's here to ask Vince McMahon why is there racism in the World Wrestling Federation when weeks ago McMahon assured everyone that there was no such thing. McMahon apologises on behalf of the WWF for the Nation's locker room getting vandalised last week, but Farouk doesn't want to hear it. McMahon could apologise for the last 400 years if he wants to, but Farouk is a new breed of black man who takes apologies with his fists. He punches apologies, I guess. McMahon says again there is no racism in the World Wrestling Federation before the Nation kick him out of the ring, and Rocky takes a break from Pokemon exploitation to say a few words. He says the Hart Foundation made this a black and white thing. Maivia's dealt with discrimination all his life, but he always fought back and he always got back up. The Hart Foundation, though, won't be able to do the same thing when Rocky gets through with them. The Nation challenged the Hart Foundation to a match next week, and then the Hart Foundation show up, and just like last week, they get cheered. Bret calls the Nation his brothers before accepting the match challenge. He then says he comes from a country where there is no prejudice. In Canada, people are loved for what's inside, unlike America. Bret says Farouk got played last week. It was Shawn Michaels and his boy toy Triple H who wrecked the Nation's locker room. And just then, DX appear on the Titantron, and Shawn says it was the Grand Wizard Bret Hart who vandalized the locker room, not DX. Triple H says Bret's leather jacket wasn't his first choice for entrance gear. He wanted a white hood and white sheets instead. Fucking hell. DX says Bret was on the Jerry Springer show, but we didn't know it was him because he had his hood on. And Triple H says he heard the Hart Foundation using the N-word as they trashed the locker room. The Nation then attack the Harts, and after the fight, Bret grabs his ankle. It looks like he's been injured, and keep in mind, he has to face Ken Shamrock later tonight. Eddie Guerrero vs Chris Jericho on Nitro, Triple H vs Goldust on Raw. Rick Rude told all these out of shape Tulsa tubs of crap to button their lips, open their eyes, and pay attention to the King of the Ring, the cornerstone of DX and the future of the World Wrestling Federation, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. This dude right here was shown on camera during Rick Rude's introduction. What a guy. I really thought we were done with this Triple H vs Goldust stuff, but here we are once again. HBK joins the commentary team and he rips into the fine people of Tulsa, Oklahoma, as Goldust takes control early on. He gets a little too confident and he goes flying over the top rope, and that's when Chyna gets involved. Goldust goes down after a clothesline and Marlena thinks twice about going after Chyna. Instead, she makes fun of Triple H while her husband's brain slowly falls out of his skull. Back in the ring, Triple H performs a top rope forearm and Goldust takes the Harley Race knee. Goldust tries to fight back, but he takes the facebreaker knee smash. But eventually, Goldust makes his comeback with a low uppercut followed by a clothesline. Hunter takes a bulldog before getting launched out of the ring. Marlena leaves her purse in the ring before walking over to Hunter and smacking the cerebral assassin across the face a few times. Chyna takes the purse away from Goldust. Dustin gets whacked. This allows Hunter to hit the pedigree and Triple H wins. Marlena can't believe it. HBK rubs it into Vince and Jim Ross before telling the boys to suck it, and Vince McMahon isn't happy with Shawn's language. Bret Hart vs Ken Shamrock then. It feels like we're covering the main events at the moment, but we're only halfway through Raw and 2/3 through Nitro. Bret's a bit thrown off with Shamrock's fighting stance, but the two lock up and the two trade hammerlocks. Shamrock takes the lead with a headlock takedown. He then applies a leg lock, though Bret makes it to the ropes. Shamrock focuses on the injured knee as Vince McMahon invites viewers to join the WWF the following night for a special Survivor Series flashback show. McMahon then makes fun of Hulk Hogan in the cage match, saying fans won't see Hulk compete in another bad match, but rather the WWF will show The Undertaker vs Hogan from Survivor Series 1991 when Hulk Hogan was in his prime. Bret comes back with a series of strikes, but Shamrock knows how to throw punches too. The veteran sees an opportunity though and he delivers a chop block, and then we go into familiar territory with Bret targeting the leg and knee. Bret goes through his usual offense here, softening Shamrock up for the sharpshooter, and Shamrock does a really good job of selling it too. Before we go to break, Bret performs a spinning toe hold, and we come back to see Shamrock still getting badly punished by the excellence of execution. Bret goes for the figure 4 again, but Shamrock manages to counter it. Kenny Boy continues to do a great job selling the leg, and I really do hope he remembers to keep this up. Bret gets thrown into the ring steps, and Bret gets clobbered beside the timekeeper's table. Shamrock gets all fired up, and he shouts at Vince McMahon, and this gives Bret a chance to grab a chair and bring it back into the ring. Shamrock stops Bret from using it though, and he nails Bret with a big forearm smash. He then performs a Frankensteiner, and he counters a side Russian leg sweep with a suplex. We think things aren't looking too good for the Hitman right now, but he replies with a clothesline, and then he tries the sharpshooter. Ken counters it with an ankle lock, but the referee takes a bump, and there's no one to call for the bell when Bret taps out. Shamrock checks on the referee. Bret nails him with a chair. Bret then locks in the sharpshooter one more time, but Shawn Michaels shows up and the WWF champ gets rocked with sweet chin music. As HBK beats down Bret, Shamrock notices what's going on. He completely loses it and he starts wailing on HBK after a belly-to-belly suplex. D-Generation X hit the ring, the Hart Foundation hit the ring, officials hit the ring. Shamrock leaves while HBK and Bret try to get back to their feet, but when they do, they start fighting again. This happens a couple of times as everyone in the ring struggles to keep Shawn and Bret separated. Shawn eventually leaves the ring though, and he gets carried up the rampway while Bret reminds fans at home that he's still number one. Decent match here, you'll probably enjoy this one. We found out what tonight's Raw main event's gonna be, and no idea what they're playing at here. We also see Shawn Michaels' dirty old asshole on Raw. He and Triple H fall asleep as McMahon tries to ask a few questions. So Rick Rude chimes in and he says the only person Shawn wants to speak to right now is the Hitman Bret Hart. Shawn then pulls out his mouth from the south and it gets shown on TV. That's not what's funny though. What's funny is Vince McMahon's reaction. He just gives up. The WWF then air a big old Bret Hart vs Shawn Michaels video that goes through their entire history since WrestleMania 12. I'm not going to go over all this because we've watched it all on Reliving the War, but there's clips from the Fab 4 interviews here that are worth highlighting. Bret in particular was pretty harsh when he says, quote, "I don't like him, I don't trust him, and I don't believe in him. He's a phony little shit." And Bret also says he got tired of seeing the dancing, the twirling around the ring, and Shawn's Mexican style of wrestling that was enough to make him sick. Fucking hell. Shawn talks about pushing people's buttons and antagonizing people, but the problem here is that these sit-down interviews were recorded when Shawn was still a babyface, so he doesn't go nowhere near as hard as what Bret did. It's a decent little video they put on here, but if you want to see the full interviews, check out that Fab 4 video. The DVD re-release is a little pricey, but you will be able to see some clips on YouTube if you want to check it out. The whole feature though, the whole thing, is hard to come by online. Shawn Michaels gives Hunter a big old kiss on the lips and he tries to silence the inevitable unsavory chants by kissing Chyna. Michael Cole wants a kiss too, but he doesn't get so lucky. Triple H tells Cole he's been doing one hell of a job recently and he shakes Michael's hand. And then, I'm gonna get people complaining and telling me this is bullying, like I'm the one who fucking did it. And I do agree that Michael went through a tough time with Helmsley and Michaels, but boy does he fly here. This doesn't really get a reaction either though, and I think even people in the audience thought it was a bit unnecessary. Jim Ross lost his mind and got HBK fined when Shawn stuck a bandage roll down his pants. Michael Cole's in here fucking taking bumps. Shawn says he's the icon that can still go, but HBK's going to take it one level higher. From this point on,
Shawn Michaels will always be known as the wrestling...
Triple H says he knows where Shawn was going with that one, while HBK plays air guitar with his European belt. Trip says to be a god, you have to be as old as God, and you better be able to walk on water if you expect anyone to watch The Age in the Cage. I love it. Shawn says he's going to show Bret that HBK is the man at Survivor Series, but he quickly moves on to more important matters, like cracking everyone up last week on Raw by showing his rusty ring on TV. If the fans thought that was bad, next week on Raw, Shawn promises to walk to the ring naked, and then he wants to show Ken Shamrock the real world's most dangerous man, as in Shawn's little man. Triple H tells Sergeant Slaughter to get out and sign the match for next week. Slaughter comes down to the ring, he begins talking, and the lads came prepared for Slaughter's slobbers. They have little shields for their faces. This isn't good enough though. They interrupt Sarge again to grab little window wipers, and I remember laughing my ass off when this happened back in '97. It's lost a bit of its humour after repeat viewings, but it's still amusing. Shawn and Hunter can't stop smiling as Slaughter continues on. Shawn isn't going to get a match against Ken Shamrock next week. Oh no, the match is going to happen tonight. Shawn Michaels versus Ken Shamrock will main event Raw this week. Ken Shamrock attacks Shawn before the Heartbreak Kid can remove his entrance gear. Michaels gets thrown on top of Hunter and Chyna, and the crowd's firmly behind Kenny Boy tonight on Raw's War. Michaels and Helmsley then get their heads smashed together, and Shamrock forcefully throws HBK back into the ring before lighting him up in the corner. We see the Flair corner bump, but Michaels is able to counter the belly-to-belly with a thumb to the eye. Shawn briefly goes on offense, but he miscues a corner leapfrog, and Shamrock throws more punches before delivering a fisherman suplex. There's a bit of a communication problem when Michaels goes for a hip toss, but Shamrock hits a clothesline. They try the spot again, and it doesn't look too good, and you can see Shawn laughing. Maybe just a bit unprofessional there, HBK. You can hear Shawn calling for a clothesline too, and both men tumble out of the ring. Shamrock rams HBK into the ring post, but Chyna gives Ken a receipt. And then we see Rick Rude coming down the ringside before we take a break. We come back and Helmsley's doing a number on Shamrock on the outside. The match resumes with a Ken Shamrock crossbody inside the ring, but Shawn replies with a clothesline. Shawn then applies a chinlock as the commentators hype up the Survivor Series main event between Bret and Shawn. And Ken then breaks free and he catches Michaels with an inside cradle, only getting a 2 count. Shawn fires back with a dropkick. He mocks Shamrock's fighting stance, but Ken manages to dodge a corner charge, and Shamrock now has a chance to beat Michaels in a Raw's War main event. It was all going so well with a few jumping heel kicks, but Michaels counters a Frankensteiner with a sit-down powerbomb before deciding to end the match. HBK goes for the super kick, Shamrock dodges it and he performs the belly-to-belly. Ken takes out Triple H and then he applies the ankle lock. Chyna distracts the referee while Shawn taps out, and the magical briefcase comes back into play when Rick Rude smacks Shamrock across the back. Hebner calls for the bell as Triple H starts attacking Shamrock. We see a pedigree on top of the briefcase, and Raw then fades to black. Raw's main event was way better than Nitro's. It wasn't perfect, but it was leagues ahead in terms of overall match quality. Bret Hart agreed to sign with World Championship Wrestling when Vince McMahon informed him that he could no longer commit to Hart's 20-year WWF contract. It's been said that McMahon wanted to cut down on long-term investments as he hoped to make his company public, and with World Championship Wrestling destroying the WWF and the TV ratings, the company wasn't in the financial position it had once forecasted. Whatever the case, Bret Hart was unaffordable, and Bret decided to sign with WCW while still holding the WWF Championship. Vince wanted Bret to drop the title to Shawn at Survivor Series, and Bret said he wouldn't do it. Tensions were already seriously high between Bret and Shawn before this match was booked, and the straw that broke the camel's back was when Shawn told Bret he wouldn't put him over after Bret said he'd be willing to lose to Shawn during a conversation both men had before Bret agreed to sign with World Championship Wrestling.
I said, I just want you to know that I have no problem putting you over. And Shawn looked me in the eye and said, I appreciate that, but I just want you to know that I'm not willing to do the same thing for you.
When Shawn made this remark, Bret said there's no way he'd ever lose to him again, but that of course brings on the problem we have here at Survivor Series. Vince McMahon asked Bret time and time again to drop the belt to Shawn, and Bret consistently refused. He had a creative control clause written into his contract that legally gave him the right to refuse any storylines or match outcomes placed in front of him before he left, and he'd already worked more dates in 1997 that was already agreed upon in his contract. Bret could have no-showed Survivor Series and there wouldn't have been a thing Vince could do about it. Still, Bret arrived at the arena on the 9th of November 1997, and he and Vince came up with a DQ finish. DX and the Hart Foundation would hit the ring at the end of the match, and Bret would leave still the WWF champion. The plan after that is up in the air, but Bret said he would have dropped the belt on Raw or vacated the belt after a promo. So Bret's going into this one thinking it's going to be a disqualification. All this, by the way, is the most general way I can explain what happened before the match, and it's generally the most accepted way that things went down. There's so many stories now from guys who have podcasts, like former wrestlers and announcers and things like that. And there's also a ton of people that want to take credit for what happened, but let's just stick to what happens on TV here. There was a lot of shit going on between Bret and Shawn that we have followed all the way through Reliving the War, and some of it was petty while other parts were pretty personal. But in terms of status and in terms of what fans saw on TV, it can't be denied that Bret wasn't losing a ton of heat to Shawn Michaels ever since HBK turned heel. Bret Hart and the Hart Foundation were the hottest things in WWF from WrestleMania 13 onwards, but once Shawn turned heel and formed an alliance with Triple H, Bret really wasn't the baddest guy in town anymore. Still though, if Vince knew he couldn't afford Bret, then all that could have been by design. Before looking at the match, because I know a ton of comments are going to say it, many fans and people within the industry think what happens at the end of Survivor Series was all a big work. It was all set up to play out the way it did, and there's too many things that don't add up for a lot of people, such as the fact that Bret had a film crew backstage filming his documentary. That's seen as a coincidence. Keep in mind though, they were filming him since Canadian Stampede, by the way. There's the fact that Bret should have saw what was coming a mile off, according to Sean Waltman and others. And there's also the fact that everyone involved benefited in some way or another, whether that be financially or creatively. I don't think it was a work because you'd have to be a fucking legit genius to map this all out while guaranteeing everybody wins. And the fact that Bret still gets legit tears in his eyes when talking about Montreal, and the fact he held on to his resentment for years upon years, also tells me it wasn't a work. But it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility either, I guess. I just don't buy into it. If you're looking for hot takes on why Montreal was a work, you won't find them here, unfortunately. All I knew as a kid going into this was that two of my favourite superstars were finally going to go to war, and now through making these YouTube videos, you and I, have collectively relived this whole feud, and we've watched every moment over again. If there was ever a case of guys working themselves into a shoot, there's no better case than Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. I can confidently say this though, Bret Hart was the fucking man in WWF, and he was their most consistent performer. Shawn Michaels was one incredible athlete in the ring, and while his consistency was definitely lacking in terms of match bookings, his newfound attitude mixed with his in-ring abilities made him a must-see superstar. I had no idea Bret was leaving when I watched this as a kid. I didn't even pay attention to the numerous WCW Bret Hart or NWO Bret Hart signs in the arena. Montreal certainly knew that Bret was leaving though, but fans in attendance had no idea that they were about to witness the most talked about and infamous match in the history of professional wrestling. We see both men's journey from the locker room to the ring, and Shawn's entrance is something to behold. He knows what's going to happen going in. He said years later it really wasn't fun being the guy who had to do this shit, and it was easily his lowest point, but you sure as hell wouldn't think it when he steps out into the arena. Fans are throwing drinks all over HBK and they boo him relentlessly, but Shawn doesn't care. He grabs a Canadian flag and he disrespects it in a way that only Shawn Michaels can, and it genuinely feels hostile inside the arena. It's already super intense, and we've only seen one guy's entrance. The crowd pops as soon as Bret's shown on the big screens leaving his locker room, and he comes out to a thunderous ovation. There are fans who weren't happy with Bret leaving too, of course, but overall Bret gets a great reception from the audience. Shawn's acting like an asshole on the outside, taunting fans and playing up to the camera, and Bret just watches him for a moment. He then hands the championship belt over to Earl Hebner, and Shawn launches an attack on Bret before the bell rings. The crowd pops when Bret fights back, and Bret floors Shawn before delivering even more punches. Bret headbutts HBK as Jim Ross says the technical expertise of the Hitman has been thrown out the window. The Hitman then sends Shawn over the top rope with a clothesline that had a bit of force behind it. The bell still hasn't rung as Bret does some damage on the outside, with HBK bumping on the ring post and the ring steps. Bret then throws Shawn right into those same fans that HBK was ripping on before the two started fighting. It legitimately looks unsafe as referees get crushed in the middle of the fans, is, and it isn't long before Bret throws Shawn back over the guardrail. And then, for some reason, Vince McMahon is showing up along with Sergeant Slaughter and Pat Patterson. Alarm bells should have been already ringing. Jim Ross confirms there's speculation regarding Bret's future as Shawn finally fights back. Bret gets his head smashed on the ring steps, the crowd boos as Shawn chokes Bret with an American flag, and Shawn decides to take it back into the audience, showing absolutely no fear, though to be fair, there's more officials now. Shawn tries a piledriver, but he ends up getting backdropped over the guardrail. Bret kicks Shawn in the balls, McMahon screams to get back in the ring, but these two are going to fight on the entranceway, where Shawn takes another backdrop. It's absolute chaos here as officials surround Bret and Shawn, and they're seriously limiting the space available for the competitors. Even the camera crew have a tough time getting clear shots because there's just too many people. Shawn gets suplexed on the rampway, he gets up and he punches Pat Patterson, and he throws Bret into referee Tim White. Jerry Lawler says this is nothing but a good old fight, and he's absolutely right. The bell still hasn't rung as Bret throws Shawn over another guardrail set up beside the entranceway. We then see Vince McMahon telling the guys to get in the ring, but Bret continues to throw punches at Shawn and at referees. McMahon then gets agitated. He screams at Bret to get back in the ring, and Bret agrees. Bret grabs Shawn by the hair, and the two make their way down to the ring, with Shawn taking a few shots for good measure. The bell finally rings and Bret chokes Shawn with a Quebec flag. We see an inverted atomic drop from the Hitman, but Michaels replies with his flying forearm and the crowd boos. Shawn kicks Bret right in the face, he stomps on Bret's head, and Shawn then chokes Bret with that Quebec flag. Shawn's now taunting the crowd in between offense. He throws Bret in front of some rowdy fans, and the language from the fans is quite colourful. HBK's eating it up though. He's beating up their hero and he's getting a kick out of the negative crowd response, it seems. Shawn performs a front suplex while standing on the ring steps, and Bret gets his head slammed on the steel, and Shawn breaks a Canadian flag before driving the flagpole into Bret's throat. Back in the ring, HBK lands a double axe handle and he applies a front face lock, the first rest hold of the match. Bret gets out by launching Shawn and HBK slams hard on the mat. And then we see some classic Hitman offense. He goes for the leg. Unfortunately, that doesn't last too long because Shawn rakes Bret in the face before the Hitman could truly get started. Bret tries again, but another rake in the face stops him in his tracks. The Hitman's gasping for air in the corner. HBK goes for a crossbody, but Bret rolls through, only getting a 2 count. Bret, though, finally does a little damage to Shawn's knee, and he manages to wrap Shawn's leg around the ring post. He then applies the ring post figure 4 and the crowd goes nuts. The damage is now being done. Bret wants to make sure though, so he punches the leg, he drops his body weight on the leg at the ropes. He locks in a figure 4 though instead of a sharpshooter, but Shawn won't give up. HBK screams in pain before reversing the pressure, and Bret grabs the bottom rope. The crowd are chanting Bret's name as the Hitman lays in more punches, and we see the Flair corner bump. Bret then performs the Russian leg sweep, the snap suplex, and the backbreaker. He then goes to the top rope, but Shawn grabs the referee and Hebner takes a bump. Shawn rakes Bret in the face. The Hitman's now down on the mat. Shawn applies the sharpshooter, and while Bret's in his own hold, Earl Hebner instructs the timekeeper to ring the bell, and so does Vince McMahon. Bret grabs Shawn's foot for the planned reversal, but the match is ended. Shawn Michaels wins the WWF Championship even though Bret Hart didn't give up. The Hitman was fucked over, he was screwed. He and Shawn look at Vince wondering what's going on, with Shawn acting like he had no idea why the match ended. Bret spits on Vince, and McMahon orders Shawn to get the belt and get out of the arena. Shawn's escorted back up the rampway by Triple H and Jerry Briscoe, and the show fades to black. This is how the pay-per-view ended right here, leaving me completely confused as a kid because I thought Bret just gave up. I, like everyone else who recorded Survivor Series that night, watched those final moments again about 10 times to try to make sense of what happened, and it did start to make sense after watching it over a few times, though I still didn't know Bret was leaving for WCW, and I thought this was going to be some sort of storyline that got resolved on Raw. When the show goes off the air, the Hart Foundation come down to talk to Bret and the Hitman's close to tears. He looks absolutely devastated. He eventually lets fans know where he's headed by finger tracing the letters WCW, and he then proceeds to destroy monitors and cameras set up at the commentary tables. He gets brought back to the dressing room by arena security, and when he gets backstage, he asks Shawn straight up if he had anything to do with what happened. Shawn swears that he had no idea.
Shawn, you weren't in on that?
Fucking idea. I got no place. God's my fucking witness. My hands are clean of this one, I swear to God. He's yelling at me out there. I gave him the belt when I came back here. I will not have any part of it.
Bret takes a shower. He's told by Rick Rude and Davey Boy Smith that Vince is waiting to speak with him, and Bret wants a message delivered to Vince. If McMahon's still there when Bret gets done, he's gonna knock him out. Vince decides he's gonna give Bret a shot. He doesn't leave, so Bret makes good on his promise, and according to Bret, he floored Vince with a single punch. Vince fell on Jerry Briscoe and twisted his ankle too, or he done some sort of damage to his foot, but Bret's documentary crew managed to record Vince walking away from the dressing room. For now, that was the end of Bret Hart's relationship with Vince McMahon and the World Wrestling Federation. And what can I say? That's Bret done, and the company are going to carry on with HBK as champion. It was so shit being a Bret Hart fan and seeing this happen, and even if you weren't a fan of the Hitman, you can still see why it would suck. And yes, I know, as mentioned, people thought this was all a big setup, but even if you fully believe that, it's still a shit way for a legit legend to leave the company.
I was devastated. I can't even put into words.
The NWO cut a promo when the Blue Bloods take on Harlem Heat on Nitro. Shawn Michaels cuts a promo on Raw. The DX theme song plays in the arena, and the faction are going to walk to the ring for the very first time while Break It Down plays in the background. Ravishing Rick Rude comes out and the fans boo him so much that he has to restart his introduction a few times. He tells all these out of shape Ottawa idiots to shut their mouths, open their eyes, and give respect to the headliner, the showstopper, the main event, and the man who, against all odds, became WWF champion last night. The crowd chanted bullshit during that last part. Shawn, Hunter and Chyna come out and they watch their entrance video for a moment before joining Rude in the ring. Jim Ross then confirms that Bret Hart has left the WWF for fans who were unaware, and he says there's going to be a bit more information later on, but there really isn't. Watch this promo back when you get a chance though, because Shawn sounds absolutely wrecked. Either he didn't sleep too well, or he emptied the fanny pack in spectacular fashion after Survivor Series, but it's painfully obvious that he's not 100% tonight, let's just say that. Rick Rude congratulates Shawn for his title win, and you'll want to keep this little moment in mind for next week. Shawn says DX are on top of the world as the fans chant "We want Bret," and HBK says he thought about coming out here and being politically correct, but instead he's gonna unload tonight on Raw's War. For those fans chanting "We want Bret," HBK says he beat Bret Hart in his home country with his own finishing hold, and because Shawn's now the World Wrestling Federation champion, DX are going to become even more difficult to deal with. Shawn then says the World Wrestling Federation was not big enough for Shawn Michaels and the Heartbreak Kid.
Big enough for the Heartbreak Kid and Shawn Michaels.
HBK says he heard Bret give up while in the sharpshooter, and Shawn ran Bret's ass down south with the rest of those dinosaurs. He then remembers he has friends down south, so he says the guys who aren't dinosaurs in WCW are going to beat the hell out of Bret one day, whether he likes it or not. Shawn says he's the true icon. Bret Hart, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, none of these guys have the will to be the best. Shawn has something that all those guys never will, and that's God-given, pure, natural talent. Ken Shamrock eventually comes to the ring, a guy who almost didn't show up to Raw after what happened in Montreal, and Shawn sarcastically says he's gonna give Ken the microphone, and all Ken has to do is put a few words together. We call that a sentence. Shamrock calls DX a disgrace before addressing Chyna.
And you, whatever you call yourself, man or female or whatever you want to call yourself.
Triple H flips Ken off as the crowd pops, and then Shamrock calls Chyna a kitchen.
Sure as hell ain't no kitchen or no woman or man or whatever the hell you are.
Yeah, Shamrock wants a fight with Shawn Michaels, so HBK gets ready. Shamrock calls Rick Rude an old man before telling Shawn he's about to punch a hole in his sexy chest. HBK says this woman Chyna could knock Ken out, as could this old man Rick Rude. Triple H would have no problems with Shamrock, and neither would HBK. And just then, Sergeant Slaughter comes down to the ring. HBK calls him Sergeant Slobber, and he tells the commissioner he doesn't want to wear a raincoat for this promo, so anything he has to say, he should say it in the direction of Mr. Shamrock. Slaughter announces that Ken Shamrock's the #1 contender, and he's gonna get a WWF title shot. Shawn isn't gonna wrestle Ken tonight though, Triple H is. DX are barred from ringside, and Slaughter's gonna hang around the ring tonight during the main event to make sure there's no interference. So we assume that Shamrock gets his title shot at the next pay-per-view, D-Generation X in your house. This went on forever, by the way, and I'm sorry for being so long-winded. That's 20 minutes of Raw's War already over. Ken Shamrock vs Triple H ends Raw this week, while Hulk Hogan calls out Sting on Nitro. Sergeant Slaughter sends DX back to the dressing room. This is going to be a one-on-one fight. Shamrock destroys Hunter at the opening bell, and Triple H decides he's going to leave. Shamrock chases Hunter up the ramp, and the world's most dangerous man isn't going to let Triple H take the easy way out. Shamrock again destroys Triple H with strikes on their way back to the ring, and back inside the rope, Shamrock punches the back of Hunter's head. Helmsley's getting annihilated in this main event. Finally, Hunter fires back with his facebreaker knee smash, and he delivers a great looking DDT. Shamrock then gets thrown over the guardrail, and Triple H argues with Sergeant Slaughter just before we take our final commercial break. Ravishing Rick Rude has also shown up. We come back to see Kenny Boy getting chin-locked, and Rick Rude smiles as Hunter drops the knee on Shamrock. Jim Ross calls Rude the world's most dangerous insurance man. The whole audience begin chanting "We want bread" as Shamrock gets thrown to the outside. Shamrock then bumps on the ring steps, and again Hunter talks smack to Sergeant Slaughter before the match resumes in the ring. Shamrock tries to mount a comeback, but an inverted atomic drop kills the momentum. Triple H then hits the Harley Race high knee, and Helmsley claws at Shamrock's face after Ken kicks out of the follow-up pin. After delivering an electric chair drop, Shamrock builds his final comeback of the match. He hits a jumping back elbow, a jumping back kick, and a Frankensteiner. Ravishing Rick Rude then jumps on the apron, and Slaughter intercepts him, but this allows Hunter to stick a thumb in Shamrock's eye and knock the referee out. Still, Shamrock hits the belly to belly, and he applies the ankle lock as Slaughter also intercepts Chyna, but the numbers are just too much. Shawn Michaels runs down the ramp, he catches the briefcase, Shamrock gets wiped out, and that's how it ends. Hunter does eventually cover Shamrock, but the ref gets pulled away by Slaughter. Gotta be fair too, the WWF were getting fond of DQ finishes also, or inconclusive main events, but at the same time they weren't nearly as constant as WCW. Still, I wasn't a fan of the finish, and I wasn't really a fan of the Shamrock vs Michaels rivalry either. Raw starts off with a video that shows what happened last week when the show went off the air. Slaughter pulled referee Mike Chioda out of the ring, he shoved HBK, Shamrock performed a schoolboy pin, and Slaughter counted to 3, even though Shawn wasn't officially involved in the match. We'll of course hear from DX and Sergeant Slaughter a little later on. Viano 4 tries his luck next against Diamond Dallas Page on Nitro. Over on Raw, D-Generation X cut a promo. So here's Ravishing Rick Rude. You guys know the story. Raw was taped this week, Nitro was live. Rick Rude makes history by appearing on both shows on the same night, but what nobody talks about is how blunt Rude is here over on Raw. He doesn't do his usual button your lips and open your eyes promo that he's been doing for weeks. He just says, "It's time for D-Generation X, hit the music." That's it. It's clear as day that Rude didn't want to be on Raw anymore, but yeah, really fascinating stuff, and another excellent Monday Night War moment. Rude was part of DX and the NWO from a TV standpoint on the same night. The WWF decided to give everyone seizures by playing the DX Titantron during the faction's entrance, flipping to the arena and flipping back to the Titantron video very quickly. It is unique though, and it becomes standard practice from this point on. HBK says Shamrock didn't beat him last week. Shawn wasn't involved in the match, but seeing as Shawn ran Bret Hart out of town, and seeing as Shawn has beaten all of Bret's family, it's now time to start beating up Bret's friends just like Mr. Shamrock. Someone has a problem with Shawn's duck in the audience, and give the guy a break, little dude's been hitting the gym constantly. Triple H calls out Sergeant Slaughter, and out comes the commissioner. He mocks Shawn by counting to 3, and HBK says, "You're damn skippy, you better applaud the champ, chin boy." Triple H tells Slaughter that DX make the rules, DX run the WWF, not Slaughter, and the next time Slaughter sticks his chin in DX's business, it's going to be the last thing he ever does. Hunter says he heard Slaughter's been having problems with his privates, he's having problems going past half-mast, so Hunter says he might have to swing around Slaughter's house, show Slaughter's wife his Lance Corporal, and Hunter will show Slaughter's old lady what standing at attention is all about. Slaughter whacks Hunter, but DX launch an attack immediately afterwards. The magical briefcase comes into play, Hunter nails Slaughter with a pedigree, and gotta say, Slaughter was taking bumps like a champ in 1997. DX put an X across Slaughter with some toilet paper, not as effective as spraying NWO on your fallen victims, but they throw the TP into the crowd, and they celebrate another job well done. We're starting off with NWO and D-Generation X promos this week. Over on Raw, Ravishing Rick Rude's theme song plays in the arena, and out walks Harvey Whippleman, now known as Handsome Harvey. It's a poor attempt at getting back at Rick Rude here, but there's absolutely nothing the WWF could have done to negate what Ravishing Rick did last week. They got you, Vince, deal with it. Handsome Harvey gets booed as he tells these fat, ugly, out-of-shape North Carolina nobodies to keep their mouths shut. Harvey presents the past, the present, and the future of the WWF, D-Generation X. The squad make their way down to the ring, and Shawn Michaels says, Lord knows that was a tough spot to fill, before shoving Harvey down to the mat. Handsome Harvey was kinda humorous, I guess, but the WWF are still coming across as sore losers here to me. Bury Rude all you want, he still wins in this whole situation. HBK's got a serious look on his face as he says he hasn't gotten much sleep since Survivor Series. There's a lot of controversy surrounding the main event, and Shawn never thought things would end this way. HBK and the Hitman have had their differences, but Shawn never thought it would come down to this. The crowd chant "You suck" as Shawn says he's taking full responsibility for what happened. Bret deserved better, Vince deserved better, and the WWF and the fans deserved better. Shawn says Bret's still under contract until November 30th though, and Shawn says he and Bret have been in contact with each other. Nobody knows about it, not Vince McMahon, not the internet, not the dirt sheets. Shawn and Bret have reached an agreement, and tonight the two are going to settle things once and for all. Shawn says it's up to Bret, it can end with a handshake or a fight, but Bret and Shawn will be on Raw's War tonight face to face, and the controversy will be done once and for all. What a fucking announcement. Jim Ross and Jim Cornette wonder what's going to happen when the Hitman returns live tonight to Monday Night Raw. On Raw, DX start their promo with Triple H addressing Sergeant Slaughter. Hunter says the stuff Slaughter came out with earlier on is the same stuff Hunter watched as a little kid, and it scares Triple H as much now as it did back then. Triple H doesn't care what kind of match it is at D-Generation X, Hunter's going to finish Slaughter off once and for all. After making more jokes about standing at attention and talking about being the guy with the purple helmet, Hunter passes the mic to Shawn, and Shawn says the controversy now comes to an end. Shawn points to the entranceway, he announces Bret the Hitman Hart, Bret's theme music plays in the arena, and a little Hitman walks to the ring while HBK busts out laughing. It's a classic, ladies and gentlemen, they suckered everyone. The little Hitman gets in the ring and he tries his best to throw a few punches, but in the words of Triple H, he's coming up a little short. Triple H is going to provide commentary for this reenactment of Survivor Series.
Bret is where the hearts usually are. He's flat on his back. Oh!
Shawn locks in the sharpshooter and Little Bret tops out. Hunter puts a mic to Little Bret's face and wee Bret says ring the bell. He agrees that Shawn Michaels is the man, HBK's the icon, the showstopper, the main event. Shawn's the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And DX is the most powerful force in pro wrestling today. HBK lets go of the hold and Hunter slaps a WCW label on Bret's ass. The Hitman gets his ass kicked and he gets out of the ring, and Hunter says Bret's a piece of garbage going to where he belongs. Jim Neidhart then shows up and he says he's been hiding behind his sunglasses for 15 years, but he sees everything really clearly now. These guys in the ring are nothing but a bunch of degenerates. Jim doesn't take kindly to Shawn and Hunter making fun of the Harts. He married a Hart after all, and he's gonna take this opportunity tonight on Raw to kick Shawn's ass. Shawn says there's nothing standing between Jim and DX except air and opportunity, and Shawn wants to talk about opportunity. Shawn says Jim was the talent in the Hart Foundation 10 years ago. When Shawn made his debut, the original Hart Foundation were the team to beat, yet it was Bret Hart who got all the opportunities. Shawn reminds Jim that his surname is Neidhart, not Hart, and Shawn reminds Jim that Bret's the one getting a huge WCW contract, while Jim's left with nothing. Shawn wonders where the other members of the Hart Foundation are. Jim says Davey's getting over some minor knee surgery, and Shawn jokes about this, saying he knows there's been some minor knee surgeries going around, and HBK himself knows all about phony knee injuries. Jim says Owen's at home mentally distraught about what happened to Bret. So Bret's at home, Davey's getting that minor knee surgery stuff, and Owen's mentally distraught. But Jim Neidhart's here, he's standing all alone by himself tonight on Raw. Shawn says Jim's here because he has a wife and family to feed. Jim's here for the opportunity, and Shawn's going to give Jim that opportunity. An opportunity to join D-Generation X tonight on Raw. At 11 PM tonight, the offer's going to be taken off the table, so Jim needs to give Shawn and Hunter an answer by the end of the evening. Tonight, Shawn Michaels is in a non-title match with Vader, so we'll find out Jim's answer in the Raw main event. It's time for our Raw and Nitro main events. Shawn Michaels vs Vader on Raw, Hollywood Hogan vs The Giant on Nitro. I'm thankful for the HBK main event after watching that last Nitro match, if I'm honest. So, will Big Jim Neidhart turn his back on Bret Hart and join Shawn Michaels and Triple H? Of course he will. HBK announces that Jim has joined up, DX have a new member, and the Anvil makes his way to the ring with Shawn, Hunter and Chyna. Amazing. Vader's got his eye covered up thanks to Goldust and Luna's attack earlier. We go to commercial break before the bell rings, and as soon as we come back, HBK's trying to knock the big man off his feet. That doesn't work out too well, and HBK runs into that brick wall known as Vader. Vader then performs a press slam. Shawn tries to bring the big man down with a sunset flip, but Vader takes a seat on the Heartbreak Kid and the audience pops. Vader tells DX to suck it before hitting Shawn with a splash, but Shawn kicks out. Shawn then dodges a corner attack, he goes for Sweet Chin Music, but Vader ducks out of the way and HBK takes a clothesline. It's insane how much I'm already into this match in comparison to the last Nitro match. Big Neidhart holds the rope down and Vader tumbles out of the ring. Jim and Hunter attack Vader on the outside, and Jim's showing here he's definitely one of the boys. The attack didn't help too much though, as Shawn takes the Flair corner bump and he eats another clothesline. Vader then sets HBK up for the Vader bomb. That should be it all over, but Hunter throws his hot coffee into Vader's face, and that's going to be his other eye totally fucked. Vader tries to fight Hunter off the apron, but Shawn delivers sweet back of the head music followed by Sweet Chin Music, and that's going to end the match. Shawn Michaels wins the Raw main event. DX get Vader out of the ring and Shawn celebrates with Hunter and Neidhart, and you just know what's coming. Hunter gives Chyna the order and Chyna delivers a low blow to the Anvil, and Jim gets embarrassed by D-Generation X. DX never wanted Jim in the group. The Anvil gets hit with Sweet Chin Music. Officials try to stop the attack, but it's no use. Shawn chokes the Anvil before grabbing the microphone, and he asks Neidhart who the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be truly is. Shawn announces that DX rules the wrestling world, and the Anvil continues to get attacked by Shawn and Hunter before officials manage to pull the Anvil out of the ring. HBK screams D-Generation X into the microphone just before Raw goes off the air, and with this ending to Raw, we pretty much have confirmation that the Hart Foundation is dead. It's all about D-Generation X. DX are going to cut a promo on Raw while Harlem Heat take on the Faces of Fear once again. So HBK's in a wheelchair, he's sucking on a lollipop, and he says DX showed the world last week that no matter how many millions of dollars people throw around, DX is always one step ahead of the pack. DX showed the world that they can play anyone for suckers, and that's why they're out here with these suckable sweet treats. Shawn then says Triple H is going to finish what DX started last week. It's Triple H versus Jim Neidhart in tonight's main event. And then Shawn says, "This started. Tell him try." Try? Fucking try? Triple H? Imagine your teammate calling you try. Jesus. Hunter says the Anvil's the biggest idiot he's ever seen, and as far as Sergeant Slaughter goes, the commissioner can book a boot camp match if he wants. Triple H isn't worried. Hunter says he's gonna bring all the heavy artillery he's got and put the Sarge away for good, but he's gonna save one piece of artillery for Slaughter's old lady, and that's his big bazooka. Shawn grabs the mic and he addresses this wheelchair business. Shawn isn't hurt. He's been getting put through a rigorous training regime with Chyna in order to strengthen his legs and knees. Kenny Boy won't make Shawn top if Shawn comes prepared, and even though the training's been hard, Shawn's gotten a lot of positives out of these gym sessions. His pain tolerance is now really high and he wants Hunter to demonstrate. Shawn takes Chyna's hand, Hunter grabs HBK's foot, and Triple H turns Shawn's foot a full 360 degrees. Shawn tells Hunter he's in the zone, brother, as Hunter continues twisting Shawn's foot. Shawn says D-Generation X always has a leg up on the competition as the DX theme song plays in the arena. The whole leg then gets twisted upwards and Shawn says he's the world's most toughest man. God, that looked painful. I hope he's okay. Triple H seemed to go a little too hard here on the Heartbreak Kid. Time for Jim the Anvil Neidhart to get humiliated again then on Raw. Old Jimbo started off well. He gets in a few punches before taking Hunter out with a clothesline followed by a backdrop. The Anvil then chases the Heartbreak Kid on the outside, but Shawn lures Jim back in the ring where Triple H can take advantage. Still, the Anvil comes back with another clothesline and Jim picks Hunter up by his gorgeous, well-shampooed hair to once again slam him on the mat. Triple H then gets thrown from corner to corner. Jim chokes Hunter on the ropes and Hunter decides to poke Jim in the eye. The Anvil totally no-sells it and Jim performs a body slam. You can tell why Big Jim wasn't the main event singles guy here during this match, with all due respect. His moveset wasn't very broad, and this match in particular just seems like two guys going through the motions. Jim performs a power slam and then Shawn Michaels jumps on the apron. Chyna passes Hunter a chair, she then distracts the referee. Hunter hits Anvil across the back and that's it over. Hunter wins via pinfall in a fucking awful WWF Raw's War main event. After the bell, DX attacked Jim. He gets pedigreed on a steel chair and this is quite good. Shawn grabs a spray can and he sprays WCW on Jim's back. JR says that's original. Big Jim gets up though and he takes Shawn and Hunter out with a double clothesline, but Chyna then gets involved and Neidhart gets handcuffed to the top rope. DX then mess around with the Anvil, and when things get serious, Sergeant Slaughter hits the ring. HBK and Triple H go after Slaughter, so Ken Shamrock shows up to even the odds. Slaughter locks in the Cobra Clutch on Hunter. Shawn continues to suck his lollipop as Ken hits a belly-to-belly followed by the ankle lock. And this is how Raw ends. Will the babyfaces be victorious later in the week? You gotta buy the pay-per-view to find out. A terrible main event though, with mildly entertaining post-match shenanigans. I feel a bit bad now for dismissing Kurt vs DDP because the Nitro main event match was better. It still had the usual post-match NWO stuff though. Shawn Michaels won the WWF Championship at Survivor Series, and Shawn's biggest rival left the company following the infamous title match in Montreal. Sergeant Slaughter announced the next night that Ken Shamrock's the #1 contender for the title, and Ken gets his shot tonight at D-Generation X. The build-up has been terribly basic, with the best moment being Shawn getting in the zone and showing the world how he's prepared himself for the ankle lock. Triple H twisted Shawn's foot a full 360 degrees while Shawn sucked a lollipop, but later in the night Shamrock applied the ankle lock and Shawn tapped out, still sucking the lollipop. I mentioned on Reliving the War that I really didn't feel Ken should have been in this title match. He did an amazing job at Survivor Series in a pretty much forgotten traditional Survivor Series match against the Nation, and he was getting good crowd reactions too. But let's face it, he wasn't going to win the belt at an event named D-Generation X, and he and Shawn didn't have much story going into this one either. Shawn did mention that Shamrock was a friend of Bret Hart's on TV, and Shawn wanted to wipe out the Hitman's friend, seeing as he already took out the whole family, but that's all there is here really. Shamrock says when he gets in his zone tonight there'll be a lot of hurting going on and HBK's gonna squeal like a baby. HBK's got on some sweet ring gear and he says tonight he shows Shamrock why he's the #1 guy not only in the WWF but in the entire wrestling industry.
Girth Brooks, you fat tub of goo.
Thanks a lot.
Sure, anytime.
The confidence is pouring out of HBK as he, Hunter and Chyna get prepared behind the curtain. The D-Generation X theme plays in the arena and Shawn makes his entrance, getting a surprisingly decent crowd response. I'm hoping this match surprises me though. I haven't watched this one in a very long time, and I've got it in my head right now that it's nothing special. I thought the same thing about other matches I've covered on the channel, and the matches turn out to be way better than I remember. So let's see what happens when HBK meets the world's most dangerous man in tonight's main event. Shawn immediately mocks Ken's fighting stance, but he quickly backs off when Shamrock goes to attack. The veteran then lays in a few right hands. There's a lot of speed as Shawn hits the ropes, and it makes Shamrock's kick look all the better. Shawn takes the kick right on the chest, and the WWF champ's going to get a little reassurance from his DX teammates on the outside. HBK tells JR and the King where he's hurting, right below the pecs. JR says he couldn't care less. Earl Hebner calms Shamrock down as Shawn gets back in the ring. Shawn hides in the corner. The two go back to work with HBK applying a wrist lock and Shamrock grabbing Shawn by the throat and throwing the champ in the corner. Shawn gets launched across the ring. He takes a back body drop. The Flair corner bump then sends Michaels back to the outside, and the damage is so bad that Hunter decides to give HBK a quick massage. DX huddle up and they come up with a plan. Chyna's going to distract Ken on the apron. Shawn's going to sneak up and, yeah, that didn't work. Shawn holds onto the ropes after an Irish whip, and he decides the best thing to do in this situation is to spit on your opponent. I like how Earl Hebner acted like it was Reptile's acid spit from Mortal Kombat. Shawn then lays in the punches in the corner, but he gets pie-faced twice. Ken brings Shawn down with a body shot. We see a vertical suplex from the world's most dangerous man, and there's a ton of velocity as Michaels gets clotheslined out of the ring. Shamrock's all fired up tonight at D-Generation X, so much so that he almost smacks Earl Hebner, but he focuses his anger and he smashes Shawn and Hunter's heads together. Still, Shawn rakes the eyes and he slides back in the ring, going on to lay in more punches but getting stopped in his tracks after a sunset flip attempt. Shamrock again grabs Shawn by the neck and Ken goes to work in the corner. Shawn loses his smile once again after getting his little degenerate smashed on the top rope. Ken then tries to end it with a belly to belly, but Shawn holds on to Earl Hebner, eventually hitting Ken with a low blow and sending Ken out of the ring with a clothesline. Shawn skins the cat and he distracts Earl long enough for Triple H to get in a few cheap shots. HBK then delivers a flying crossbody from the top to the outside, and Michaels seems to be in control now for the first time in this match. Shawn hits a baseball slide, but he misses the second. The numbers are too much though for Kenny Boy, and Chyna sends Shamrock into the ring post. Shawn gets back in the ring to distract the ref, and Ken gets body slammed by the ninth wonder of the world, and Shawn delivers a splash from the apron. It's 3-on-1 here, and it looks like it's all over for Ken Shamrock. Ken gets thrown back inside the ropes and Shawn lands his elbow drop to Shamrock's back. We see a drop kick from HBK. Shawn chokes Ken in the corner and on the middle rope, giving Triple H another opportunity to punch Ken in the face. Shamrock gets a chance when he rolls through after a crossbody, but he only gets a 2 count. The Heartbreak Kid rakes Ken in the face again and he brings it down with a chin lock. Shamrock breaks free and he manages to cover Michaels, but Shawn kicks out. HBK hits a clothesline and we then see a sleeper from the champion. Ken breaks free by ramming Shawn into the corner. HBK gets hit with a few hard clotheslines and we see a big back body drop from Ken. The challenger then delivers a jumping back elbow and a power slam, and Ken's now in the zone. We see the Frankensteiner. This usually gets followed up with the belly to belly and the ankle lock, but Shawn manages to perform a crucifix. Ken counters with a cover, but a thumb to the eye stops Ken's momentum, and then this happens. Shamrock's head snaps across the top rope and it didn't look very pretty. Shamrock looks dazed as he counters a Hurricane Rana with a sit-down powerbomb. Shawn then decides to distract the referee again, allowing Hunter and Chyna to pull Shamrock out of the ring. And I could be wrong here, but I think an audible might have been called and we're going straight to the finish due to Ken's accident on the top rope, but don't quote me on that. You do see Shawn communicating with practically everyone after the powerbomb though. Shamrock gets back in the ring, Michaels hits his diving elbow, he then warms up the band, but Ken counters with a belly to belly. Ken then applies the ankle lock and Hunter and Chyna hit the ring. It's a DQ finish and the crowd boos. You can see fans filing out right away. They don't care to hang around, but they're gonna miss something pretty good here. Shamrock takes a beating inside and outside the ring and Shawn celebrates on the apron. Someone then pushes Shawn and HBK goes through the announce table and it's Owen Hart. Owen beats the hell out of Michaels with a ton of right hands and he escapes just before Hunter and Chyna grab him. And look at that push again on the replay. That looked pretty good. Shamrock gets brought back up the entranceway by officials, and even after getting jumped, jumped by Bret's younger brother, Shawn still gets back in the ring to celebrate. There's so many empty seats as the cameras continue to roll, but there you have it. Owen Hart's back in the World Wrestling Federation, Shawn retains the title, and yeah, the match wasn't really any better or any worse than what I remember it being. I think HBK relying on Hunter and Chyna kinda takes away from the match, and I know he's a heel and all that, but you kinda prefer seeing Michaels go one-on-one with no bullshit. The pacing felt a bit off in this one, and I do think they went home a little earlier than planned, but in all honesty, it's not a match I'd rank very highly. It's possible, but both guys have had way better matches. Over on Raw, we see a clip of Ken Shamrock after his match at In Your House, and he's all pissed off. Shamrock had Shawn right where he wanted him, but then HBK's goons jumped in. Shamrock says if he has to enter the Royal Rumble and beat 29 other guys for another shot at Michaels, then that's exactly what he's gonna do. Back in the war zone, DX have a table, chairs, and a few ice-cold beverages in the ring. Triple H called Sergeant Slaughter pathetic, and he says Triple H is too much man for both Slaughter and Mrs. Slaughter. This is getting a bit old already, isn't it? HBK says the world's most dangerous man was schooled last night at D-Generation X. For those keeping score at home, HBK is still the European champion and a 3-time WWF champion. He's the only Grand Slam winner in the World Wrestling Federation, and he can't stop fucking looking at himself on the Titantron. Either he loves himself or he's super paranoid, maybe both. Someone tried to rain on DX's parade last night though, and that was Owen Hart. Shawn says the Hart family together are like one big, huge, nasty, smelly, smoking, stinking turd. And when you look down the toilet and you see a turd like that, the first thing you think is, good God, somebody please flush that. Yeah, Shawn thinks somebody else should flush it and not him, but Shawn says he thought DX done the WWF a favour by flushing the Hart Foundation down the commode, but the thing is, you flush that turd away, but one little small chunky nugget always comes back to the surface. You can flush all you want, but that little shit nugget keeps coming back. Owen Hart is that little shit nugget. HBK thinks Owen's in the arena tonight, and he and DX aren't leaving the ring until someone drags him out. So DX are going to play a few games of poker. Remember when Shawn promised everyone that he would walk out naked on TV the night after Survivor Series? Well, Chyna thinks this should be a game of strip poker, seeing as Michaels didn't do what he promised. HBK takes a seat, he drinks some Jack straight from the bottle, and DX are going to continue their game as the next competitors make their way down to the ring. You want to stick with Raw here, don't you? Yeah, okay. So the dirty old assholes might have to look at Triple H's dirty old asshole as the poker game continues during the match. Insane how a game of poker on the outside instantly makes a DOA versus Boricua's match more interesting. It's 8-Ball and Skull against Miguel Perez and Jose. Jim Ross incorrectly says it's Jose and Jesus. A pretty standard back and forth match, but on the outside, HBK's losing the poker game. Neither tag team bothers DX, and DX doesn't bother the DOA or the Boricuas. Savio ends up jumping in and whacking Skull with a 2x4 right on the knee, and this allowed Los Boricuas to pick up the win. And after the bout, Savio even gave Shawn a big old thumbs up. HBK, Chyna and Triple H couldn't care less though, they're more concerned about the cameraman looking at their cards. After the match, DX bring their table back in the ring and the poker game continues. Triple H has lost his shirt while HBK's down to his briefs. The Headbangers come out for their scheduled tag team match, and these guys aren't going to be as passive as the DOA or the Boricuas. Mosh and Thrasher flip the card table, so HBK smashes a jug over Mosh's head. DX destroy the Headbangers. Shawn hits Mosh with chair shots while Triple H takes care of Thrasher. Thrasher ends up getting powerbombed through the table, and check this out. HBK pours Jack all over Thrasher, and Thrasher opens his mouth to get some of that sweet, sweet JD. Good man. Hunter chokes Mosh with a steel chair while Shawn flicks his balls. And he flicked his own balls, he didn't flick Mosh's balls. Shawn then tells Hunter to get on the other turnbuckle to pose in front of the hard camera.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't guess anybody's...
But Hunter remembers the next spot doesn't involve any posing. Triple H redirects Shawn to where he needs to be, and then Owen Hart shows up. Owen jumps in the ring, he attacks Shawn, and then he quickly leaves again through the audience. Owen has once again got one up on DX. Would make you think that Owen's maybe getting a title shot against Shawn at the Royal Rumble, wouldn't it? DX versus the Legion of Doom ends Raw this week. On Nitro, Hulk Hogan's going to close the show with a promo. Before the Raw tag team match, Shawn and Hunter think that maybe Chyna should go after Owen Hart, seeing as HBK and Triple H took out all the other Hart family members, but the lads are going to play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets the honour of taking Owen out. Triple H wins, so Hunter's presumably going to have a match soon against the Black Heart. The teams make their entrances and we start off with Animal and HBK. Animal overpowers the WWF champion twice. Michaels goes down after a shoulder block and he decides to tag out. Triple H also goes down after a shoulder block and Hunter isn't too sure how to go about this. He tries a wrist lock before giving up and tagging HBK back in. Shawn enters with a double X handle and he thinks he's being pretty smart by sliding out of the ring, but he's greeted by a clothesline from Road Warrior Hawk. Hawk then dumps HBK back in the ring. Animal then clotheslines Shawn back out, and Michaels is gonna crawl back to the dressing room. These Road Warriors are just too much. Hunter exposes Shawn's ass when trying to pull HBK back by the tights. The match resumes with Hawk chopping Triple H. Michaels gets in a cheap shot from the apron, leading to Hunter performing the Harley Race knee. We then see some classic heel tag team shenanigans from DX, and we see a drop toe hold and elbow drop combo from Shawn and Hunter. HBK taunts Animal, telling the referee to slap him on the wrist, and DX's underhanded tactics are keeping them firmly in the driver's seat. After the final commercial break, Shawn and Hawk collide into each other, and this leads to Animal finally getting tagged in. The Road Warrior begins cleaning house, Michaels takes a power slam, and then Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg show up. The tag champs target Hawk on the outside, while Chyna gets DX disqualified with a low blow to Animal. Hawk's getting knocked out with a chloroform rag, I assume, and the Legion of Doom are just completely outnumbered here. Hawk gets thrown back in the ring where Billy Gunn proceeds to shave his mohawk. DX thinks this is awesome while Jim Ross can't believe what he's seeing. Jim Cornette says in 15 years nobody has ever treated the Road Warriors with such disrespect. All four men then powerbomb Animal through the announce table. This looked great, by the way. And back in the ring, Billy Gunn hits a flying leg drop on Hawk. HBK wants to outdo Billy Gunn, so the showstopper performs his flying elbow drop. The New Age Outlaws and DX then have a hot dogging and grandstanding competition before James and Gunn leave the ring. Shawn says not bad as the tag champs head back up the ramp. And it's a pretty standard tag team match here, but the ending leaves a lot of questions. Maybe Shawn's considering recruiting a few new members for his D-Generation X faction. The WWF kick things off with a DX promo, while on TNT, the hostile takeover of Nitro begins. Shawn and Hunter are wearing robes tonight, and Shawn says there's a surprise in store for all the good boys and girls in attendance. But before we get to that, DX have a few things they need to address. Shawn looks incredibly sober tonight, doesn't he? That's one sober man right there. Triple H talks about the Road Warriors and how DX destroyed their legacy in a single day. And as for the New Age Outlaws, Hunter says Road Dogg and Billy Gunn just came along like a couple of vultures last week. The Outlaws shouldn't take credit for what happened to the Legion of Doom, and Triple H warns Road Dogg and Billy Gunn to stay out of DX's business. As for the Nugget Owen Hart, Triple H won a prestigious rock, paper, scissors contest last week, and that means Helmsley gets the honour of sending Owen packing like the rest of the Harts. Shawn then wants to talk about The Undertaker. HBK reminds the dead man that he couldn't beat him at Ground Zero and at Bad Blood. Taker can ask any woman in the world. HBK doesn't rest in peace. He can stay up all night. Nice. Shawn and Hunter unrobe. They show off their Christmas boxers, and then they show off their little Christmas thongs while Chyna puts some mistletoe above their asses. We can see in the crowd who gets a little excited for this. These girls here couldn't believe their eyes. This lady wanted to capture the moment forever with a photo, and these two hornballs couldn't get enough of Triple H's heavy artillery. Dirty bastards. Big Commissioner Slaughter smells balls and he makes his way down to the ring. Slaughter's in the Christmas spirit, so he has a gift for DX. Slaughter says Shawn hasn't defended his European title in over 60 days. HBK says he's busy, he's the WWF champion after all, but Slaughter doesn't care. Shawn must defend his title tonight on Raw, or it's getting stripped from the Heartbreak Kid. HBK says he doesn't give titles away, fucking liar, and Shawn says he'll defend the belt against anybody, he doesn't care, bring it on. Slaughter then drops a bombshell. Shawn's going to defend the European title tonight against Triple H. If Shawn doesn't defend the belt against Hunter, then Slaughter's taking the belt away. There's a bit of tension here. Triple H says Slaughter's just trying to ruin Shawn's Christmas because Hunter will take the belt later for himself, and Shawn reminds Hunter that the Heartbreak Kid lays down for nobody. So Shawn Michaels versus Triple H is going to take place tonight on Monday Night Raw. So, Shawn Michaels and Triple H make their entrances, and once again, Chyna's trying to remain neutral. They take off their Chyna shirts, Hebner holds the European title high in the air, the competitors stretch a little, actually they stretch a lot. Both competitors have a word with Chyna, and here we go. The two lock up, and Shawn instantly hits the mat. Hunter then comically hits the ropes over and over again. The crowd boos. Hunter then performs the worst splash you've ever seen in your life, and Triple H wins via pinfall. I love Jim Cornette's call afterwards. I highlighted this before in a previous DX video, but it's worth playing again.
It was a ruse, a ploy, a plot, a plan, a charade, a conspiracy, a sham. We've been conned, hoodwinked, bamboozled, flim-flammed, and the wool pulled over our eyes even.
Hunter celebrates while Shawn throws a tantrum, and HBK crawls to Chyna to have a good old cry. Shawn grabs a mic and he says it's not an easy thing getting defeated for the coveted European title. Shawn says he's been in ladder matches, cell matches, marathon matches, and this was the most emotional and physical bout HBK has ever competed in. JR says HBK's lost his smile as Triple H takes the microphone, and Hunter says with the exception of the day his child was born, this is the greatest day of his life, even though Hunter doesn't have a kid, not that he knows of anyway. Shawn then tells Sergeant Slaughter to suck it while the commissioner stands at the entranceway. Sarge doesn't have a mic, but fans at home can hear Sarge say that next week Triple H is gonna face Owen Hart. D-Generation X celebrated in the ring as Raw goes off the air. I know people didn't like how this was handled either, but let's not pretend it's the world title that changed hands. On Raw, we were supposed to have an Undertaker interview, but Triple H is in the ring with Chyna and he's on crutches. Hunter says he's sorry to disappoint his legion of fans around the world, but Hunter can't defend the European title tonight. Hunter dislocated his kneecap last night and he's on the shelf, and this was legit by the way. He and Shawn had a tag team match against Dude Love and Steve Austin, and Hunter's now out of action until February. Hunter says Owen's just going to have to wait it out. That Owen Hart vs Triple H match has now been cancelled. Helmsley moves on to The Undertaker, and Hunter tells the dead man that Shawn isn't here tonight. Shawn's got the shakes and the sweats at home. Sounds like withdrawal to me. So Taker too will have to wait it out before getting his hands on the Heartbreak Kid. Undertaker's theme music begins playing in the arena, and a bunch of druids bring a casket down to the ring. The commentators say the dead man has to be inside, but Triple H says there's only one thing to do at a time like this: break it down. DX's theme song plays, and there's Shawn Michaels right there. He didn't have withdrawal after all. He's happily high as a kite. Way hey. Shawn has some pyro set up in the ring, but it doesn't go off. You can see Shawn and Hunter complaining about this for a second, and then we get a look at the DX casket. Great job, lads. HBK says there's 2 new members in D-Generation X. This has to be the Outlaws, right? No, it's Chyna's Tatankas. Hunter says if Chyna had a nipple for every time someone said she was the breast looking woman here, she'd be a millionaire. No mate, she'd have quite a few nipples though. Hunter also thinks the group's name should be changed to Double D-Generation X, and that's going to do it for the boob jokes. Shawn says Owen Hart's lucky that Hunter's injured, but in due time Triple H will be better and Triple H will rid the WWF of that tiny little nugget. At the Royal Rumble, Shawn will beat The Undertaker for the last time, and alright, we're back to boob jokes. Chyna reminds Shawn to look at her in the eyes when he speaks before HBK says 1998 will be the year of DX and nobody will crash DX's party. Right on cue, Slaughter comes to the ring and DX thinks Slaughter had too many Christmas cookies this year.
Ooh, he's like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like, ooh.
Slaughter says he is indeed here to ruin Shawn and Hunter's party because Triple H may be injured, but Shawn Michaels is not. Shawn Michaels has to defend the WWF Championship tonight, and he has to defend it against Owen Hart. Shawn isn't happy, of course, but it's great for us as viewers. A big main event for the final Raw of 1997. We've got 2 pretty extraordinary main events to end 1997. On Nitro we've got Sting vs Hollywood Hogan, and on Raw we've got Shawn Michaels vs Owen Hart. Before the Raw match, Jim Ross makes a big announcement. Mike Tyson, the baddest man on the planet, is gonna appear at WrestleMania 14 in 1998. Not much is given away here, but the wording could be seen as misleading. Raw says Tyson's going to participate at WrestleMania, and Lawler wants to know who Tyson's going to fight. Raw says he doesn't know if Tyson's going to fight anybody. Still, this was big news at the time. Tyson just got his boxing license taken away after the second Holyfield fight, and Tyson was in the news quite a lot in 1997, but Tyson's appearance on WWF TV didn't come cheap either. A reported $3 million was spent to bring Tyson in for WrestleMania, and do remember, Vince McMahon said he couldn't afford Bret Hart. Sure, Bret Hart was a long-term company expense, but clearly there were other avenues to explore in order to keep Bret even for a shorter period of time. Speaking of the Harts, here comes Owen in some brand new ring gear. HBK makes his entrance with Chyna, but that gets interrupted by the Black Heart attacking the WWF champion. Shawn gets punished around the ringside area, and the two go up the rampway where Shawn gets suplexed. Inside the ring, Shawn gets tied up in the ropes, and Owen gets in a few free shots, and when Michaels frees himself, he gets back body dropped over the top rope. We come back from a break, and Owen's still in control, but Triple H is now at ringside. Shawn gets his little boy toy smashed on the guardrail, but when the match gets back inside the ring, Chyna trips Owen up from the outside. JR says this really should be a pay-per-view main event as Shawn knocks Owen off the apron, and HBK then throws some horrible looking jabs as Owen leans on the guardrail. Shawn's stuff usually looks perfect, and I think that's why this stands out so much. Back in the ring, Owen takes a pile driver, and HBK follows this up with a DDT. Shawn then applies a sleeper, Owen breaks it up. HBK applies another sleeper, Owen breaks that up too. And Shawn then applies another fucking sleeper, so that's gonna be a
HBK sleeper hold. Break it down.
Owen performs a back suplex and a back body drop. Shawn gets pummeled in the corner before taking the Flair corner bump, and Owen follows this up with a hard jumping clothesline. HBK kicks out at 2. Owen tries to cover Shawn again after a spinning wheel kick and an overhead belly to belly suplex, but Shawn won't stay down. HBK gets a chance to hit Sweet Chin Music, but Owen ducks it and he hits an enziguri. That should be it all over. Owen applies the sharpshooter, but Triple H breaks a crutch over Owen's head and the referee calls for the bell. Owen does not win the WWF Championship on Raw, and the show ends with Triple H attacking Owen over and over again with his other good crutch. There's definitely a sense of disappointment in the arena as Raw fades to black.